Everything for the Boys is presented by the Electric Autolite Company and its 22 great manufacturing plants. Builders of precision equipment for 35 years. World famous for Autolite spark plugs, batteries, wire, cable, and electrical systems for automotive, aviation, and marine use. Your host, Mr. Ronald Coleman.
Thank you and good evening. Yes, I think we may say a very good evening, for we have a famous guest, a great play, and a shortwave conversation to a very remote place on this globe. We were delighted when Betty Davis said she would be here with us tonight, and particularly in a reunion with Somerset Maugham's great emotional story of human bondage. Arch Oboler has written an exciting radio dramatization of that novel. After the play is over, Betty and I are going to talk by shortwave to some American soldiers in Reykjavik, Iceland. We're going to talk of life, love, and the absence of trees in the Arctic. So to them and their comrades stationed in the far north, we dedicate this global half hour.
Before our play begins, a simple question. How many hands is a pilot? Two, you say? In our four-engine bombers, they are multiplied many times electrically. These electrical helpers are called aircraft relays. I'd like to tell you about them, how they help the pilot, the bombardier, the flight engineer, but I'm sorry this information must be withheld. I can tell you that they are a type of remote-controlled switch precision device that must obey commands with split-second speed. Aircraft electrical relays have greatly contributed to modern airplane design and production. Autolite men and women, backed by their 35 years of experience in precision manufacturing, have designed, engineered, and are now building such aircraft relays in volume. New types of materials, plus Autolite's manufacturing know-how, have resulted in an aircraft relay weighing less than half its original weight. At the same time, Autolite engineers increased its load capacity, with contact life outperforming test requirements as much as 300%. Knowing how to build such dependable equipment is proof again that the name Autolite means precision manufacturing. The play of human bondage. The players, Mr. Ronald Coleman and his guest, Miss Betty Davis. A priest sits in the quiet of his study. These are the thoughts in his mind.
I am a minister of God. Tonight I sat at the bedside of one who was very ill. Her thin face was a heavy mask of powder, a death's head with a twisting mouth. She had a strange story of hate to tell me. Hate for a man named Philip Carey. How he had cheated her, and he a gentleman. She told me many things. How one night the man had come into the tea shop where she worked. He had told her he was from the medical school nearby, and so she had been pleasant to him. But as the woman talked, strangely, somehow, I could sense the untruth behind her words.
What you want? Tea and muffins?
Well, I'd rather just talk to you. Really is filthy weather outside, isn't it?
It makes no difference to me. I'm in here all day.
Oh, that's true, of course, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm here to take orders and wait on customers. I've got nothing to say to them, and I don't want them to say anything to me.
Well, I beg your pardon. I do indeed.
Her name, she told me, was Mildred Rogers. And she said that since this man, Philip Carey, was a cripple, a clubfoot, she began to be particularly nice to him out of simple decency. And again, somehow, through her words I sensed the lie and the truth.
You don't mind my walking home with you?
Why should I mind? If you can keep up with me.
Oh, you mean my...
If the shoe fits, wear it.
I don't know if I tolerate you.
You don't have to talk with me, you know.
When I'm away from you, I think it's impossible. When I'm with you...
I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't take me out, some other fellow will. I come from good family, you know. Was your father a professional man?
He was a doctor.
I knew it. The minute you came into the shop, I saw you was a gentleman in every sense of the word.
Look here. May I call you Mildred?
You may if you like. I don't mind.
Call me Philip, won't you?
I will if I can think of it.
You might go as far as to say you'd like to.
Why?
Why, it doesn't matter. Would you come and see a play with me?
Why?
Because I want you to, because I want to be with you.
Well, I'd better go in now. This is where I live.
Oh. Mildred,
What are you trying to do?
won't you kiss me goodnight?
Impudent.
I want to kiss your thin, pale mouth.
Oh, you can go to the devil. You go to the devil.
She went on telling me how nice she had been to the man. How very nice.
Why are you waiting for me?
Well, Mildred, have you forgotten? You said you'd go out with me.
No. Me aunt's ill. Got to go and stay with her.
You're going out with somebody else. You are, aren't you? That man Miller that always comes into the shop, isn't it?
You've been spying on me, and I thought you was a gentleman.
It is Miller.
Well, I'd rather wait for him than have to wait for you. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Mildred, Mildred, don't be beastly with me. I'm awfully fond of you. I can't help it. Please dine with me. We'll go anywhere you want.
No.
You keep looking around for him. I'm standing here, and you're looking for him. Mildred, I can't go on like this. It's too degrading. If I go for good. Unless you come with me tonight, you'll never see me again.
Good riddance to bad rubbish.
You... All right. Goodbye.
Are you back again? Do you want to order some tea?
Don't you remember that I said I'd never see you again?
Oh, did you? Then what you doing here now?
Wish I knew why I came back. I don't.
Do you want to order some tea?
Mildred, don't be beastly to me.
You're a funny fellow.
I'm very simple. I'm a blasted fool who's in love with you with all my heart and soul. Well, I've said it. I know you don't care tuppence for me, but I've said it. Mildred, I can't endure this anymore. I've tried to get over you, and I can't. I never shall. Marry me. Do you hear me? Marry me.
She told me that Philip's talk of marriage made her begin to think of marriage for the first time. There was a nice elderly gentleman who came into the shop, a commercial traveler by the name of Miller, a good, substantial citizen. And so, she had gone away with this Mr. Miller. Philip was to blame, she said. And so when Mr. Miller left her, she had come back to await the birth of Miller's baby.
What are you talking? Oh, you mean Griffith? He's an unpunctual devil. He's probably making love to one of his girls somewhere along the line.
That's not the way to talk in front of me.
Oh, come now. The facts of life are the facts, after all. Oh, Griffith! Griffith, over here!
I say, he's a handsome gentleman.
Right. Oh, Philip, do forgive me. I'm terribly sorry to be so late. Well, as long as you're here. Mrs. Miller, may I present my best friend, Harry Griffith.
How'd you do?
Well, this is indeed a pleasure, Mrs. Miller. I've heard a great deal about you.
Really? Not so much as I've heard about you.
What's this? Has Philip been blackening my character?
Oh, no, he's just been saying the nicest things about you.
Hmm?
I've been so looking forward to meeting you. Why don't you sit down here, Mr. Griffith?
Well,
Isn't the sea wonderful today, Mr. Griffith? Blue light. Like the promise of heaven. Isn't have done with it. I can't marry you at all.
Griffith.
Yes. I don't know what's come over me. Well, say something.
I will. I paid out the money to keep you until your baby was born. I paid for your doctor. I paid for you to go to the seashore. I paid for the keep of your baby. I paid then, I'm paying now. Haven't you any loyalty in you?
If you was a gentleman, you wouldn't throw what you've done for me in the face.
Oh, for heaven's sake, shut up. If I were a gentleman, I wouldn't waste my fine little creature like you. A crazy, I tell you. Crazy, wanting to be with you. You're coming with me to Paris, and you're going to marry me on Saturday, and take the consequences.
All right.
You go?
Don't make me laugh. I wouldn't let you touch me now if I was starving. I'm through with you. Oh, Philip, before I go, there's these bills.
Bills? Or what?
The dress you said I should have, and the baby's treat with Mrs. Cleary, and my rent that's due on Saturday.
What of it?
I need the money very much.
Do you?
I should think you'd want to give it to me.
I won't.
Well, I'll ask Harry Griffith.
Will you? He owes me £7 this moment. Goodbye, Mildred. Oh, here, take the money. Take it.
Well, you might at least be civil about it. If you want, I'll kiss you goodbye.
Don't touch me. Goodbye.
Good riddance. Hello? Hello, could I speak to Mr. Griffith, please? Oh, it's you, Harry. I didn't recognize your voice. Harry, listen. I got the money. We can go away, like you said now. We can go away now.
She said Philip Carey left her then, walked out on her. And then she said that after a few weeks his conscience began to hurt him because he looked her up at the apartment of the relative where she was staying. But the lie was clearer than ever before.
Mildred.
Well, fancy seeing you.
What are you doing out here?
What do you think?
Uh-oh.
Leave me alone.
I have a few problems with your broke.
I was just walking along here on my way back to my lodging. I expect to meet one of the girls from where I work.
Don't lie. For God's sake, don't lie now.
Oh, Philip.
Come on. Come on and get into the cab. Come on, everything will be all right. Believe me.
She told me he began to plead with her to come back to him. And finally she agreed. Only for the baby's sake, she said.
How are you? The baby all right?
The baby's sleeping.
Oh. Well, I think I'll go back to my own room.
Philip, what do you want to go to bed so early for?
Well, it's nearly 1. I'm not used to late hours these days.
Philip.
Yes?
Philip, it's almost 2 weeks now since you asked me to come and stay here. I didn't mean what you thought I meant when you said you didn't want me to do anything for you except just to cook and take care of the flat and that sort of thing.
Didn't you? I did.
Oh, don't be such an old silly.
Well, I meant it quite seriously. I shouldn't have asked you to stay here under any other condition.
Why not?
Well, I can't explain it. I feel differently, that's all.
Very well. Just as you choose. You're a fool. Good night.
She told me she did everything to make life easier for the man. Wash for him, cook for him, sew for him. But his treatment of her became worse and worse until she couldn't endure his cruelty any longer. But as her thin lips said the hateful words, in my own mind I saw the truth.
You're home late, Philip.
Oh, why aren't you in bed?
I waited up for you. Sit here by me.
All right.
Philip,
Yes?
I do love you.
Please don't talk rot. Why don't you go to bed?
Philip, I can't live without you. I want to make up for all the harm I did you. Philip.
Mildred, please, your arms are...
Philip. Oh, Philip.
No.
I need you, Philip. Philip, now.
Mildred, stop it. It's too late. I loved you too much. There's nothing left now. I can't look at you now without thinking of Edmund Miller and Griffith. Mildred, I can't help it. That's the way it is.
You old silly. I believe you're nervous.
You disgust me.
What?
You heard me. You disgust me.
Me? I disgust. Well, you disgust. You kissed me and we laughed at you, Griffith and me. And at you because you were such a mug. And you want to know why? A cripple.
Where I was so very nice to him. To me, I had to go away. He said, I'm telling you the truth.
Oh, keep quiet, you brat, you. We'll be out of here soon enough. I've got work to do. The night is beautiful picture. There's the first one. Oh, stop it. I'll smash it over you. Now the second one. That will show him the knife now, his favorite color. Red. Now his book. Oh, no. First the mirror. Now his book. Thinking book. There. That'll show him.
The words came slower now as she told me how she went away quietly, determined never to see him again. And then she was ill, and since she had nothing, she called him back to look after her, as a doctor looks after a woman.
Mildred!
Won't you follow me?
Mildred, you shouldn't be out. You're sick. I warned you weeks ago.
Oh, hold the door.
Oh, for heaven's sake, come along.
Let go of me.
Let me take you home. Please listen to me, Mildred.
No, let go of
Mildred.
me. I'll do as I please.
Please,
Let
listen.
go of me. I'll do as I please.
And then her last words. I don't believe I will ever forget them.
I haven't seen him now for a long time. I hear he's a regular doctor now. And there's a girl. Good girl. And he's going to marry her. Marry her. You hear that, Father? Marry her. I hate you. And tell him that I hate you. He's got to know that. Tell him Mildred sent him. That she never wanted him. Never will want him. Tell him that, Father. Tell him Mildred says it.
I will tell him. I will tell him you are sorry for what you did to him.
What? What did you say?
I will tell him you are sorry for what you did to him. And ask his forgiveness.
No, that isn't true. Oh, yes. Yes, it is. He was so good to me, brushing my hair like he used to, making me feel like a lady when I was nothing but dirt under his feet. Nothing. Oh, Pillar, I'm sick and I'm scared. You were so good to me. The only one that ever was. Why did I let you go?
You have just heard Miss Betty Davis and Mr. Ronald Coleman with Hans Conried in Of Human Bondage, as dramatized for radio by Art Oboler. The original score was written and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. While the two-way shortwave radio circuit is being set up between Hollywood and Iceland, a thought about one of your problems. Do you know how important the distributor in your car is to efficient engine performance and economy? It's very important, because it distributes high-voltage electrical current to the spark plugs at the proper instant. In a six-cylinder automobile engine running at 35 miles an hour, the spark must occur every 1/80th of a second. Imagine, about 5,000 times every minute. No matter how strong the electrical impulse may be or how perfect the wiring, an efficient spark can only arrive at the spark plug through a healthy distributor. During these war days, when your car must last longer than ever before, the life of the distributor should be safeguarded by giving it greater care. Drive into any one of the thousands of Autolite service stations, your local car dealer or serviceman. Have the electrical lifeline in your car checked. This will include the distributor. If any of the parts are worn or out of adjustment, replace them if necessary with original factory parts, Autolite parts. They will help keep your engine operating at top efficiency and economy. Remember, the name Autolite means precision manufacturing.
Well, Mr. Coleman, we'll be ready on your call to Iceland in just a minute.
Thank you. That just gives me time to say this to you, ladies and gentlemen. We have a problem. Hundreds of letters have come to me from relatives of men overseas, asking me if I would arrange our shortwave conversation this week or next so that we could talk to their own sons, husbands, and brothers. Well, we'd like nothing better than to be able to grant all these sincere requests and make these dreams come true. But unfortunately, the regulations of the War Department make that impossible. The men on the fighting fronts to whom we speak are chosen by the military authorities. We know of their identity only a matter of hours before broadcast time. Of course, from week to week, it may happen that someone close to you will appear in this program, but as with so many things in life, that's a matter of happy chance. Now, one more thought. To you who long so much for the voice of someone you love, think of the great happiness that comes to the families of the boys who do speak on this program. Then I'm sure you'll be happy with them and for them. You might think of the boys, too, as if they were your own. They are, in a way, aren't they? Yours and mine. And now, engineer, how's the call coming?
Reykjavik, Iceland is standing by, Mr. Coleman.
All right.
Hollywood to Reykjavik. I've never done that before.
You're always wonderful in the new role, Betty. You put on these earphones, grab a fur coat, and let's join the boys up at Reykjavik on the Flaxafloy.
What's the Flaxafloy, Ronnie?
What?
Ben would send her his love.
Oh, I'm sure of that.
Well, just so she'll get the message, you deliver it. Go ahead.
All right. From Ben to Charlotte, I love you.
Ronnie, you're giving that sergeant an awful lot to live up to. But what are the other messages?
Well, there's one from his newest nephew, James. He's only 5 months old, so you haven't seen him yet, Ben. But your mother quotes him as saying, "Dada glub," which literally translated means, "I'm very proud of my Uncle Benny."
In Icelandic, Ben.
And your father says he hopes you're keeping up with your music.
That's right. They were all proud when they saw your photo in Life magazine a few weeks ago. You were leading carolers on Christmas Eve.
That was just after you'd gotten through with the services for those of Jewish faith.
Betty, do you know what his mother says Ben misses most of all?
Well, he comes from Milwaukee, so I'd say it's beer.
No, it's trees.
Trees?
Yes, they don't have many trees in Iceland. I think we ought to do something about that, Betty.
For instance?
Well, can you make the sound of a tree?
That's one role I've never tried.
Well, how about a little help from the sound department?
All right. Da, 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 da.
You hear that, Ben? Well, we've just brought you a charming maple tree on the Kinnickinnick River.
That's as bad as flax, Floyd. By the way, what is that?
Betty, there's another young man waiting for a message.
Oh, yes, Private Jimmy Jones.
We understand, Jimmy, that your regimental commander calls you the ideal soldier for contributing to Icelandic friendly relations.
Oh, really? I would like to talk to this young man. I've known a few friendly Joneses myself.
Well, he's quite a fellow, Betty. Jimmy, we heard about your risking your own life to rescue a child from the path of an automobile. Just to make you feel at home, we've brought you something from your hometown of Pittsburgh.
Yes, Jimmy Jones, from Hollywood to Iceland to Pittsburgh. Listen.
There you are. How's that, Jimmy?
Now, Ronnie, before we go any further, I want something done about my request.
Oh, yes, I know. About Flaxseed, Floyd. Well, Frank Martin, do you know?
Why, yes, it's a bay, of course. Reykjavik is on the Bay of Flaxafloy.
Of course, Betty.
Oh, is that all? You know, boys, I'm ashamed to admit it, but I really thought...
Time's up, Miss Davis.
Maybe it's just as well.
Just as well. Good night, Sergeant Cohen and Private Jones. Good luck and God bless.
Good night, boys.
Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, those boys so far from home bring to mind a young lad who might have been from your town before he enlisted. He married his high school sweetheart. A year later, he went overseas. It was rather like the end of the world for both of them, especially because he wouldn't be around for their baby's arrival. He saw plenty of action, but one thing that worried him was that the mail was not getting through regularly, and the lad began to worry. The baby, perhaps his wife, was sick. So he went to the Red Cross field director. A cable was dispatched to a Red Cross chapter back home. Not long after, these reassuring words arrived. Son born last week, wife writing regularly, both are well. Now, the Red Cross needs your help now to carry on this and many other services here and overseas. The Red Cross is your hand and your heart.
Next week, Autolite cordially invites you to another program of Everything for the Boys, your new global half hour uniting the home front and the fighting front. Your host, Ronald Coleman, in a dual role, will have as his guest Miss Ann Baxter in our Tobalist dramatization of the very amusing comedy, The Ghost Goes West, dedicated to a pair of our fighting men who will speak directly from their distant base in Chongqing, China.
Our thanks to Betty Davis for being with us tonight. Until next week, when Ann Baxter is our guest, this is Ronald Coleman saying good night to you and the boys, and God be with you.
Betty Davis, whose latest film is Old Acquaintance, appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers Pictures. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players and Somerset Moms' hilarious comedy about a shipwreck, a courtship, and an extra wedding. Too Many Husbands. It stars Bob Hope as husband number 1, Frank Sinatra as husband number 2, and Lucille Ball as the long-suffering wife. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players and Too Many Husbands. A year ago, Bill Cardew took a solo cruise in a ramshackle boat and disappeared from the face of the earth. His widow, Vicky, married Henry Lowndes, Bill's partner in the candy manufacturing business. This evening, Vicky picked Henry up at the office, and they are just returning home after dinner and a show. Peter, the butler, meets them at the door.
Good evening, madam. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Peter.
Hiya, Pete. Got a fire going for us?
Yes, sir.
Attaboy. Now you can trot along and throw yourself into the hay.
Very good, sir.
Say, you still reading that mystery, the case of the marinated corpse?
I completed it this evening, sir.
You did, huh? Who knocked off the victim?
The butler, sir.
Oh, well, I'll come up later, Pete, and lock you in.
Very good, sir. Oh, I beg your pardon, madam.
Yes, Peter?
I neglected to mention that a gentleman called while you were gone and left this message. I took it down verbatim.
Oh, you're getting sloppy, Pete. Next time, take it down word for word.
Very good, sir.
Thank you, Peter. That will be all. Now, what gentleman could be calling me?
Oh, you must have met one once. Read the message.
Just got in on a tramp steamer. Will be there as soon as the Department of Health scrapes off my barnacles. Bill. Now, who could that be? Bill! No, it can't be. He's dead.
Of course he's dead. It must be a joke.
Oh, Henry, it can't be a joke. He must have been rescued somehow.
Well, so what? Who cares?
Don't you realize that he thinks I'm still his wife, not your wife?
That's peachy. Looks like you started getting married and forgot to say when.
Oh, you'll have to break the news to him, Henry.
Pardon me, madam, but the gentleman who called is here. He says...
One side, Jeeves. Vicky, come to Papa.
Oh.
Well, kiss me, baby. Now another one. One of those was in the script.
Oh, Bill, are you really alive?
Still some doubt about it. Okay, let's take it again. Another one, huh? Shame it's only a half-hour show. Cuddle up close, Vicky. Ah, that's wonderful. Let's just stay like this until Take It or Leave It comes on the air.
Oh, but that's next Sunday, Bill.
Well, what's a good Saturday show? If there's an echo in here, it's got an awfully sore throat.
That's Henry, Bill. Say hello to Henry.
Hiya, Henry. Say, keep cuddling, kid. Gosh, it's good to be back.
Oh, Bill, I still can't believe it. How did you get back? What happened?
Oh, really nothing to it. My boat just sank in the middle of the ocean. I wise-mulered to the desert island. Yes, I just wise-muled right through there. That was me, and for almost a year, all I ate was fish. Nothing but fish.
Did you have a man Friday?
No, on Friday, more fish.
Poor Bill.
Oh, I'm not in such bad shape. Look at these muscles. Know how I got them?
How?
Well, the only thing left to my boat was 10-foot of chain and the anchor. I used it for a yo-yo. You want to look at my muscles, Henry?
No, thanks. The doctor told me to avoid excitement.
I see. Incidentally, Hank, old man. Hank, old man. Yes? Isn't it a little past your bedtime? Your Ovaltine must be boiling by now.
Oh, I don't know. I guess I could manage to stay up a little while longer.
Oh, don't force anything, kid.
Hello, Bill, tell us some more about your experiences. Your message said that you got picked up by a steamer, tramp.
That's tramp steamer, and cut it out. Well, see you tomorrow, huh, Hank? Come on, Vicky, honey.
Bill, I think Henry has something to tell you.
More? This kid's getting to be quite a chatterbox. Okay. Okay, son, tell me, but remember, we're on the air.
Hardly know where to begin.
Well, I'll bet it's something about business, huh?
Oh, sure, that's it. Remember our best-selling candy?
You bet. The All-Day Delight?
That's right, the sucker that improves your pucker. And do you remember Peanut Rapture, the bar with glamour and every goober?
Yeah.
Well, well, sir, there used to be 11.5 peanuts in every bar, and I've cut it down to 10.5.
No.
Yes. And I've got the slogan, watch for the day, the 7th of May.
Oh, great work, Hank, and good night.
Bill, Henry has something really important to tell you, and he'd better tell you now.
And it better be important. Come on, let's hear about it.
Well, I'm married, Bill.
No fooling. Who's the screwy bride? No, wait, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Let me guess. Myrtle?
No, you see...
Agnes, Bertha, Carolyn, Daisy, Elma, Frances, Gracie, Hildegard, Imogene?
Was Henry acquainted with all those girls?
Are you kidding? Dorothy Dix used to write to him.
Now, wait a minute.
I can't get over it, Hank. Gosh, some of these days you might even become a father.
So, that's the kind of a man I married, a wolf.
Yeah, he's the biggest... What? Who married?
Bill, old man, I've got something important to tell you.
Oh, so that's it. You've been hanging around here like a salami in a delicatessen because you live here, huh? You're her husband.
Well, I'm the nice one.
I can't believe this, Vicky. Did you really marry him, or did you just miss a question on truth or consequences?
Oh, but I thought you were dead, Bill, and I was lonely.
Lonely? Why didn't you join the Elks or something?
Can't you understand? I loved you so much that when they told me you were dead, I went all to pieces and married Henry.
Thanks for the fanfare, kid.
Well, I didn't mean it that way, Henry. You've been wonderful to me.
Oh, I understand, Vicky. I'm out of your life, forgotten. You found happiness, and I'm just a gopher in the garden of love. All right, I'll go.
Oh, please, Bill. We don't feel that way about you at all, do we, Henry?
Oh, I don't know now. I think he's got hold of something there.
Well, you've got one too many husbands. You'll just have to trade one of us in to Madman Muntz. Make up your mind, Vicky.
Not now, Bill. We're tired and upset. Let's get a good night's sleep and face the problem in the morning. Henry, you will sleep in the guest room with Bill. Good night, my men.
And this is what I dreamed about on that desert island.
Come on, lover boy.
So this is the guest room. My.
Well, what's wrong with it?
Well, it's gotten frillier since I was here. Used to be a room where a man could undress without feeling ashamed. How about a pair of pajamas? Any of mine left around here?
Nope. I gave all your stuff to a tramp.
And on you it looks good. Where do I sleep?
There's the bed.
You mean we've got to sleep in the same bed?
Aren't these tears in my eyes telling you?
I'm the guy who's got trouble. Last time I slept with you, I woke up black and blue.
That's the night I dreamed I was taking chances on the punch board, remember?
Yeah, this is quite a bed. No wonder you're so puny, Henry. You haven't been eating your grape nuts.
Well, how do you know?
You sneaked them upstairs and put them in this mattress.
Why don't you stop beefing? Was there a nice, comfortable bed on that desert island?
Well, no, nothing but palm trees.
Okay, so there's a chestnut tree in the yard. Go out and hang on your tail. Who is it, a friend or another husband?
Come in.
I thought I'd see if you boys were all right.
Oh, I can't complain. Of course, I could use a pair of pajamas. The water on my knee has just turned into a popsicle.
Oh, poor Bill. Where are your pajamas, Henry?
I won't tell.
Now, I know they're in the second drawer. Go on, get a pair for Bill.
Oh, all right. But they'll be much too big for you, wise guy.
You get it. Vicky, this is the first chance I've had to tell you how wonderful I am. I mean, how wonderful you are. Look, forget about Henry. You'll have to forget about one of us anyhow. I hear they're going to start rationing husbands.
Hey, what are you whispering about?
We weren't whispering.
No, I was just showing her where a barracuda bit me.
You mean where he bit your back?
Well, a fellow's got to eat.
Please, Bill, I don't want my husbands to quarrel. Give him the pajamas, Henry.
Here, take them.
Well, good night, boys. I just wanted to be sure you were all right.
Hey, wait a minute. I don't feel very good.
No? What's the matter?
Oh, deadly tropical fever. I've got it all through my body.
Couldn't think of a better place for it.
Put your hand on my head, Vicky.
All right. Why, it's not at all hot, Bill.
It will be. Just keep your hand there.
Hey, you know, I don't feel so good myself.
You don't? Stick out your tongue, dear.
Oh, that's no fun. You held his head.
You know, I don't believe either of you are a bit sick. Now go to sleep and we'll settle everything in the morning. Good night, boys.
The second act of the Lady Esther Screen Guild play will follow in a moment. Now, a word from Lady Esther.
Once each year, you wake up in the morning and it's your birthday. A special day to be celebrated just for you. But did you ever stop to think that your skin has a birthday every day? Skin specialists will tell you that every day your skin gradually sheds part of its outside layer, and down underneath a new, fresh skin is born. Isn't that remarkable? Your skin is always trying to make itself lovelier. But it needs your help because it has an insidious enemy, a stubborn film caused by natural oils mixed with cosmetics and dirt. You can't see or feel the stubborn film, and ordinary cleansing methods fail to remove it. You think your skin is clean when it isn't. But there is a safe, sure way to get rid of that stubborn film, and here it is. Smooth on my unique Lady Esther four-purpose face cream and wipe it off. Immediately, and this is so important, apply Lady Esther cream again and wipe it off. This second cleansing with Lady Esther gets rid of that stubborn film. Now your skin is really clean, and instantly you see the difference, the clearer, fresher, younger look, the new softness and smoothness. Give your skin this wonderful chance to grow lovelier every day. Remove that stubborn film every night, my safe, sure Lady Esther way.
And now, Lady Esther presents the second act of Too Many Husbands, starring Lucille Ball, Bob Hope, and Frank Sinatra. It is now the following morning. Bill and Vicky are at the breakfast table. Henry has not yet appeared.
Coffee, dear?
Thanks. Fine thing. My first night home, and I sleep in the guest room.
How many lumps?
About 8. Where'd you get that mattress, anyway?
I wonder what's keeping Henry.
Well, he's pretty tired. He stayed up all night to watch me.
Really? What for?
I walk in his sleep. Pass me some more of that puffed rice, huh?
Oh, good morning. How did you sleep, Angel?
Great lover.
I'm talking to Vicky, Icky.
Peter, you may bring in Mr. Lowndes' breakfast now.
Yes, madam. Good morning, Mr. Lowndes. Here are your eggs, sir. Shall I serve them?
You look silly hatching him.
I think he can do it. You know that, don't you? Are you sure 6 eggs would be enough, old man? We can always put a couple of more chickens on the swing shift.
Why don't you lay off? Why can't you let a guy enjoy a quiet breakfast with his wife?
Don't forget that she's my wife, too.
Why, Peter.
I'm frightfully sorry, ma'am. I guess I'm a bit old-fashioned.
Oh, you mean what Mr. Cardew just said?
Yes, madam. The arrangement does sound rather, sophisticated.
Well, it really isn't, Peter. You see, Mr. Cardew is my first husband.
Oh.
Yeah, he was supposed to have been drowned at sea, but wasn't, unfortunately.
No, no, I wasn't. You see, I had 2 months to go on my Pepsodent contract, and the Lever brothers swam out and saved me.
Really?
You see, Peter, this is a very involved problem, and I'm afraid it's only the beginning.
Oh, madam, not a third one.
No, I haven't thought of that, but I can see how it could be habit-forming.
Well, I once knew a young woman who collected seashells, and it got a dreadful grip on her.
Well, tell us more, Peter.
Pull yourself together, Pete. The whole thing will be settled by tomorrow.
I hope so, sir. Either one of you gentlemen goes or I go.
Oh, stop acting like an old maid.
It's not that, sir. I simply won't shine 4 shoes every morning.
Everybody's got a union, isn't that
I
all?
wait your...
Thank you.
There, you see?
Thank you, Peter.
Even Peter is shocked. Even Peter is shocked because I have one husband too many, and we've got to do something about it.
You're right, Vicky. I'll kill Henry this afternoon.
Darling, you've got to choose between us, and I'll help Bill pack.
Oh, I didn't sleep a wink last night. I just tossed in bed thinking and thinking and thinking. And finally I decided that...
Yes?
That I couldn't make up my mind.
Oh.
But the time has come. I must make a decision now.
Good. Good, and I hope the loser will have the decency to join the... I said good, and I hope the loser will have the decency to join the Foreign Legion. Tell me, Bill, if you lose, will you join the Foreign Legion?
Will I do what?
Will you join the Foreign Legion?
Well, I'll meet you halfway. I'll go down to the library and read Beau Jest. Stout fellow, aren't you? It's just the way this suit fits. Stop that.
Now, just sit there, both of you, and don't say a word. Just let me look at you a little while.
Well, look at us, Vic.
Vicky, darling, while you're deciding, I only want you to remember that I came to you in your darkest hour and gave you all the love in my heart. And I only want you to remember that.
Honey.
And that our life together... And that our life together, if you choose me, will be as happy as it is in my power to make it. I thank you.
No, don't give him the Oscar yet. Wait a minute.
Oh, Henry.
Oh, what a speech. Isn't that nice? He did it up so well, didn't he? Hello, Vic.
Henry.
What, honey?
Henry, you're
what,
so
Hen?
sweet.
Oh, that's Hen, yes. That's you, Henry. Listen, Vicky, all I want you to... It's a grand line. I don't know why I ignore it like that. All I want you to remember, Vicky, is our first hour together in the tunnel of love at Coney Island. And you swam back. You were peachy.
Oh, dear, this is so difficult. If only one of you were good-looking or intelligent, it would be much easier.
My agent read this stuff. That's it.
Intelligent, eh? Say, William, old man.
Yes?
You don't happen to
Where'd
know
you go?
how to... Oh. You don't happen to know how to...
Yes, yes, Hen.
You don't happen to know how to spell pithecanthropus by any chance?
Can you say that on the radio? Fifth and Conthropus.
I'll repeat it for you.
Is that a California town? Fifth and Conthropus,
No,
yes.
Pithecanthropus.
I like the way you say it, too.
Yeah, Pithecanthropus. It is the missing
Awful
link.
time to get lower plate wobble, isn't it?
You know what it is,
Let's
don't
go.
you?
Bill just reached for his razor blade. But what is it? What is it? What's
it's
that?
the missing link between man and ape. How do you spell it?
Crosby.
Now, you see, Vicky? With me, big words are everyday conversation.
Yeah, well, with me, it's muscles. Can you jump over the breakfast table?
Huh?
You heard me. Can you jump over the breakfast table?
What for? I can wait till the butter comes around to me.
Yeah. Well, I say you can't. Not that it's anything to a man of my athletic prowess.
Well, if there were a reason for my jumping over the table, I could do it, too.
Watch this, you armchair athlete. Give me a little room, Vicky. Here I go. Remember me? I'm the one that jumped. We better get off the air before the sound man destroys himself. Who left that tall spoon in the coffee cup?
I don't believe you made it, old man.
Bill, darling, are you hurt?
Oh, my. Yes, I am. Hey.
What?
What's that on the floor right there?
Why, it's just some puffed rice, dear.
Thank goodness. I thought it was my teeth.
Playing games. Oh, this is hopeless. I can see right now I'll have to separate you two boys. That's the only way I'll ever come to a decision. It's like old times, isn't it, Bill?
Uh-huh.
Remember how we used to walk in this park together when I was married to you?
Yeah, this is what I get for going away and letting you fall into the clutches of a rat like Henry.
Oh, please, dear. You're talking about my husband.
What do you think I am, Uncle Remus? It was hard enough on that awful island a whole year just thinking about you, remembering the way you used to kiss me.
Put your arm around me, Bill.
One night I dreamed we were getting married all over again. You had the same ribbon in your hair. You wore the same leopard skin coat. I put my arms around you. I kissed you, and then I woke up.
Oh, poor Bill.
And the dream was so real, even after I woke up, I thought I was still kissing somebody in a leopard skin coat. I was, too. A leopard.
Put your arm around me again. Kiss me. Oh, Bill, I haven't felt this way since you drowned.
Will you quit calling me dead? I ain't dead. I'm just holding this expression till they pay off my life insurance.
Now I know, Bill. It's you I love.
Oh, hooray! Tonight we celebrate.
Oh, but one of us will have to be brave and tell Henry.
Well, let me know what he says.
Oh. Poor Henry.
Yeah, poor Henry. Well, at least he'll have the peanut bars. We'll give him the whole goober business. Just think, 20 million nuts to him. Just think.
Why, darling, what are you doing here at the office? Don't tell me you're taking an interest in the candy business.
Henry, there's something I must tell you.
Say, I'm sure glad you... I feel, Vicky. Now, what did you want to tell me?
Only that I love you, Henry.
That's the way to talk. Tonight we celebrate. Tonight we tell the whole world.
Yes, darling.
Wait till Bill hears this. Ow! He'll cut off his curly hair and weave himself a new mattress.
Oh, poor Bill.
Yeah. Poor Bill. Oh, thanks for the memory. Just a second. What are you doing here? All right, one at a time. What are you doing here?
I have a date with Vicky.
You have a date with her. That's a pretty good kid. Yes, sir. That's pretty good there, boy.
I hope so. Oh, I get it. She hasn't told you yet, huh?
Told me what?
Well, Bill, Vicky decided this afternoon, and we're going to get married. And you can either divorce her or die again, but this time you've got to do a better job.
Look, am I crazy? Henry, this afternoon, Vicky promised to marry me.
Holy smoke, you too?
Don't you see? She handed us both the same routine.
Well, how do you like that? I'll be a...
You always have been, old boy. Now, look. What do we do now?
She isn't worthy of either of us, Bill.
You're right, Henry.
After all, she's only a woman, isn't she?
That's all.
Why, there must be a million others just as attractive.
Sure.
100 million.
You bet.
What's she got that any other woman hasn't got?
Nothing.
Not a thing.
That was fun. What do we play now?
Bill, old man, we've got to stick together.
Yes, sir. You're right, pal. What do you say she doesn't get either of us?
It's a deal, Pod. When she comes in, we walk out. Together.
Shake. I always wanted to see the Sahara Desert. Now I'll see it with you.
Remember now, solid front, pal.
You said it, pal. Hello, Vicky.
Why, Bill. Oh, and Henry. Both of you.
Yes, Vicky. Henry and I have talked things over. You've toyed with us, Vicky, like an octopus toys with a... what does an octopus toy with?
Another octopus.
Yeah. You know, he studied, hasn't he?
But I didn't mean to toy with you. It's just that it's been so hard to choose.
Well, we've made the choice for you, darling. Henry and I are going to the Sahara.
Goodbye, Vicky.
Wait, you can't do this. Please, I'll decide.
This way to the Greyhound. This way here.
Goodbye, Vicky.
No, come back. Come back. Please come back.
Well, get a good night's sleep, Bill. We're taking a long trip tomorrow. See you in the morning.
Good night, Henry. Well, why not?
Bill.
Vicky, I had to come back. I had to see... Uh-oh.
Hello, Bill. I guess I beat you back from the Sahara Desert, huh?
Well, hold your hats, folks. Here we go again.
Thank you, Frank Sinatra, Bob Hope, and Lucille Ball for your delightful performances in tonight's play.
I have the boys' permission to speak for them, Mr. Bradley, in saying that we consider our yearly appearance on this program as one of the really enjoyable privileges of belonging to our profession. We are all familiar with the fine work being done by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its Country House, and we know that work is supported largely by this program. And now, before we tell you about next week's show, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Ball. Did you ever notice how much better you feel when you wear something that's just right for you? A hat that just suits the shape of your face? A dress that flatters you because it's just the right color? Your mirror says you look wonderful, so you feel wonderful. Well, so many women write and tell me they get that same wonderful feeling the moment they use my Bridal Pink face powder. Lady Esther Bridal Pink is such a romantic springtime shade. But the most amazing thing about it is its subtle and elusive quality of flattery, a mysterious quality that makes it right for 4 basic types of skin. No matter what the color of your hair, you'll see the exciting difference Bridal Pink makes to your own skin. If you're a blonde, Bridal Pink will dramatize your blondness, make your skin look softer, more alluring. If you're a brunette, Bridal Pink will intensify the contrast, make you look more romantic. If you're a brunette, Bridal Pink will lift up your whole appearance. And if you're a redhead, Bridal Pink will wake up your skin, give it the life and warmth that needs to go with your hair. The moment you see my Lady Esther Bridal Pink, you'll be anxious to try it. And when you do, you'll see how much extra flattery it brings to your skin.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players will present one of the funniest pictures of the year, Stork Bites Man. It will star Jackie Cooper, Anita Louise, and Gus Schilling. Be sure to listen. Too Many Husbands was produced and directed by Bill Lawrence and was presented through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures, producers of The Guilt of Janet Ames, starring Rosalind Russell and Melvin Douglas. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Lucille Ball appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Sea of Grass, starring Spencer Tracy, Katharine Hepburn, and Robert Walker. Bob Hope appeared through the courtesy of Pepsodent and is currently being seen in the Paramount picture My Favorite Brunette. Frank Sinatra appeared through the courtesy of Old Gold Cigarettes and can currently be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn musical It Happened in Brooklyn, also starring Katherine Grayson, Peter Lawford, and Jimmy Durante. You save enough on the largest size jar of Lady Esther face cream to buy a box of Lady Esther face powder. So remember, ask for the largest size. Tonight's Lady Esther Screen Guild show is being heard by our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide shortwave and network facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next week, part of the country goes on daylight saving time. If your city remains on standard time, the Lady Esther Screen Guild show will be heard 1 hour earlier. Check your local newspaper for time. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther. Thank you, and good night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Betty Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price in The Letter. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Some stars are born to fame. Others have fame thrust upon them. Then there's a third kind, like Betty Davis. All the honors in Hollywood have come to her at one time or another. Those who judge stars by box office value place her among the leaders. Those who judge by purely artistic standards accord her the same position. She's won the Academy Award twice, and yet I doubt whether Betty has ever been completely satisfied with one of her performances. Like most great artists, she always found some detail that might be improved, but neither the box office nor the critic judge as harshly as her own instinct. Tonight, we present Betty Davis in The Letter by Somerset Maugham. She gave one of her finest performances in the Warner Brothers picture, and that was only fitting, because it was in another Maugham story called Of Human Bondage that Betty really came of age as an actress. The Letter packs the drama of a lifetime into a few weeks of love and violence and death. It's a great play for a great actress. But you'll hear more than one star performance, because Herbert Marshall will play opposite Betty in the same part he had in the picture. And our third star is Vincent Price, who makes his first appearance here tonight. When I was first connected with the theater, the audience which enjoyed a production like this was limited to the few hundred people who could crowd into a Broadway playhouse. You can picture the riot there'd be if tonight's stars were appearing on Broadway for one night only. But today, Lux Flakes has made it possible for 30 or 35 million people to hear the play at the same time, and every one of you has the best seat in the house. The soldier in New Guinea is in the third row center, right beside the banker who is listening from his Park Avenue apartment. And Lux Flakes is at work in both places, in millions of American homes and abroad, where a steel helmet may do double duty as a wash tub. Here's the curtain now for the first act of The Letter, starring Betty Davis as Leslie, Herbert Marshall as Robert Crosby, and Vincent Price as Howard Joyce. All of this happened a few years ago on the Malay Peninsula, in the days before the war. Just north of Singapore lay the great rubber plantations, kingdoms of commerce, built by natives and white men. On this particular night, in the main bungalow of one of these plantations, a light burns dimly through a shaded window. The night is hot and humid, the soft breeze heavy with the scent of flowers. A clouded moon hangs low in the sky, filtering slowly through the trees, making patterns of shimmering silver on the ground. There is deep silence. Suddenly, the door of the bungalow is flung open.
Missy, I hear a gunfire. Missy Crosby, I hear. That man, that is Mr. Hammond. Is he dead?
I think him dead. You see him, Missy Crosby?
Do you know where the new district officer lives?
Yes, Missy.
Send someone for him at once. Say there's been an accident and Mr. Hammond's dead.
Yes, Missy.
And get word to my husband. He's out somewhere on the number 4 plantation.
Yes, Missy, I try.
Leslie, where are you? Leslie, I'm here.
Mr. Crosby?
Yeah?
I'm John Withers, the new district officer.
Where's Mrs. Crosby?
She locked herself in her room. She wouldn't see me until you came.
Huh? Excuse me. Leslie, let me in. Leslie, darling, it's Robert. Leslie, what happened?
Didn't they tell you?
They said Hammond was killed.
Is he still out there?
I had your head boy remove the body to a shed.
Leslie, what happened? Tell me.
He tried to make love to me, and I shot him.
Leslie.
Oh, Robert, I'm so glad
There,
you come.
darling, there.
Hold me tight. I'm so frightened.
There's nothing to be frightened about. It'll be all right. Oh, there, now, that's better.
I'll try not to do that again. Mr. Withers, I hope you'll understand. I didn't want to see anyone until my husband came.
Yes, of course, I understand, Mrs. Crosby.
Oh, Howard, come in.
I got your message in Singapore.
Howard, how nice of you to come.
Naturally, I want to be here if I can help.
Oh, you will help me. Us.
In every way I can, as your lawyer and your friend.
You're a dear.
Mr. Withers, this is Mr. Howard Joyce, my attorney.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How's Dorothy, Howard?
Oh, she's very well and anxious to see you.
Has her sister arrived from England?
Adele? Oh, yes. She came last week.
Oh.
Oh, here now. Here now. Leslie, you better be rested.
Oh, I do feel dreadfully faint.
Come and lie down, darling. I'll get you a drink.
I'm sorry to be so tired.
Nonsense. You're being very brave.
How long have you been here, Mr. Withers?
About an hour. One of the Crosby houseboys came to fetch me.
Was Hammond dead?
Oh, yes. He was just riddled with bullets.
What?
Well, here's the revolver. All 6 chambers are empty.
Here, you two. You better have a drink yourselves.
Thanks, but I'm afraid I shouldn't. I'm on duty of a sort, you know.
Well, I'll have one, Bob. You feeling any better, Leslie?
Much better, thank you.
Mrs. Crosby, I'm afraid it's my duty to ask you some questions.
I think I can wait, Mr. Withers, until my wife...
Oh, it's all right, Robert, really. I feel perfectly well now.
Then suppose you tell us, Leslie, in your own words, exactly what happened.
I'll try.
And take your time, Mrs. Crosby. Remember, we're all friends here.
You've been so patient. Well, as you know, Robert was spending the night at number 4 plantation. Oh, I never mind being alone. A planter's wife gets used to that.
Oh,
I had dinner rather late, and I started working on my lace. Oh, I don't know how long I'd been working, when suddenly I heard footsteps outside, and someone came up on the veranda and said, "Good evening, can I come in?" I was startled because I hadn't heard a car drive up. "Who is it?" I asked. "Jeff Hammond." "Oh, of course," I said. "Come in and have a drink."
Were you surprised to see him?
Well, I was, rather. He hadn't been in the house for ages, had he, Robert?
3 months at least.
I told him Robert was over at the number 4 plantation getting out a shipment or something. Wasn't that it, darling?
What did he say to that?
He said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I felt rather lonely tonight, so I thought I'd just come over and see how you were getting on." Well, I put on my spectacles again and went on with my work. We chatted about one thing and another. He asked me if Robert had heard that a tiger had been seen on the road 2 or 3 days ago. He said he thought he'd try to get it over the weekend.
Oh, yes, I know about that. Don't you remember I spoke to you about it yesterday?
Did you? Oh, yes, I believe you did. Well, we went on chatting until... Well, suddenly he said something rather silly.
What?
It's hardly worth repeating. He paid me a little compliment.
I think perhaps you'd better tell us exactly what he said, Leslie.
He said, "You've got very pretty eyes. It's too bad to hide them under those ugly spectacles."
Has he ever said anything of the sort to you before?
Oh, no, never, and I thought it impertinent.
I don't wonder.
Did you answer him?
I said I didn't care a row of beans what he thought about me, but he only laughed and said, "I'm going to tell you all the same. I think you're the prettiest thing I've ever seen."
Leslie.
Let her finish, Bob.
Well, in that case, I said, "I can only think you half-witted." He laughed again and moved his chair up closer.
But, Mrs. Crosby, I wonder you didn't throw him out there and then.
Well, I didn't want to make a fuss. I think a woman only makes a perfect fool of herself if she makes a scene every time a man pays her a compliment.
When did you first suspect that Hammond was serious?
The next thing he said. He looked at me straight in the face, and he said, "Don't you know that I'm awfully in love with you?"
Swine.
Were you surprised?
Of course I was surprised. Why, we've known him for 7 years, Robert, and he's never paid me the smallest attention. Why, I didn't suppose he even knew what color my eyes were.
We haven't seen very much of him the last few years.
Yes. Go on, Leslie.
Well, he helped himself to another whiskey and soda. I began to wonder if he'd been drinking before. I wouldn't drink any more if I were you, I said. He emptied his glass and asked me in a funny, abrupt way, "You think I'm talking to you like this because I'm drunk?" I said, "That's the most obvious explanation, isn't it?" Oh, it's awful having to tell you all this. I'm so ashamed.
I wish there was some way we could spare you, Mrs. Crosby.
Leslie, it's for your own good that we know the facts, all you can remember of them.
Very well. I'll tell you the rest. I got up from my chair. I was standing in front of the table about here. He rose and stood in front of me. "Good night," I said. But he just looked at me, and his eyes were all funny. "I'm not going," he said. Well, then I began to lose my temper. "You poor fool. Don't you know I've never loved anyone but Robert? And even if I didn't love Robert, you're the last man I should care for." He answered, "Robert's away." Well, that was the last straw. Oh, I wasn't frightened, just angry. "If you don't go away this minute," I told him, "I'll call the boys and have you thrown out." I walked past him to call the boys, and he took hold of my arm and swung me back. Oh, I screamed as loud as I could. He flung his arms about me and began to kiss me. I struggled to tear myself away from him. Oh, he seemed like a madman. He kept talking and talking, saying he loved me. Oh, it's horrible. I can't go on.
I'm very sorry, Leslie, but we'll have to know the rest.
Well, he lifted me in his arms. I struggled to get free, but he was too strong. He started to carry me, and then he stumbled on those steps, and I got away from him. Suddenly, I remembered Robert's revolver in the drawer of that chest. He got up, but I reached it before he caught me. Oh, it was all instinctive. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't even know I'd fired. I heard a report and saw him lurch toward the door. I followed him out to the veranda. He staggered across the porch and fell down the steps. I don't remember anything more, just the reports, one after another, until there was a funny little click, and the revolver was empty. And suddenly I looked down and saw him lying there, lying in the moonlight. It was only then that I knew what I'd done.
My poor darling.
Mrs. Crosby, may I say I think you've behaved magnificently? I'm terribly sorry we had to put you to the ordeal of telling us all this.
Well, you were all very kind.
It's quite obvious the man only got what he deserved.
Withers, if you'll come with me, I'd like to see the body for a minute.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'll take you to the shed.
We'll only be a few minutes.
My poor child.
Oh, Robert, what have I done?
You've done what any woman would have done in your place. Only 9/10 of them wouldn't have had the courage.
And yet I'd give almost anything if I could bring him back to life. It's so horrible to think that I killed him.
Leslie, why, there isn't a man or a woman in the colony who won't be proud to know you.
Darling, we have been happy, haven't we?
You've been the best wife a man could have. I'm grateful for all the time we've been together.
Oh, Robert, don't say it that way. It sounds so in the past.
Oh, nonsense. We've got most of our lives ahead of us. Oh, if only there was something I could do to help you right now.
You can love me. That's all I need.
I've always loved you.
Yes, but now.
Leslie, darling, if I could love you any more, I would now.
Robert. You'll have to be very indulgent towards my cooking, gentlemen. I can't vouch for it.
Well, I can and will.
Funny. The head boy running off tonight.
Yeah, it is odd.
Well, he couldn't have done any better than this, my dear. It's delicious.
It certainly is.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I think we should start for Singapore as soon as we're finished.
Right away?
It's still dark, Howard.
It'll be 8 o'clock by the time we get there. We'll ring the Attorney General and find out when we can see him. I think that's the first thing to do, don't you, Withers?
Yes, I think that's the best thing to do.
Would I have to be arrested?
Well, you see, Mrs. Crosby, as a matter of fact,
I think you're by way of being under arrest now.
It's purely a matter of form, Mrs. Crosby.
Shall I be imprisoned?
Well, that's up to the Attorney General. But it's quite possible he'll be able to accept bail.
He's a very good fellow, and I'm sure he'll do everything he can.
How do you mean, be able to accept bail?
Well, my dear, it depends on what the charge is.
What do you mean by that?
I think it not unlikely that he'll say that only one charge is possible, and in that case, well, I'm afraid that an application for bail would be useless.
What charge?
Murder.
Leslie.
Oh, I'm quite all right. More coffee, dear?
No. As a matter of fact, if we're going to leave, I'd better put a few things together. I won't be long.
Let me do it, Robert.
No, don't bother, dear.
Oh, Leslie,
Yes?
there's just one question I'd like to ask you.
Yes, what is it, Howard?
Just before, when I was looking at Hammond's body,
Oh, yes?
it seemed to me that some of the shots must have been fired after he was lying on the ground.
I'm afraid it sounds very cold-blooded. But I was so terrified I didn't know what I was doing. Everything was confused and blurred.
Oh, well, there, Leslie, I shouldn't even have brought it up tonight. Put it out of your mind. Come in. Well, Ongchi?
Mr. Crosby to see you, sir.
Oh, ask him to come in.
Mr. Crosby.
Thanks.
Hello, Bob.
How is she? Have you seen her?
If I can be of any assistance, sir, I shall remain within call.
Not at the moment, Ong, thanks. Ong has been a great help on the case. He finds out everything. He's the perfect confidential clerk.
I tried to catch her at the house. I had to see you, Howard.
Needn't hesitate about coming to the office, Bob. You know you're always welcome.
How is everything?
Everything's fine. In fact, Leslie's much better than you. She hasn't turned a hair.
She's worth 10 of me. I don't mind confessing I'm all in. The first time we've been separated for more than a day since we were married.
Oh, you mustn't let yourself go to pieces, old man.
I've tried to work, but it's no good. The estate can go to blazes for all I care. I hate the house and every tree on the place.
But then why not stay in town with us? Dorothy's for it, and so am I.
Thanks, I think I will. I won't be so lonely.
Oh, you'd better get some sleep before you see Leslie. You don't want her to have to cheer you up.
She's a plucky woman. It's monstrous they should have to keep her in that filthy prison all this time.
They have no choice. Anyway, it's only a week now before the trial.
Well, the whole thing's a farce. Why subject her to the ordeal of a trial?
Because she admitted killing a man. A trial is inevitable.
She shot him as she would have shot a mad dog.
You don't have to convince me, Robert. You know, it's curious Hammond was able to keep his life so hidden. That gambling house he owned, and especially the Eurasian woman.
Will she be one of the witnesses?
And I shan't call her. I'll just produce evidence that Hammond was married to her.
He managed to keep that manager's secret, too. Oh, I know you're busy, Howard. I can't tell you how grateful I am.
Oh, nonsense. Now stop worrying. That's your lawyer's job.
All right, thanks, old man. I'll see you up at the house.
Yes?
Mr. Joyce.
Well, Long?
If you are not too busy, sir, may I trouble you for a few words in private conversation?
No trouble at all.
It has to do with the case of the Crown versus Crosby.
Yes?
A friend has brought me information, sir, that there is a letter from the defendant to the unfortunate victim of the tragedy.
Well, that's not surprising. In the course of 7 years, I have no doubt that Mrs. Crosby often had occasion to write to Mr. Hammond.
But the letter, sir, was written on the day of his death.
Well?
You will recall that Mrs. Crosby had stated that until the fatal night, she had had no communication with the deceased for several weeks. This letter indicates that her statement is not in every respect accurate.
Have you seen the letter?
I have with me a copy, sir. The original is in the possession of a woman who happens to be the widow of Mr. Hammond, deceased.
May I read it?
Oh, certainly, sir. Of course, as I said, this is but a copy. Can you understand it, sir?
Perfectly. Ong, it's inconceivable that Mrs. Crosby should have written such a letter.
May I suggest, sir, that it would be well to make sure, since my friend is of the opinion that the letter would be of some interest to the prosecutor.
I'm obliged to you, Ong. I'll give the matter my consideration.
Very good, sir. Do you wish me to communicate that to my friend?
It might be well if you kept in touch with him.
Yes, sir. It might be very well.
You may stay in the visiting room as long as you want, Mrs. Crosby. The warden's orders.
That's very nice of him. Thank you. Howard, how good of you to come. I wasn't expecting you today.
Good morning, Leslie. You're looking very well.
Thank you, Howard.
Well, the trial's only 5 days off now.
I know. Each morning when I awake, I say to myself, 1 day less. Just like I used to at school with the holidays coming.
Oh, Leslie.
Oh, don't feel sorry for me, Howard. The time has really passed quite quickly. I've read a great deal and worked on my lace. But I will confess something to you, Howard. I'm not looking forward to testifying in court.
Leslie, one of the things that it's impressed me is that each time you've told your story, you've told it in exactly the same words. You've never varied a hair's breadth.
And what does that suggest to your legal mind?
Well, it suggests either that you have an extraordinary memory
Or?
Or that you're telling the plain, unvarnished truth.
I'm afraid I have a very poor memory.
Leslie, I suppose I'm right in thinking that you had no communication with Hammond for several weeks before the catastrophe.
Oh, quite. I'm positive of that. Let's see. Well, the last time we met was at a tennis party at the McFarrans'. I don't think I said more than 2 words to him.
And you hadn't written to him?
Oh, no.
At one time, you'd been on fairly intimate terms with him. How did it happen that you stopped asking him to anything?
Well, we hadn't anything much in common. He was very popular, you know, and, well, there didn't seem to be any need to shower him with invitations.
Are you quite certain that was all?
Well, I may as well tell you. We heard about his wife. And once, just by chance, I actually saw her.
Oh, well, you never mentioned that. What was she like?
Horrible. Covered with gold chains and bangles and bracelets. And a face like a mask.
And it was after you knew about her that you stopped having anything to do with Hammond.
Yes.
Leslie, I think I should tell you that there is in existence a letter in your handwriting from you to Jeff Hammond.
Well, I've often sent him little notes to ask him something or other.
This letter asked him to come and see you because Robert was going to be away.
Oh, but that's impossible. I never did anything of the kind.
Here, you'd better read it for yourself.
This is not my handwriting.
I know that. It's said to be an exact copy of one written on the day of Hammond's death. Well, Leslie?
What does it mean?
That's for you to say, Leslie.
I didn't write it. I swear I didn't write
The
it.
original is in your handwriting. It would be useless to deny it.
But it could be a forgery.
It would be difficult to prove that, Leslie. It would be very easy to prove that it was genuine.
Well, it's not dated. It might have been written years ago. Oh, if you'll just give me a little time, I'll try to remember.
Leslie, the prosecution could cross-examine your houseboys. They would soon find out whether someone took a letter to Hammond on the day of his death.
I swear to you, I did not write this letter.
Very well. And there's nothing further to talk about. I'll be going.
Howard! Howard, wait a minute. I did write it. But you see, I was afraid to mention it. I thought none of you'd believe my story if I admitted that he'd come there at my invitation.
Go on.
You see, I was preparing a surprise for Robert's birthday. I knew he wanted a new gun, and, oh, I'm so dreadfully stupid about sporting things. I thought I'd talk to Jeff about it and get him to order it for me.
Perhaps you've forgotten what's in the letter. Will you have another look at it?
No, I don't want to.
Then let me read it to you. Robert will be away. I absolutely must see you. I'm desperate, and if you don't come, I won't answer for the consequences. Don't drive up to the door. Leslie, I'll have to talk to you very plainly. I told Robert today that I was certain of your acquittal. And I didn't say that just to cheer him up. I don't believe the jury would have retired at all. But this letter alters the case completely. I won't tell you what I personally thought when I read the letter. The duty of counsel is to defend his client and not to convict her, even in his own mind. I don't want you to tell me anything but what is needed to save your neck.
Oh.
They can prove Hammond came to your house at your urgent invitation. I don't know what else they can prove, Leslie, but if the jury comes to the conclusion that you didn't kill Hammond in self-defense...
I know that...
Leslie! Matron, quickly!
Yes, sir?
Call the nurse. Mrs. Crosby is ill.
While we wait for Betty Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price to return with Mr. DeMille for Act 2 of The Letter, do you remember this tune?
It's a song I've always liked. Remember? Night and day, you're the one. Only you beneath the moon and under the sun. Isn't that what every woman would like to hear? And she can hear it if she's the charming person she's meant to be. And don't think you must be a great beauty to be charming. Don't you know women who aren't beautiful or even pretty, yet their whole being draws you to them. They're warm and gay. Yes, aren't they always very dainty, flower fresh and immaculate? And isn't that the picture in your mind when I speak of Lux girls? They go together, Lux and daintiness. Yes, because these gentle Lux flakes make this appealing quality so very, very easy to have. We women are busy. Oh, yes, there's so much to do these days. But all the more reason to remember Lux. It's so quick. That dainty habit of dipping under things daily in Lux, a little thing seemingly, but a major part of charm. So let's never be too busy to use Lux Fake Flakes for undies each day. The ABC of charm is Lux. Then you're sure to hear from the one you want most to hear it from. Night and day, you are the one. Only you beneath the moon and under the sun.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of The Letter, starring Betty Davis as Leslie, Herbert Marshall as Robert Crosby, and Vincent Price as Howard Joyce. In that split fraction of a moment, before her mind slipped into blackness, Leslie Crosby realized that the letter she had written to Jeff Hammond was damning evidence. Evidence enough to hang her. Now, a few minutes later, in the first aid room of the prison hospital, she leans wearily back in a chair, her eyes half closed.
I'm afraid I've made rather a mess of things.
I'm sorry.
For Robert, not for me. You've distrusted me from the beginning, Howard.
That's neither here nor there, Leslie.
Who's got the letter now?
The Eurasian woman who was Hammond's wife.
Oh. Howard, are you going to let me be hanged?
What do you mean by that, Leslie?
You could get hold of the letter.
Do you think it's so easy to do away with unwelcome evidence?
But surely nothing would have been said to you if the owner wasn't prepared to sell it.
That's quite true. But I'm not prepared to buy it.
Oh, but it wouldn't be your money. Robert has saved some.
I wasn't thinking of the money. I don't know if you will understand this, Leslie, but I've always thought of myself as an honest man. You're asking me to do something which is no different from suborning a witness.
Do you mean to say that you can save me and you won't? What harm have I ever done you? You can't be so cruel.
I want to do my best for you, Leslie. But a lawyer has a duty to his profession and to himself. I can't do what you ask.
Oh, poor Robert. He doesn't deserve it. He's never hurt anyone in his life. He's so kind and simple and good. And he trusts me so. I mean everything to him, everything in the world. And this will ruin his life. Oh, I know what you're thinking. You despise me. You think he's well rid of me if they do hang me.
It isn't important what I feel about you. Do you understand? But I'm going to do what I can.
Oh, Howard.
Bob will want to know what the money's for.
Will it be a very large sum?
Well, I imagine this woman has a pretty shrewd idea of the letter's value.
You won't have to show Robert the letter, will you?
I'll do everything possible to prevent it. He'll be an important witness, and he should be as firmly convinced of your innocence as he is now.
And after the trial?
I'm going to try to save your life.
Oh, if Robert loses his trust in me, he loses everything.
It's strange that a man can live with a woman for 10 years and not know the first thing about her. You say your friend could be induced to part with the letter?
I believe so, sir. But my friend has not got the letter, sir. The woman has it. She did not know the value of it till my friend told her.
What value did he put on it?
$10,000, sir.
Only 10,000? Well, why not 50 or 100?
For the reason, sir, that Mr. Crosby has in the bank a savings account in the amount of only $10,450.
$10,000 is a good deal of money, Ong. Well, I'll speak to Mr. Crosby. Have the woman come to my office.
I was about to mention, sir. She made 2 conditions. She insists that the money shall be brought to her. I can take you to the house whenever you are ready.
What is the other condition?
That Mrs. Crosby shall bring it to her personally.
Why, you must be mad. Great heavens, man. Do you suppose Mrs. Crosby can just walk out of a prison cell whenever she feels like it?
My friend thinks you could arrange to have her stay at your house until the trial. I believe the judge will permit it if you are responsible for her, sir.
Very well. Ong, tell me something.
Yes, sir.
What are you getting out of this?
$2,000, sir, and the satisfaction of being of service to you and our client.
Sit down, Howard. I've taken the liberty of ordering for you.
Oh, thanks. You're looking more cheerful, Bob.
I feel better since this morning. I guess you finally convinced me we have nothing to worry about.
Well, as a matter of fact, Bob, something has come up. Oh, it's nothing very much, but I thought I'd better have a talk with you about it.
Yes?
Well, it seems Leslie wrote a letter to Hammond asking him to come to the bungalow on the night he was killed.
Why, that's impossible. You heard her say she'd had no communication with him for weeks before it happened.
Nevertheless, she did write the letter. She wanted his advice on something she was buying you for your birthday. Your birthday was about then, wasn't it?
Yes, it was the end of April.
In the excitement, she forgot the letter at the time and then later was afraid to say she'd made a mistake.
But that's not like Leslie. She isn't afraid of anything.
This was a pretty serious mistake, and she realized it.
Who has the letter?
Hammond's widow. She threatens to turn it over to the prosecution.
Well, what if she does? Leslie can explain it in court just as she explained it to you.
Yes, but don't you see, it might alter things a good deal in the minds of the jury if Hammond came to your home by invitation.
Well, what's to be done about it?
I think we must get hold of that letter. I want you to authorize me to buy it.
I'll do whatever you think is right. All right, buy the letter. I'll pay you back whatever it costs.
Good. Now put the matter out of your mind. Oh, by the way, Leslie will be at the house tonight. I've arranged to have her released pending trial.
Leslie, don't tell me that's the same lace I saw you working on at the McFerrins. How can you go so fast?
Well, I hadn't anything much else to do this past month.
What's it going to be? It's too fine for a tablecloth, surely.
It's a coverlet for our bed.
Oh, Dorothy, Leslie and I have some work to do this evening. Look here, Robert. Why don't you take the girls to a picture?
Well, it won't take all evening, will it, Howard?
Well, there's a lot to go over. No use you three hanging around. You'd much better see a good film.
Yes, go ahead, darling. It'll take your mind off tomorrow. I want you to.
All right, then. I'll bring the car around.
Come on, Adele. I can see the legal mind is anxious to get rid of us. Good night, Leslie.
Good night. Where do we have to go?
The Chinese Quarter. Some sort of shop, I believe.
I've always wanted to see the Chinese Quarter. I hear it's a bit creepy. Of course, I'd have chosen other circumstances for a visit.
Be flippant about your own crimes if you like, but don't be flippant about mine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Howard. I didn't mean to be flippant. Really, I didn't.
Maybe it's my own sense of guilt. I have an unpleasant feeling that I'll have to pay the piper for what I'm doing tonight. I'm jeopardizing my whole career, and I have to rely on your discretion.
Whatever else I am, I'm not ungrateful.
Please forget what I said. Leslie, when did you first start doing that lace work?
Oh, a few years ago.
How did you happen to take it up?
I wanted something to do, and it appealed to me.
But it must take enormous concentration and patience.
I find it soothing.
You mean it takes your mind off other things?
Is that a legal question?
You're not an ordinary client, Leslie.
You've been watching me, Howard. I felt it all evening. Trying to read my thoughts.
I'm trying to understand you.
Why? Because I'm so evil. That's it, isn't it?
Some time ago, I saw a volcano erupt. An island south of here, Guadi. It had been dormant for years. And then suddenly the crest blew off. It was terrifying and beautiful. Fire turned the sky and the sea crimson. And 3 villages melted into ashes. Well, it's time we were starting. Ong Chi will be waiting for us.
Come in, please, come in. This is the shop of my friend. If you will wait here, I shall return in just a moment.
And let's not be too long about it, Ong.
I will speak to the lady at once, sir.
They seem to have a little of everything to sell here.
Yes, most of these shops do.
That looks like good jade. And this dagger. See the workmanship on the ivory handle. Imagine all that on a knife.
He who kills with an unworthy tool commits 2 crimes, one against himself. Will you follow me, please? The lady will see you now.
Now, where is she? You said she'd be here.
She is coming, sir.
Well, what is she standing there for? Ask her if she has the letter.
Yes, sir. 那個風是係什麼風霜？
Gilgen nuyen twigamo.
How munque?
Gil twigamo.
Mrs. Crosby, I regret, but the veil that you wear over your head, Mrs. Hammond requests that you remove it.
Of course.
Gil kui hang lai nishi.
Mrs. Crosby, Mrs. Hammond has a further request. She wishes you to walk over to her.
Now, look here. Tell her this is enough.
Howard, it's all right. I don't mind.
Ne seng oi fangsun. Ne nung gim hega. Heyunga deha.
What does she say?
Mrs. Hammond say you may have the letter if you will pick it up at her feet.
Thank you.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
The prisoner will please rise and look upon the jury. Do you find the prisoner at the bar, Leslie Crosby, guilty or not guilty?
We find the defendant not guilty.
And from that day on, I made a solemn vow that I wouldn't make another cocktail until Leslie was acquitted. So if these aren't up to my usual high standards, remember, I'm out of practice.
Oh, Dorothy, darling, they're wonderful and never been better.
Robert Crosby, right now you wouldn't know what you were drinking.
I guess that's right. I can't taste or think or feel. All I can do is keep saying to myself over and over, Leslie's safe.
Darling. Well, ladies and gentlemen, anyone planning to bathe, shower, or sponge before dinner should be getting at it.
Well, a shower for me.
Oh, I've laid out some things for you, Leslie.
Thank you. Darling, I'm going to tidy myself up a bit.
No, don't go, Leslie.
I shan't be a minute.
Well, there's something I particularly want to talk to you about. And, Howard, I want to see you, too. I want your legal opinion.
Oh, you do? Well, what's up?
Well, I want to get Leslie away from here as quickly as possible.
Well, I think a bit of a holiday would do you both good.
No, I mean for good.
But how could we?
Well, you can't very well throw up your job.
Well, I've got something in view that's much better. It's in Sumatra. We'd be away from everybody, and the only people around us would be Dutch. We'd start a new life. The only thing is that you'll be awfully lonely, darling, at the start.
Oh, I wouldn't mind that. I'd like to go, Robert. I don't want to stay here.
That settles it, then. I'll go straight ahead and we can fix things up at once.
Is the money as good as here?
Well, I hope it'll be better. At all events, I'll be working for myself and not for a company in London.
What do you mean?
Why should I go on sweating my life out for other people? This plantation belongs to a Malacca Chinese planter who's in financial difficulties, and he's willing to let it go for $30,000 if he can get the money the day after tomorrow.
Well, how on earth are you going to raise $30,000, Bob?
Well, I've saved about 10, and the bank is willing to let me have the balance on mortgage.
Robert, darling, I shouldn't like you to take such a risk on my account. I'll be perfectly all right here. Really, I shall.
Nonsense, darling. You just said you wanted to go.
But I'm not sure it wouldn't be a mistake to run away. Everyone's been so kind, and they'll all help to make it easy for us. I do think the thing to do is to stick it out here.
Anyhow, Bob, it's not a thing you want to rush into. Let's wait and see.
Why should I wait? It's a good thing, and I don't want to lose it. Look, I've got all the papers in my briefcase. I'll go and get them, and you can see for yourself. And I have a couple of photographs of the bungalow to show Leslie.
I don't want to see them. Please, Robert.
Oh, now, come, darling. That's just nerves. That shows how necessary it is for you to get away.
But, Robert,
Leslie, darling, in this case, you must let me have my own way. I won't be a minute.
Howard, what are you going to do?
What can I do?
Oh, don't tell him now. I can't bear any more.
You heard what he said, Leslie. He wants the money at once to buy the estate. He can't. He hasn't got it.
Oh, give me a little time. I'll pay it back.
Leslie, I can't afford to let you have a sum like that. I've mortgaged everything I own. I was glad to advance it, but I...
Where is the letter?
I have it in my pocket.
Oh, it will break his heart. What shall I do?
I don't know, Leslie. If I tell him, he'll want to see the letter, of course.
Here we are.
But he's coming. It's up to you, Leslie.
Oh, tell him. Tell him and have done with it.
Mr. DeMille presents Betty Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price in the final act of The Letter in a moment. Right now, we have a special guest to tell you not about Lux Flakes, but about our boys who have been dishing it out to the Japs, and taking it, too. She's Lieutenant Leda Jelinek, an Army nurse stationed at Birmingham General Hospital at Van Nuys, California. I suppose you're quite busy these days, Lieutenant Jelinek.
Yes. Many of the casualties from our Pacific campaigns come back here. Boys who've been in tough battles. But they're on the road to recovery now. You know, about 97% of our wounded men live to tell the stories of their adventures.
That's certainly a high percentage.
Thanks to the quick treatment they get. Drugs administered right on the field give a man a fighting chance even before he gets to the hospital. And that's why I'm here tonight. I want to say thank you to you women of America for the used fats you saved. Fats that help make many of those medicines. Things like sulfa ointments, opiates, and tannic acid for burns. Your used kitchen fats are made into hundreds of military medicines we use every day. We need them desperately now, and will continue to need even more as we carry the attack to the enemy. So, please, keep right on saving used fats and turning them in. The medicines they make will help bring these boys back alive.
Thank you, Lieutenant Leda Jelinek. Yes, ladies, every drop of grease from your frying pan or broiler will help make more of those life-saving medicines. So put aside a tin can of any size or shape, never use glass, and pour in every drop of used fat. Don't throw out even a spoonful, no matter how burned or black or smelly it is. Just a tablespoonful a day will add up to 1 pound a month. And your butcher will give you 2 meat ration points for each pound, as well as 4 cents when you turn it in. Within 3 weeks, it will be ready to be made into life-saving drugs. Remember, your used kitchen fats may save a wounded man's life. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
After the play, we'll ask Betty Davis about a certain special hobby of hers. But now here's the curtain for the third act of The Letter, starring Betty Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price. Robert Crosby has returned to the room, his thoughts full of plans for the purchase of the new plantation. In silence, Leslie and Joyce watch Robert, who is brimming over with enthusiasm as he arranges the papers on his desk.
This is really a handsome estate. We'll be stealing it for $30,000.
Bob, I don't like to throw cold water on your plans, but hasn't it struck you that the costs of what we've been through will be pretty heavy?
Costs? Oh, yes, the legal expenses.
Oh, no, I'm not going to charge you anything for my own services. But there are certain out-of-pocket expenses.
Oh, that's awfully decent of you. I'm not sure I can accept that. But what do these other expenses amount to?
Well, the principal item is that letter of Leslie's I mentioned to you.
Oh, yes, I'd almost forgotten. You were going to...
I had to pay a great deal of money for it.
Well, if you thought it necessary, I'm not going to grouse. How much was it?
$10,000.
$10,000? Well, you must have been mad.
You may be quite sure, Bob, I wouldn't have given that if I could have got it for less.
But that's every cent I have in the world. Why didn't you let them bring the letter in and explain it to the jury?
I didn't dare.
Do you mean it was absolutely necessary to suppress it?
If you wanted Leslie acquitted.
But what was there in the letter?
I told you at the time.
It was very stupid of me, Robert.
I remember now. You wrote to Hammond to ask him to come to the bungalow.
Yes.
You wanted to, get something for me, didn't you?
Yes, I wanted to get you a gun. He knew all about that sort of thing, and you know how ignorant I am.
Buying that letter was a criminal offense, wasn't it?
Well, it's not the sort of thing a respectable lawyer does in the ordinary way of business.
It was a criminal offense.
Yes, it was. I might be disbarred for it.
Then why did you do it? You of all people. What were you trying to save me from? Leslie, you knew I was buying a gun from Cameron. Why did you want to make me a present of another?
Well, how should I know you were going to buy a gun?
Because I told you.
Well, I'd forgotten. I can't remember everything.
You hadn't forgotten that.
What do you mean, Robert? Why are you talking to me like this?
Who has the letter now?
I have.
Where is it?
Bob, it's not your letter or mine.
I've got to pay $10,000 for that letter. I'm going to see it.
Let him see it.
Thank you. Robert will be away. I absolutely must see you. What does this mean?
It means that I was in love with Jeff Hammond.
No, you couldn't.
We'd been in love for years.
It's not true.
I used to meet him constantly, once or twice a week. Every time we met, I hated myself for it. It was horrible. I loathed myself. I was like a person who was ill. Then came a time about a year ago when he began to change toward me. Oh, I didn't know what was the matter. I was frantic. I made scenes. I threw myself at his feet.
Leslie.
Then I heard about that native woman. Oh, I couldn't believe it. I wouldn't believe it. At last I saw her. I saw her walking in the village with those hideous spangles and that chalky face and her eyes like a cobra's eyes. I couldn't give him up. I sent for him. You've read the letter. Oh, we'd always been so careful about writing before, but this time I didn't care. I hadn't seen him for 10 days. He came and I told him I knew about his marriage. Oh, at first he denied it. I was frantic. I don't know what I said to him. I hated him because he'd made me despise myself. I insulted him. I cursed him. At last he turned on me. He told me he was sick and tired of me, that it was true about the other woman, that she was the only one who really meant anything to him. He said he was glad I knew, because now I'd leave him alone. I knew that if he went out that door, I'd never see him again. I hardly know what happened. I seized the revolver and fired. He gave a cry, and I saw it hit him. I ran after him, and I fired and fired and fired until there were no more cartridges. That's what happened. And I have no excuse for myself. I don't deserve to live.
How could you do this? How could you? I'm sorry. I shouldn't let myself go. I've got to think.
Leslie.
Well?
He's going to forgive you.
Yes. He's going to forgive me.
And the fifth couple are the Prescotts.
Oh, yes, Robert's told me about them.
Oh, you'll adore them, Leslie. Well, now, both of you get a good sleep because it'll be a late party. Good night.
Good night, Dorothy.
Night.
It's lucky you brought your dinner coat, Robert. You hardly fit in one of Howard's. Now, let's see what else you'll need. Oh, well, how about your studs? They're probably still in the bureau at home.
Home.
Robert, it's no use, is it? We can't make it go, can we?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Robert, you're so kind and so generous. You should have had the sort of wife you really deserve. Through no fault of yours, I've failed you, wrecked your life. I can't ask you to forgive me.
If you love a person, you can forgive anything. But what about you? Can you go on?
I'll try. I'll really try.
That's not what I'm asking.
I'll do everything to make you happy, everything in my power.
That isn't enough. Unless, Leslie, now, this minute, do you love me?
Yes, I do.
Kiss me then. Kiss me as if...
Robert. No. No, I can't. I can't.
Leslie,
I can't.
tell me, Leslie, what is it?
With all my heart, I still love the man I killed.
Leslie? Leslie, let me in. My dear, they're all waiting for you. This is your party, you know.
I'm sorry, Dorothy. I took rather long to dress.
Why, Leslie, isn't that your lace work?
Yes.
Were you working on it just now?
A little. I'm anxious to finish it.
Oh, Leslie, please come downstairs.
Of course, dear. In a few minutes.
Very well.
When did you first start doing that lace work, Leslie?
I find it soothing.
You mean it takes your mind off other things?
I couldn't give him up. I sent for him. At last he turned on me. He was sick and tired of me. She was the only one who meant anything to him. She was the only one. I hardly know what happened. I seized the revolver and fired. Fired and fired and fired until there were no more cartridges. I have no excuse for myself. I don't deserve to live. I don't deserve to...
Who's up there? Who is it? You, I see you there.
Mrs. Crosby.
Come here. What are you doing out there?
I no want to come. She make me come. She tell me I come here.
She?
Missy Hammond, she tell me I come here. Bring dagger. Leave it outside window.
Of course. Mrs. Hammond.
Dagger, Missy. She say bring dagger to you.
She's here, then?
Yes, Missy Hammond on path by gate. You no go in garden, Missy Crosby. She kill you. She wait there. That is what dagger mean. She kill you, you go in garden. Missy, you no tell police I come? Missy, you no tell police I come?
Dagger, see the workmanship on the ivory handle. Imagine all that on a knife.
He who kills with an unworthy tool commits 2 crimes, one against himself.
I don't deserve to live. I don't deserve to live. I don't deserve to live.
Leslie. Leslie.
Yes?
Leslie, you've got to do something about Robert. He's acting very strangely.
What is it?
I don't know. At first I thought he was drunk, but it's worse than that.
I'll be right down.
But where will you ship from, Crosby?
Oh, it's near a good harbor, only 5-6 miles away. And I can ship my rubber for less money, or to get ahead fast. In 10-15 years, I can live in London, travel, do anything I please.
Robert, will you come with me, darling, please?
Not now, darling. Maybe later. I'm telling the boys about my new plantation.
Sounds like quite a place.
Of course, we'll miss Singapore. Our friends are here, and we've had some mighty fine times. No English people in that part of Sumatra, only Dutch and natives. Going to be a little lonely at first, maybe, but we'll get used to it.
Robert.
There'll just be the 2 of us. But my wife's a good sport. Always can count on her. She's not afraid of anything. And we'll have each other. That's the important thing.
Stop it. I can't stand anymore. I can't stand it.
Give me a drink. I want a drink.
Howard, where is Leslie?
She ran out into the garden.
Garden. Oh, I'll find her.
No, let her alone. There's nothing you can do for her.
You no go in garden. She kill you. You go in garden, Missy.
See the workmanship on the ivory handle.
She kill you.
I couldn't give him up. I sent for him.
Robert will be away. I absolutely must see you.
I couldn't give him up.
What does this mean?
It means that I was in love with Jeff Hammond.
That's not true.
It means I was in love with Jeff Hammond.
No.
We'd been in love for years. Been in love for years. We'd been in love for years.
Mr. Crosby, go back. Go back.
Oh!
You killed her. You killed her.
Kui Ying say.
Who is that? Don't move.
The police. The police.
Don't move. I will shoot. What do you do here?
I do nothing. I tell her no go into garden. I tell her.
This woman, she is dead.
Kui Ying say. Ingada se kui.
She kill her. It was right. She'd die.
Leslie! Leslie! Leslie!
Our stars will return for a curtain call in just a moment. Meantime, we take you to a home, almost anywhere, and a mother who might be almost anyone. Mrs. Thompson is in her kitchen, and she's getting ready to do her dinner dishes.
There.
All scraped and rinsed. Now, why, that's funny. I know it was here when I did the luncheon dishes. Now, where did I put it? Not on the table. The closet. I know I haven't used it all. A box lasts me practically a month. Well, I suppose I could use the laundry soap, but it takes forever to make suds. Besides, it's hard on my hands. Alice! Oh, Alice, do you know what happened to the box of Lux Flakes I keep here on the drain board? Oh, well, you bring it right down this minute. I need it for the dishes. Well, do your sweater later, dear. I have to have it now. Yes, I'll have to get a box for the bathroom when I go to the store tomorrow. The man said he expected more this week. I hate to be caught without Lux. I know what those strong soaps do to my hands.
Women everywhere say that once you've used Lux for dishes, you'll never want to use a strong soap again. Lux leaves hands so soft and lovely. Even if they're red and rough from using harsh soaps, just changing to gentle Lux Flakes will take away that dishpan look, make them smooth and attractive again. And Lux is thrifty. You can change dishpan hands to Lux hands for less than a penny a day. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
A curtain call is one of the oldest traditions in the theater. I don't believe it's ever been better earned than tonight. And coming back to the footlights now are Betty Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price.
It's a pleasure to be back, Mr. DeMille. I'd like to thank all the people in the cast for their excellent work tonight.
Now, to most of us, Betty, your name stands for fine artistry in the theater. But I think that when this war is over, many, many thousands of soldiers will remember you for another reason.
That being the Hollywood canteen which Betty started.
I've seen the canteen in action, and it's a very fine thing to be remembered for.
So that we can keep the record straight, let's give credit to the right people. There were really more than 6,000 who worked together in a team to make the canteen possible.
I still say you coached that team, Betty. How many boys have visited the canteen, Betty?
Well, I believe about 1.5 million, Vincent, many of whom greatly admired Bart Marshall's work as a busboy.
You know, I've often wondered what the fellows talk about when they wander over to the snack bar to see you or Irene Dunn or Eddie Lamar.
Well, I remember one boy who paid me a very nice compliment. Hiya, Rosie, he said. I can't stand you on the screen, but you're certainly sweetness and light around here.
Well, that's quite a tribute to your acting, Betty.
Have you picked a play for next week yet, Mr. DeMille?
Yes. And it's a roaring drama of the West. Republic's current screen hit in Old Oklahoma. And our stars will be Roy Rogers, Martha Scott, and Albert Decker. It's the story of a girl and a cowboy who discover romance as well as oil in the rich land of Oklahoma. And besides a thrilling drama, we'll also have the songs of Hollywood's great cowboy star, Roy Rogers.
Very exciting evening, CB. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Any theater should be thankful for players like you three. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Martha Scott, Roy Rogers, and Albert Decker in Old Oklahoma. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This week, all America salutes those women who are working in war-useful jobs. Women must get into the war with their hands as well as their hearts, until victory is finally won. Betty Davis has just finished the picture Mrs. Skeffington at Warner Brothers and is currently seen in Old Acquaintance. Herbert Marshall appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Vincent Price is currently seen in the 20th Century Fox picture, The Song of Bernadette. The Warner Brothers screenplay of The Letter was written by Howard Koch. Heard in tonight's play were Charlie Lung as Ong Chi, Bea Benaderet as Chinese Woman, Richard Davis as Withers, and Frederick Warlock, Alex Havier, Regina Wallace, Paula Winslow, Joe Gilbert, Eric Snowden, and Charles Seal. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Martha Scott, Roy Rogers, and Albert Decker in the play In Old Oklahoma.
Listen, everybody. Free vitamins for you and every member of your family. Your druggist will hand you a regular 50-cent package of famous Vims free with every large economy-size Vims you buy. A $2.25 value for $1.69. Remember, Vims are vitamin complete. Have vitally needed minerals, too. Complete satisfaction with Vims or your money back. The offer is limited, so hurry to your druggist. Don't wait. Get your free Vims. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Bishop's Apron, the novel by W. Somerset Maugham, dramatized for radio by Donald Tosh, starring George Baker as Canon Theodore Spratt, Peter Pratt as Lord Spratt, and Lydia Sherwood as their sister, Lady Sophia. It was at a time shortly after the turn of the century that a deeply concerned hush shrouded the sea of Barchester. The hush was more concerned, if less silent, in the bishop's palace.
Come in.
Any word, Mr. Dean?
The doctor's with his lordship now.
Will he live?
The doctor's not taken me into his confidence. We can merely offer our prayers for either eventuality.
Barchester won't be the same if he passes over.
No. Come, Mrs. Caudle. Should Bishop Andover die, I feel sure the see of Barchester will survive.
They'll not find his like.
That, alas, is too true. However...
Oh, dear, we may get one of them new, modern gentlemen.
Should Dean Inchforth, or Canon Spratt, or even the Reverend Mr. Runcible succeed to the appointment, I'm certain Barchester will manage to teach them its ways. After all, it coped with Bishop Proudie and his wife.
Only just.
And I'm positive that between the Archbishop of Canterbury and our Prime Minister, Lord Stonehenge, a conclusion will be reached in which our traditions will not be overlooked.
Won't they, Mr. Dean? Won't they?
Meanwhile, in London, Thomas, 2nd Earl of Beachcombe, was on his way to call upon his brother, Canon Theodore Spratt, in Kensington.
Yeah, Governor.
Oi!
What? You wanted St. Gregory's?
That's right, yes.
The vicarage?
Yes.
Well, you're here.
So I am. Thank you. Yes.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Morning, Ponsonby.
Good morning, my lord.
Is my brother expecting me to luncheon?
Yes, my lord. He's with Lady Sophia in the drawing room.
And you insist on leading me upstairs like an ewe lamb?
Yes, my lord. Lord Spratt.
Thomas! Oh, Theo, I hope someone entertaining's coming to luncheon. I've had a deucedly dull morning.
Well, I'm only your sister, Tommy, but don't I merit a greeting?
Oh, sorry, Sophie. I've been so bored today. I fell asleep in my cab on the way here.
Well, there's only the three of us. With Lionel and Winnie, of course.
A family party.
Than which I venture to think there can be nothing more charming and nothing more entertaining.
Cultivating domesticity, Theo. Are you angry to be made a bishop?
You take nothing seriously, Thomas.
'Tis a failing of which I cannot but recommend you to correct yourself.
So it, you know as well as I do the Bishop of Barchester's dangerously ill.
I'm told he is dying.
He's been in far from good health for a long time.
I cannot help thinking that when the end comes, it will be a happy release.
I met him once. I thought him a brilliant man.
My dear Sophia, Andover had a certain reputation for learning. I never had a great opinion of it.
You shared a college at Oxford.
He was at least a generation earlier. I'm the last to say anything against a man who stands on the threshold of eternity. But if the truth must be told, he was a doddering old idiot. And a man of no family.
So you expect to succeed him?
I don't know who there is with any great claim upon the government, but I shouldn't be at all surprised if Lord Stonehenge offered Barchester to me.
You'd look rather a tough in leggings, wouldn't he, Sophie?
My dear Tommy, I haven't seen his legs for
This
years.
is hardly a matter upon which you should exercise your humour.
Take my advice, Theo, and don't accept a bishopric until you've made sure the Gofflings are beyond reproach.
I'll tell Lord Stonehenge that an 18-hole course is a sine qua non of my elevation to the episcopacy. Ah, Winnie, there you are.
Yes, Father.
Where's Lionel?
He told you this morning, Father, that he might be a little late and would join us at luncheon.
Well, since your son became your curate, Theodore, you really should listen to what he has to say. There are times when it could affect the domestic arrangement.
And what have you been doing this morning, Winnie?
I have been to see the model dwellings that Mr. Railing is so interested in.
You're not taking to district visiting. I hope you won't catch anything.
The condition of the poor is very bad, Uncle. I think one ought to do something.
Ah. Who is Mr. Railing? One of the Worcestershire Railing?
No, just a common or garden railing. He's a very clever young man, and I think he'll be very useful to me.
I notice your actions are always governed by unselfish motives.
Mr. Railing is a Christian socialist and writes for the radical papers. I think he has a future, and I feel it my duty to give him encouragement.
You do?
Nowadays, with socialism becoming a power in the land, when it is spreading into every stratum of society, it behoves us to rally to the church. Christianity is socialism.
Theodore, only the family is here.
I pride myself upon being abreast of the times. My father, the late Lord Chancellor, was one of the first to perceive the coming strength of the people. I am proud that my family has always identified itself with the future. Advance has been our watchword. Advance and progress.
Anyone would think we came over with the conquest.
You looked out our name in Debrett.
Frequently, I find it excellent reading to fall back on when there's nothing interesting in the sporting papers.
Thomas.
It's no go, Theo. A man with the name Spratt weren't at Hastings.
I wish you would express yourself in grammatical English. I detest slang and deplore the habit of omitting the terminal letter of certain words.
Theodore, it is time for luncheon. Come on, Tommy.
Oh, dear Sophie. Neither of us may be Sprats exposed to public gaze, but between us, we try to keep the junior Sprats remembering their perch.
Unworthy, Tommy.
We all are.
Well, Lionel, did you take the wedding at 2:30 yesterday?
Yes, Father.
And you delivered those papers he asked for to the bishop this morning?
Yes.
Oh, that's satisfactory.
I'm surprised you find it worthwhile to marry quite poor people.
Our duty, my dear Thomas. We have to do our duty. Pass the gravy. By the way, Winnie, I find I'm unable to attend Mr. Railing's meeting this afternoon.
You'll be awfully disappointed. He was expecting you to make a speech.
I promised Lady Vizard to take tea with her to meet the Princess Wartburg-Hochstein. A clergyman's time is never really his own, and the Princess wishes particularly to meet me.
People so often forget that even royal personages have spiritual difficulties.
I shall write a note to Mr. Railing apologizing, wishing him luck, and, with your permission, Sophia, asking him to tea tomorrow.
Is he presentable?
He's a gentleman, Aunt Sophia, and he's quite He's remarkably clever.
Well, then it's high time I met him.
I'm afraid he won't be able to come to tea tomorrow because he has another speaking engagement.
Oh, well, in that case, you must bring him when he's not so busy.
Shall I come in your father's place and address the meeting with him? What was it about?
Teetotalism.
Yeah.
Most of the London clergy go in for it now. The bishop asked me today if I was an abstainer.
The bishop is a man of no family, Lionel.
Well, that appears to be true of most of the senior clergy.
Personally, I make no secret of the fact that I do not approve of teetotalism. Temperance, yes. How can you be temperate if you abstain entirely? Corn and wine, the wheat, the barley, the vine are ubiquitous. The corn strengthens, the wine gladdens a man's heart. As at the marriage feast in Cana of Galilee.
I wonder if
I wish you wouldn't continually interrupt me, Thomas. He who has solemnly pledged himself to total abstinence has surrendered to society his liberty to choose. Now, what is it you wish to say?
I merely wanted to ask Ponsonby for some more potatoes.
I knew it was a flippant observation.
The bishop said that total abstinence in the clergy served as an example.
As such, it has been a dismal failure. For many years, I have searched for one person who, being a drunkard, was so impressed by the example of his abstaining clergyman that he broke away from his vicious indulgence and became a sober man.
Hock, sir.
Certainly, Ponsonby, certainly. What do you think of this hock, Thomas? Not bad, I flatter myself. O quam bonum est, o quam jucundum est, oculis paternus laudare.
Excuse me, Canon Spratt, sir.
Yes, with us?
Lord Wroxham is in the club, and he's been asking for you, sir.
Lord Wroxham? Ah, then I must seek him out.
He was seen to go into the smoking room, sir.
Thank you, Withers. Ah, Wroxham, my dear boy.
Canon Spratt.
Delighted to see you.
Thank you.
Let us sit down in the window. Come. Tell me why it is you wish to see me.
Thank you.
Have a cigarette.
Not just at the moment, thank you.
Forgive me if I do. Will you a match?
Yes.
Thank you. Now.
I asked to see you.
Yes, indeed. I've known you so long, dear boy. If there's anything I can do for you, command me.
The fact is, well...
Yes?
Well, with your permission, of course, I want to ask Winnie to marry me.
My dear Harry, I will not conceal from you that your sentiments have not altogether been hidden from me. And you will understand that if I had not approved, I would scarcely have allowed you to come so frequently to my house.
Oh, yes. Yes.
For many years I've had the greatest affection for you. And since you took your seat in the House of Lords, I've also esteem and admiration.
Thank you.
But in these matters, one is a father first and last. I have reason to believe that you are a steady young man, without vices, and with an excellent temper, than which nothing is more necessary in married life. And as to your circumstances?
My income is 20,000 a year.
Yeah.
There are the 3 houses, as you know, and in all some 7,000 acres. Though it is true that some 2,000 of those are in Scotland.
Harry, my boy.
I should like to leave all the affairs about settlements in your hands, Canon. I'll do whatever you think fit.
Oh, all this is very satisfactory. I'm not a man to go into pecuniary details, thank goodness. I can honestly say I'm not mercenary. And I think we can leave business details to our respective lawyers.
Thank you.
My dear boy, I give you my full permission to pay your addresses to Winnie.
Oh, thank you. Do you think she cares for me?
You need have no fear, Harry, on that point. Of course, I leave my children complete liberty of action. But I don't think I am indiscreet in assuring you that Winnie is very fond of you.
I'm so glad.
Come to luncheon tomorrow and have a talk with my little girl afterwards. I'll arrange it so that you can be undisturbed.
That's most awfully good of you.
Not at all, not at all. Now I must be running home. I only looked in to see if there were any messages for me. And it was yours, which has made me very happy.
Father returned, Aunt Sophie?
I think I heard him just now. What's wrong?
Nothing. I merely have some news for him.
I have had a very satisfactory afternoon. Where is Winnie?
She's not yet back from hearing Mr. Railing's lecture on teetotalism.
I can't still be talking.
Father, have you heard?
Heard? Heard what?
The Bishop of Barchester is dead.
What, Andover?
Well, this morning you said it would be a merciful release.
Oh, so it is. So it is. It is almost providential that that poor old man should depart this life on the very day that I am to meet Lord Stonehenge at dinner.
Are you?
Yes, at the Hollingtons.
Well, you can hardly broach the subject tonight.
Nonsense. Just before the election, the last time a bishopric was vacant, the Prime Minister practically assured me I would have the next.
He probably did the same to half the schoolmasters of England.
They have none of them half the claims I have.
What about Inchthorpe? Or Runcible, come to that.
Innsmouth was made dean less than 18 months ago, and Runcible is much too advanced.
I thought your watchword was advance. Advance and progress.
My dear Sophia, surely even a woman can see that there is a deal of difference between an advancing conservative, such as myself, and an advanced radical, like Runcible.
Tom Noddy, then.
It's a ridiculous system that would give a man a bishopric because he's taught Latin verses to a parcel of stupid schoolboys. Besides, as the youngest son of the late Lord Chancellor, I think I may expect something from my country.
From the way you're talking, I feel you might attract Lord Stonehenge physically. If it doesn't pass you the bishopric across the dinner table like the salt.
Now, I am not a vain man, but I esteem bashfulness ill-mannered and false modesty to be hypocritical. I honestly think I have a right to some recognition. As my father, the Lord Chancellor of England, often said...
Really, Theodore, I wish to goodness you wouldn't talk of him as if he were your father only. Tommy and I have as much right to him as you.
Clearly, you have had a very irritating afternoon. I'm sorry. I shall have to leave you. Besides, it's time I dressed.
There are times, Lionel, when I find your father the most insufferable man alive.
Everyone thinks you'll get the bishopric.
I hope he does, or life will be impossible for us all.
It's only his manner. He is very effective in church. He is one of the most sought-after preachers in London.
That's the trouble. Take my advice and don't try and copy him. I don't know how he gets away with it, but I'm positive nobody else could.
He does a great deal of good.
Oh, he does, I know. And if I didn't know that under all those words and airs of self-importance he hadn't a genuinely good heart, I would never have agreed to come and look after you all when your poor mother died.
Dear Aunt Sophie.
I'm grateful he's only my younger brother. If he were head of the family instead of Tommy, he'd probably be as impossibly unpleasant as your grandfather, the late, unlamented Lord Chancellor.
Mrs. Fitzherbert, it's a great pleasure to see you.
At last you acknowledge my presence.
Oh, come, Grace. We've known each other too many years with such an umbrageous tone.
I had begun to feel the Prime Minister's daughter was to have all your attention throughout dinner.
I was privileged to bring Lady Patricia down, but I had no idea I should be so fortunate as to have you on my other side. Besides...
I believe you're about to pay me a compliment.
I think you grow handsomer every day.
Thank you. Now, tell me about Sophie and the children.
Oh, I would much sooner talk about you.
My dear Theo, as you pointed out, we've known each other far too long. Besides, for flattery to be pleasing, one must be convinced, at least for a moment, that it is sincere. And I've never concealed from you my belief that you are the most desperate humbug I've ever known.
Grace, you put me at my ease at once.
Now, Theo, tell me about Winnie.
She's engaged to Harry Roxham.
That's marvelous news. You must be very pleased and proud.
Of course. It's always satisfactory for a father to see his daughter happily married. Harry is an excellent fellow and quite comfortably off.
Your understatement does you no credit. As you are fully aware, Roxham is the best parti of the season. How long have they been engaged?
He hasn't spoken to her yet.
What?
But he and I have talked it over, and he's coming to luncheon tomorrow to make his declaration.
Winnie hasn't been consulted.
My dear lady, do you think that she'll refuse?
No. No, she's not her father's child for nothing.
I look upon it as quite settled, and so there's only Lionel to dispose of.
Lionel? Hasn't he said anything?
Said what?
Well, unless I'm very much mistaken, he will shortly propose to Gwendolen Durrant. And unless I'm equally mistaken, Gwendolen Durrant intends to accept him.
You amaze me. I've never even heard of the girl.
Oh, of course you have. She's the daughter of Sir John Durrant.
Durrant? The brewer?
And one of the leading Conservative backbenchers in the Commons.
What? I'd never allow Lionel to marry anyone like that.
I believe he's rather in love with her.
Sir John is only a Jubilee baronet. I would assume he was a sitting knight.
The Durrants are very nice people. And prolific. Gwendolen has 6 brothers. And Durrant was one of 10 children, 8 of whom were boys.
Surely Lionel could fall in love with a girl of good family.
I have it on excellent authority that Sir John proposes to give his daughter £150,000 as her marriage portion.
That is a very large sum.
It certainly may help the course of true love to run smoothly.
It's no wonder Lionel was disinclined to take the bishop's advice to become a total abstainer. It would really be rather uncivil if he has matrimonial designs, or the brewer's daughter.
I don't know of anything settled yet. I merely tell you what I've observed. If you like, I'll invite the Durrants to luncheon, and you can see for yourself.
Thank you. It would be delightful. Well, I'm not a man to stand in the way of his children's happiness. And if Lionel loves the girl, I'll put no obstacle in his way.
Goodbye, Lady Hollington. Charming evening.
Lord Stonehenge. Hasn't it been a delightful evening? I presume you're waiting for Lady Patricia. A charming conversation with her when I took her down to dinner. Oh, Spratt? I'm sorry to see that poor Andover is dead. He'll be a great loss, and very difficult to replace. They say that he was the most learned of our bishops.
What did he die of?
Oh, he was a very old man. My own conviction is that bishops ought to retire like ambassadors. A bishop should be a man of restless strength, active and versatile. To be a bishop, you want as much energy and resource as if you were manager of the Army and Navy stores.
Who is manager of the Army and Navy stores?
I believe Andover was appointed to Barchester by Mr. Gladstone.
How very large those grapes on that table are.
Yes. My father, the Lord Chancellor, used to grow very fine grapes at Beachcombe. You know, of course, that he held very decided views about the political opinions of bishops. Well, I can't help agreeing with him. The Episcopal bench, I always think, should be a stronghold of Tory tradition. By the way, Lady Patricia persuaded me at dinner to address a Primrose meeting later this month. Here is Lady Patricia.
I hope you've not been waiting in a draft, Papa.
Come
along. Good night, Canon Spratt.
Good night, Lady Patricia. Good night, Lord Stonehenge. Very satisfactory. Thank heaven I'll never be as gross as that.
It was very dull. The dinner was eatable.
I hope you took no ice, Papa.
I merely tasted it. I wonder why we cannot have ices like that. Ours are too cold.
Lady Eastney was there, so it can't be true about Sir Archibald. The Horringtons are always so careful.
Which was she? The woman with the fat neck?
Yes. She sat immediately opposite Canon Spratt.
Theodore Spratt wants me to make him a bishop.
Well, he'll certainly keep his clergy in order. He's very energetic and clever.
I prefer him stupid. I must ask Van Hatton, but I believe I may have promised something for Spratt before the last election.
Then you must give it to him and keep your promise.
Why, I never thought we'd get in. His father was the most disagreeable man I ever saw.
It wasn't his father you promised.
I like my bishops tedious and rather old. And their clergy give them plenty to do, and they don't meddle with the government.
Canon Spratt is a staunch conservative.
He'll only work for us as long as it pays him.
But, Pa, he'll never become a radical. He's too anxious to become a gentleman.
I prefer a radical to a liberal unionist. I must ask Van Hatton whether I definitely committed myself.
Good morning, Lionel.
Aunt Sophie.
Bunsonby, is Miss Winnie down?
She is down and already gone out, milady.
So early? Do you know where she's gone, Lionel?
No, but it's probably some scheme of railings.
She seems to be spending a lot of time on the work of that young man.
He does a great deal of good amongst the poorer classes.
Did she say when she would return, Ponsonby?
I understand she will be home for luncheon, milady.
Good morning, Sophia. Lionel.
Good morning, Father.
Have you read the newspaper, Theodore?
Certainly. You may have it.
Thank you.
I hear that in spring a young man's fancy turns lightly to thoughts of love.
I presume from that you had a pleasant evening at the Hollingtons.
Little bird whispered to me that Master Cupid has been busy with you, my boy.
I really don't know what you mean.
Are you going to deny that you've cast a favourable eye upon Miss Gwendolen Durrant?
Isn't that Sir John Durrant's daughter?
His colour deepens. The whisper was correct.
I like her very much, Father.
And I find no fault in that.
But I've not said anything to her, and I've no reason to believe that she cares for me at all.
Oh, good heavens, that's no way to make love, Lionel. When I was your age, I never asked if there were any reason why a young woman should care for me.
I am fond of her, but I don't know if I'm the right person for her.
Only a foolish lover prates about his own unworthiness. If it's a fact, let the lady find it out for herself, after marriage.
You would approve my asking Miss Durrant to marry me?
My dear boy, the choice is yours. I will not conceal from you that I dislike her connection with trade. But we live in a different world from that of my boyhood. And after all, the Spratts are well enough born to put up with a trifling misalliance.
But I've not altogether made up my mind.
Well, make it up. Don't think me cynical, but £150,000 will gild a more tarnished escutcheon than the Durrants. Besides, it's high time you were married. It's your duty to provide a male child to inherit the title. And I am assured that the Durrants run to boys.
I'm not quite certain if I love her enough to marry her.
Oh, don't talk such nonsense, dear boy. If you don't look sharp upon myself, I'll cut you out and marry her myself.
No, you met her last evening.
Oh, but I'm going to meet her father at luncheon this week, and the girl will probably be there. Which reminds me, Thomas is coming to luncheon, and young Harry Roxham.
If you'll excuse me, I have some work to do.
Certainly, my boy. Go and plan your campaign. You could do far worse than Miss Durrant. And don't forget, an old and honoured name depends on you.
Yes, Father.
Grace Fitzherbert asked warmly after you at dinner, Sophia. She was sitting on my other side.
Dear Grace, I must ask her to take tea. One afternoon when you are out, it'll give us a chance to talk.
Well, I don't pretend to understand you. Have you seen the notice about me?
Notice?
In the paper. I wish you took some interest in me.
Where?
Well, give it to me. Here. There is no truth in the rumour that Canon Spratt, Vicar of St. Gregory's, South Kensington, has been appointed to the vacant bishopric of Barchester.
Did you submit that yourself, Theodore? Surely I recognize your incisive style.
My dear Sophia.
Yes.
I think it reads very well. It's brief, pointed, I might almost say epigrammatical.
Also, it reminds those in power that there is no more excellent candidate than the Vicar of St. Gregory's.
My dear sister, no one can call me a vain man, but I cannot think myself unsuitable to the position. I'm sure you'd be the last to deny that my parentage gives me certain claims upon my country.
Which you took care to point out to Lord Stonehenge last night.
On the contrary, I flatter myself I was tactful enough to discuss the most indifferent matters with him. We talked of grapes and the manager of the Army and Navy stores. I merely remarked how sad it was that poor Andover was dead.
It was excellent, dear, and I agree it is a most excellent hop.
Thank you, Thomas. Shall we go up? Oh, Harry, a moment. Thomas, you and Lionel go ahead. We shan't be long.
Very well, Father.
When Mary and the porter folk went by, I always told Theo to sprinkle himself liberally with Keating's powder.
Harry, you will wait in my study and I shall send Winnie down.
Oh, Canon. I feel most awfully nervous.
Nonsense. There is nothing whatever to be nervous about.
But Winnie hardly spoke once to me through luncheon.
You have my complete assurance that Winnie undoubtedly cares for you. Oh, bless my soul. It reminds me of the day I asked my own dear wife to marry me. Come into the study.
Tell me, Winnie, how did your meeting go?
It was truly splendid, Uncle. Mr. Railing is the most wonderful man I've ever seen in my life.
Ah, is he?
While Mr. Railing spoke, you could have heard a pin drop. And when he finished, they broke into such a storm of applause, I thought the roof would come down.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, my dear.
It isn't the enjoyment, Uncle. It's the example.
Oh, there you are, Theo. But where's Harry? Is he gone?
No, he's in my study.
If you will excuse me, Aunt, I have a meeting with the organist.
Of course.
And Lionel, if you can find a tactful moment, you might tell him that the Duchess of Otterton found his playing of the voluntary a little too flamboyant last week.
Yes, Father.
Oh, dear me, how stupid I am. I meant to bring the paper up with me. Winnie, my love.
Yes?
You fetch it for me?
Certainly, Papa.
Thank you. I left it in the study.
Oh. But Harry is there.
Yes.
I don't want to disturb him.
You can't do that more than you already do. I think he has something to say to you.
To me? What on earth can he want?
He will tell you himself, my love.
Oh, I can't see him.
Oh, my dear, you must.
I don't want to.
I quite understand that you feel a certain bashfulness.
But I must speak to you first.
Oh, come, my dear. It's nothing so very terrible. Now, go downstairs like a good girl. And I dare say you'll bring Harry up with you.
Oh, Papa.
Now, go along, child.
Oh, very well.
Oh. A little maidenly modesty. Oh, charming. Oh, pretty. It's a lovely sight, my dear Sophia. That of the typical English girl, suffused in the blushes of virginal innocence.
Fiddlesticks.
You're a cynic, my dear. It's a grave fault.
I beg you not to preach to me, Theodore.
No man is a prophet in his own country. But, Thomas, you will wonder why I sent you that urgent note asking you to luncheon.
Not at all. I can quite understand that the pleasure of my company is worth a special messenger.
I asked you to come in your official capacity, if I may so call it, as head of the family.
My dear brother, merely by courtesy. I am unworthy.
The fact is sufficiently patent without you recalling it. I should be obliged if, at this moment, when the affairs of our house are at stake, you would adopt such sobriety and decorum as you are capable.
I wish I got on my coronation robes.
Go on, Theodore.
You will be gratified to hear that Lord Wroxham has asked my permission to pay his addresses to Winnie.
In my young days, when a man wanted to marry, he asked the girl before he asked the father.
I'm so old-fashioned as to consider a father the best judge of his daughter's welfare. Wroxham is a young man of the highest principles, and he naturally chose the correct course. He's a very eligible young man, and he has my full approval.
Supposing she should take it into her head to marry that socialist Johnny. She told me he was the most wonderful man she'd ever seen.
Young Railing, absurd. Oh, granted she's impressed by his talk, any young girl would be. My daughter knows what is due to herself and to her family. Winnie, my dear child.
Papa?
Where is your young man? Why haven't you brought him upstairs with you?
Papa, Harry asked me to marry him.
Well, I know. He did it with my full approval.
Well, I hope you won't be angry. You wouldn't want me to do anything I didn't like.
Now, child, what do you mean?
I had to say that I couldn't.
You had what? But what is this? You're joking. Where is Harry?
He's gone.
Gone?
He left before I came up.
This is another joke. I'm quite bewildered by all this humor.
I don't love him, Father.
Sophia, the girl has taken leave of her senses.
No.
Winnie, what have you said to Harry Wroxham?
I told him I couldn't marry him.
Couldn't? What is this couldn't?
I couldn't marry him because...
Well, because of what, child?
Because I'm already engaged to someone else.
No!
Engaged?
I'm engaged to Bertram Railing.
But Winnie, your father explained it. He's only a common Railing.
Thomas, you will leave this house. You have joked too far.
Very well, Theodore. I've no wish that you wash your dirty linen before me.
I ask you to go.
I'm on my way. Goodbye, Sophie. Never mind, Winnie. Remember, I'll always back you in something unreasonable. Well, I hope you all have a Very nice time.
Theodore, perhaps it would be better if I...
Sophia. Winifred, am I to understand that you are serious?
Yes.
You seriously tell me you are engaged to that man of whom no one knows anything? That penniless scribbler? That rogue and vagabond?
You yourself said he was a man of great intellect.
He is a charlatan.
You said you greatly admired him.
That merely proves that I have good manners.
Oh, Theodore, you're being ridiculous.
Enough. I've just had to order the head of our family from the house for indecent frivolity. I hope you will not force me to take other measures. How long has this absurd business been going on?
I agreed to marry Bertram yesterday.
But I have not been consulted.
You don't understand, Papa.
Understand?
Can't you see what he's done for me? He's taught me everything I know. I was a fool, vain and stupid. He has made me a woman, and one ashamed of what she was. But I'm proud now. He's the first real man I've ever met.
And just what do you find in him that you cannot find in Roxham or in me?
I don't love Harry.
A girl your age doesn't know what love is. I cannot make you marry Roxham, and I can't accept your refusal of him as the will of Providence. And shall do my best to bear it. But I will not accept that it is the will of Providence that you marry Bertram Railing. I refuse to give my consent to this grotesque proposal. The man's a scoundrel, nothing better than a fortune hunter.
That is not true. You have no right to abuse the man I love. I've given Bertram my solemn promise. I'm over 21 and my own mistress.
And what do you mean by that?
If you won't give your consent, I shall marry without it.
This is my reward for all the affection lavished upon my children. For all their lives, I have sacrificed myself to their every whim. And this is my reward.
Winnie, do you know anything about the young man? Has he got anything to live on?
We shall both work, Aunt Sophie. And with the extra he makes from his writing, plus the little I have from my mother, we shall live like kings.
In a villa in Haunted Rise, I presume.
Theodore, well, I know it's a delicate question, but had he a father, or did he just grow?
His father is dead. He was first mate on a collier trading from Newcastle.
That, I should imagine, as a profession, is neither lucrative nor clean.
Let us be thankful his relations are dead.
He has a mother and a sister.
Who are they?
I don't know or care. He has told me his mother is not a highly educated woman.
So I should suppose. Where are they?
They have a little house in Peckham.
Revolting. I wish to hear nothing more.
Papa, please don't go. I know you love me, and I love you. Next to Bertram, I love you better than anyone in the world.
You say you love me. How can you cause me such pain?
Papa?
I change nothing that I have said. I will leave you to your reflections. It is only from a regard to your sex and out of respect for the memory of your dead mother that I don't tell you I consider you more than stupid. I consider you vulgar.
I felt it was safe to return.
I have missed you, dear Tommy, since Theodore turned you from the house. I hope you bear no grievance.
Not in the least. Theo's cook is far too good.
Oh, it's been impossible here. Lionel hides himself in work and avoids any but the most cursory conversation. Theodore and Winnie haven't spoken to each other, but use me as a verbal post office.
She's going ahead.
It appears so.
Where's Theo now?
He was lunching with Mrs. Fitzherbert to meet Sir John Durrant and his daughter.
Having failed with the filly, he hopes the colt will bring him more luck.
And the more our brother embraces the match, the more our nephew is inclined to evade it.
Another disaster. Oh, well, any word about Barchester?
No. Theodore will fight Winnie's marriage, and he could claim a victory, yes.
How? Winnie's like her father and grandfather, obstinate. I can't see her giving in.
She may not give in, but allow her the woman's privilege of changing her mind.
Where's Theo? Perhaps I shouldn't stay.
Oh, don't be such a coward, Tommy. You've got to see him sometime.
I'm not one for upsets. Never have been. Too uncomfortable and too unnecessary.
You're too late.
Pity I'm too young to jump from the window.
Too scandalous.
Capital. There is laughter in the house. My dear brother, I am delighted to see you. It's been misty 7 days, and we look to you to bring humor into our home.
I can think of no greeting more guaranteed to make a man forget a joke.
I have had a delightful afternoon. Dalland is an excellent fellow, and for a brewer in politics, as honest as I have met.
I wasn't aware you'd met any others.
His daughter is a charming girl. To make any young man an exemplary wife. Though his father, and shouldn't say it, she's worth 6 of Lionel.
Well, let us hope she isn't aware of it.
And where is Winnie?
Winnie?
My daughter, your niece. There has been a slight misunderstanding between us. It is time it was settled.
Well, she's with Mr. Railing. She told me she was to meet his mother this afternoon.
Excellent.
What do you mean?
It is only proper that when a young woman becomes engaged, she should meet the relations of her fiancé.
Are you agreeing to the engagement?
One must allow one's children, after they have passed a certain age, to decide some matters for themselves.
You never have before.
Though a clever woman, Sophia, you're not quite so clever as your humble servant. Thomas, with all these matrimonial schemes, are you going to cling to bachelordom? In your position of head of our family, you are aware you must marry money.
No, if that was so, I would like a shot. What I object to is marrying a wife. Now, if you forgive me, I've an appointment in Westminster.
Westminster? Then we must not keep you from your duties in the house.
The house is a public one, and the appointment concerns some horses. Goodbye, Sophie.
Good gracious. I believe Thomas was offended by my raillery.
Oh, what has happened? Why, after a week of meditation, you now make jokes in doubtful taste?
I hope I don't do that, Sophia. Some mild teasing will only lighten the atmosphere of ponderous thought that has filled this house since certain serious decisions were taken. It should do nothing but good. When is Winnie expected home?
Shortly. She was only having tea with Mrs. Railing.
Then I must wait with patience for her return. Ah, Winnie. Back from the wilds of farthest Beckham.
Hello, Father.
You don't look too well, my dear. If you're not sickening for something?
I have a slight headache.
Oh, my child. I'm sorry. I hope that your long journey hasn't been too much for you.
No.
And how was your prospective mother-in-law?
Mrs. Railing was very kind.
Of course. Though I imagine she wasn't polished.
I didn't expect her to be.
True disinterestedness is such a beautiful thing. And in this world, alas, so rare.
I mean to marry Bertram, Father.
Oh, my darling girl. Whoever suggested you shouldn't?
Do you mean that?
Oh, I'm not a hard father, my dear. And seeing that you have set your heart upon it and have now faced up to meeting your future relations, I withdraw my opposition completely.
Oh, Papa, thank you.
By the way, do they call him Bertie?
Yes?
I thought they would. But tell me about Mrs. Railing. And the sister, isn't it?
Yes. But Louise Railing wasn't there. She works in a library.
Very estimable. But the mother, ageless, I presume.
Yes. But she was very kind.
So you told me. And I have no doubt you'll accustom yourself to their little eccentricities of diction, or to their slight vulgarities of manner. And this will be all the easier if you have found already the warmth and charm which lies beneath them.
Yes, Papa.
Oh, my child, you're clearly tired from your journey. Why not take a rest? Oh, before you go up, what is the address of Mrs. Railing?
The address? What do you want it for?
Oh, come. Nothing improper, is it?
It's Balmoral, Rosebery Gardens, Gladstone Road.
Their liberalism is evidently a family tradition. I consider it my duty to be as cordial as possible to your future relations. I shall ask Mrs. Railing and her daughter to tea.
Oh, Father.
Well, I feel that your uncle should meet them.
Father, you don't know what they're like.
I don't expect to find them highly educated, but from all you've told me, they appear to have good hearts. I'm fully prepared to like Mrs. Railing, my dear.
But, Papa, please don't ask anyone else. She drinks.
Well, we all have our failings in this world.
Pa, I hope you don't think I can break my engagement with Bertram. I've given him my solemn promise.
Theodore, either tell us what is in that letter you keep waving about in that idiotic way, or put it down.
My dear Sophia, I don't know what you mean. This is a note from Mrs. Railing saying she will be delighted to come to tea on Thursday.
You're continuing with this charade?
I don't pretend to understand you. Lionel, my boy, you will have to take the 2 funerals that afternoon.
Certainly, Father. Whose are they?
Persons of no consequence, but they require burial. As a matter of fact, I believe one of them was our fishmonger.
I thought the fish had been inferior the last few days.
Is Winnie going with you, my boy, to the Cramptons' ball tonight?
Yes, Father.
Good. Well, I shall accompany you.
What are you up to, Theodore? You don't like balls. You always say there are far too many people.
There are times one feels in need of a change.
Might I be able to persuade you to dance with me, Miss Black?
Thank you so much. But will you excuse me a moment? I'd rather just watch.
Then let me fetch you something.
No, really. Thank you all the same. But please don't let me stop you from dancing yourself.
Thank you. Excuse me. Winnie,
Harry, you startled me.
You're looking very delightful.
Thank you.
I knew I should find you here. That's why I came. You're not angry with me. I wanted to see you so badly.
Good heavens, no. Why should I be angry? You've as much right to come as I.
I can't keep away from you. I didn't know I loved you so much.
Oh, please, Harry. We've been friends for ages. It would be absurd if we couldn't see each other again just because of the other day.
I couldn't take your answer as final. Oh, I don't want to bother you and make you miserable, but don't you think that after a time you may get to like me?
I told you the other day it was impossible.
I know, but then I couldn't say what I wanted. I love you so passionately that
Don't
it
say
seems...
anything more. Not just now. Very, very kind of you. And I don't know how to thank you. But I can't marry you.
Oh. May I just tell you one thing? Please.
You shouldn't.
It's just that if you should change your mind, ever, I shall be waiting for you. I can never love anyone else. I don't want you to make any promise or give me any encouragement, but I want you to know that I shall wait. If the time comes when you can care for me, you will find me ready and eager to be your very humble servant.
I didn't know you were so kind. I'm sorry. I want you to be happy. But don't be wretched because I can't marry you. I'm not worth troubling about.
Is there something the matter?
I've a slight headache, that's all. Excuse me if I slip away. Goodbye, dear Harry. I shall never forget your kindness.
Oxham, my dear boy, I'm delighted to see you. What a crowd, isn't there? I've been dying to find someone to have a quiet cigarette with me. Will you join me?
Certainly, Danny.
Well, the smoking room is empty. Let's make ourselves at home.
I've been talking with Winnie.
Have you? Well?
I don't understand her.
No, my dear fellow, there's nothing to understand. People say women are incomprehensible. They're nothing of the sort.
I think she'd been crying.
All women cry when they've nothing better to do. It's the only inexpensive form of amusement they have.
I asked her to marry me.
And of course she refused.
Yes.
That was to be expected. Huh? No girl accepts a man the first time he proposes to her. My dear Harry, the way with women is to insist. Treat them kindly but firmly. Remember, the majority never know their own minds. Between you and me, the majority haven't much mind to know.
But Winnie is so different from other girls.
Nonsense. Every man thinks the girl he wants to marry is different from any other. There's nothing of the kind. The women are much of a muchness, especially the pretty ones. No, my dear Harry, you have my full approval and my assurance that Winnie undoubtedly cares for you. What more can you want? Hammer away. Propose to her, in season and out. Ask her morning, noon, and night. Insist upon marrying her. Sooner or later, she'll say yes and think herself a prodigious fool for not having said so before.
You're very encouraging.
Now, what do you propose to do?
I don't know.
My dear fellow, God helps those who help themselves. You want to marry my little girl, and I want you to marry her.
But what can I do?
Well, I see I must help you a little. Come and have lunch with us on Friday. Come early. I have reason to believe you'll find Winnie in a very different state of mind.
I don't want to be a bore.
But don't talk such nonsense. You won't be. Now, I advise you to go home. Have a good night's sleep.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Miss Durham.
Canon. Good evening.
How is it the young men are so ungallant as to leave you sitting out?
I am engaged to your son for this dance. I can't make out where he is.
Lionel is a donkey. Give it to me instead.
Well,
I don't know that I should.
Well, of course you must. I, as his father, claim it as a forfeit.
Very well. Thank you.
Gwendolen,
I'll cut you out, dear boy. I'll cut you out. Come, Miss Tarrant.
You were rather unkind to him.
Nonsense. To teach him to be more punctual. If I'd been engaged to the belle of the evening, I wouldn't have kept her waiting for a single moment.
You dance better than mine.
You mustn't think that because my hair is nearly white, that I am quite an old.
Possibly.
Oh, my boy.
Hello, Father.
Will you bear me no malice because I robbed you of your partner?
Not at all. I'm not very fond of dancing.
You young men are so superior these days. It's a monstrous thing when a girl's pretty feet itch for a varnished floor that she should be forced to resort to the arms of an old fogey like myself.
It didn't look as if she needed much compulsion.
Have you declared yourself yet? Have my paternal blessing. She's a nice girl, and I think we'll get on capitally together.
No, I haven't.
Well, do it, my boy. It's your duty to marry. I think you'll have to hunt a long time before you find anyone so likely to provide all that's necessary as Gwendolen Durrant.
I like her very much, of course.
Then go and propose to her. Propose tonight. Nothing like a ball for that sort of thing.
She makes me rather nervous.
Fiddlesticks. Take her into the conservatory. Hold her hand. The rest will follow. For you're no son of mine. Propose to Gwendolen tonight, and perhaps I'll pay a bill or two for you in the morning.
But I have no outstanding bills.
Go along.
You heard?
Yes. He read it like everyone else in the morning paper. The announcement that Dr. Gray had been appointed to the vacant bishopric of Barchester caused breakfast to be shrouded in a black cloud of purple vituperation.
The habit seems to be catching.
Well, in this house it isn't surprising.
Poor Theodore. He can't have helped that Gray's headmaster of Harbins.
No, there were a number of words about episcopal positions going to trumpery schoolmasters. Well, he stormed out afterwards, and though I heard him come in, I haven't seen him. Well, I told him when Andover died not to expect too much.
He never listens to us, my dear.
He listens. He only hears what he wants.
Is the Railings Tea Party still going ahead?
Oh, yes. This afternoon at 4 o'clock.
I hope when his new relations are entertaining, or we're in for a sticky afternoon.
Excuse me, milady. Sir John Durrant has called to see the canon.
Isn't he in the study?
No, milady.
Oh. Well, show Sir John in here. And go and look for the canon. I'm sure I heard him come in.
Very good.
Do you think Lionel's proposed at last?
Oh, it's not possible. He hadn't this morning. And he's spending the day taking funerals.
Sir John Durrant.
Lady Sophia, I apologize for bursting in upon you like this. I had hoped to find the canon at home.
Oh, Sir John. My brother is in, and he should be down directly. Do you know my elder brother, Lord Spratt?
How do you do, sir?
Delighted to meet you. Can we be of help?
I'm afraid not. I've come to thank Canon Spratt for saving my daughter's life.
Theo did?
This morning, in the park. Her horse was frightened, tried to throw her, and would have bolted if it hadn't been for your brother.
My dear Durrant, do forgive me. I was upstairs.
Not at all, sir. I've just seen Gwendolen, and she has told me of your bravery in saving her from a nasty accident.
It was nothing, I assure you. I happened to be near.
I don't know how to thank you.
There is no need, and I am flattered that you should call upon us. But if you will allow me to say it, I think it is incautious to let her ride alone. I've offered to accompany her tomorrow.
Oh, that is most good of you, Canon. Gwendolen refuses to ride with the groom. But I'm afraid that you will find it a great bore.
Not at all. I assure you it will be a great pleasure. Some time ago, my doctor advised me to take horse exercise, and I shall be only too glad to have someone so charming to ride with.
It's generous of you to say so.
Think no more of it. Please take a glass of sherry with us.
Thank you.
I trust your affairs are flourishing.
In point of fact, they're not. The confounded government wants to give the local justices power to close a certain proportion of the public houses in their districts.
Well, I understood that it'll have no influence on the consumption of liquor. Lord Stonehenge maintains the remaining houses will profit.
Don't you believe it, Lady Sophia? 9 times out of 10, a man doesn't drink a glass of beer because he's thirsty, but because there's a public house at his elbow.
The government seemed very strong on the point.
Probably they've been got hold of by the faddists and abstainers, eh, dear?
Mark my words, the government doesn't know how strong we are. If they try to interfere with our trade, it will be a bad day for them. I shall fight them tooth and nail and carry the whole trade with me.
The Conservative majority isn't a very large one.
Precisely. It's in a wobbly state, and if they put my back up, I won't answer for the consequences.
It would seem, Darren, that you have Lord Stonehenge over a barrel.
It could be, but I mustn't be tedious. Forgive me. Thank you again, Canon, for what you did for my daughter. If you'll excuse me, I'll be leaving you.
Well, you must come to dinner one evening, Sir John, and bring your daughter. Both my brother and his son speak so highly of her, I can't wait to meet her.
It will be a great pleasure, Lady Sophia. Goodbye, Lord Spratt. Canon.
Goodbye.
Sensible fellow in a sensible business.
You appear to have been very courageous this morning, Theodore. Congratulations.
It was nothing very serious, I assure you.
May I say how sad I was to read about Barchester this morning? Theo, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Thomas. It was a surprise, certainly. But thinking it over, Barchester's rather off the beaten track, and I'm probably doing more worthwhile work here in London. I'm pleased to find you free of your usual flippancy today, my dear brother. For at this tea this afternoon, I feel it could be somewhat out of place.
I should do my best to do you credit.
Not me. Just remember that we are the family of the late Lord Chancellor of England. But for people such as the Railings, we have a position. And it wouldn't do for them to feel any of us were not worthy of it.
It's a nice neighborhood here.
South Kensington? It's the least unpleasant of the suburbs.
My dear, I cannot allow you to call South Kensington a suburb.
Well, unlike the Hamlet, which was funny without being vulgar, South Kensington is like Bayswater without being funny.
Oh, yes. Peckham's nice.
I'm sure it is, Mrs. Rayleigh.
We're lucky, mind. We have the electric light and a bathroom. Bertie has to take his bath every morning.
They say that cleanliness is next to godliness.
That I don't deny. But one has to be careful. I've heard of those who took cold and died through having a bath when there wasn't feeling up to it.
Tea, Miss Raylan?
Thanks. No sugar. I think it's weak.
The tea, I'm so sorry.
No, to take sugar. I don't approve of hydrocarbons.
Louise.
Yes, Bertie.
This is Winnie.
Ah.
You weren't in the other day when I came to Peckham with your brother.
I was attending a meeting on the independent role of women and her rights. He should have brought you.
I'm afraid I had a train to catch.
Yes, there wasn't time.
There is always time. But as Bertie and I share the opinion that most women only waste time, I shall be able to take you in hand.
Do you also share your brother's talent for oratory, Miss Rayling?
You should just hear her. Once she gets going, there's no stopping her.
I hold with women taking part in everything. There's an immense field for women's activities.
You should just see her certificates and prizes.
Oh, Ma, you make people think I'm a child.
What's the point of having them if no one knows you've got them?
But now, how'd you take your tea, Mrs. Rayling?
Oh, I don't pay no attention to all this stuff of Bertie and Louise. Sometimes they give me the hump, I can tell you.
Ma.
Well, you do.
Do mind what you're saying.
It's always the same, Your Grace. When your children grow up and get on in the world, they want to turn everything upside down. What do you think Bertie wants me to do now?
I can't imagine.
He wants me to take the pledge.
Mother.
It's true. But what I say is, Your Grace, I'm an hard-working woman, and I want me drop of beer now and then. When I was left a widow, I had to work hard to bring up the 3 children and make ends meet.
You have another child?
Oh, there's poor Florrie. She's my eldest. Ain't quite right in the head. So we had to send her to the asylum.
Most unfortunate.
But with Bertie and Louis, they both had a thorough good education.
Well, you have every reason to be proud of them. I don't suppose my little girl has half the knowledge of Miss Louise.
Well, that's your fault. You haven't educated her properly. But then there's no higher education of women in the West End. Once I've had charge of her for 6 months, she'll be a different woman.
I have no doubt.
Ain't she wonderful? Anything but anybody she does. Oh, I could listen to Louis talking for hours at a time.
Except on the subject of teetotalism?
You're right there.
Capital. Capital.
You mustn't laugh at me, Your Grace. But the fact is, I sometimes, only once in a while, mind, like a little drop in me tea.
Well, bless you. Why didn't you say so? Winnie, you ought to have told me. Ring the bell.
Father.
Ring the bell.
Oh, I didn't mean... I wasn't intending.
Dear lady, of course you must have something. Surely this is an occasion that would classify as once in a while. What is it you take? Rum?
Ugh, I can't bear it.
Whiskey?
Certainly not, Your Grace.
Gin.
Call it white satin, my lord.
White satin.
It's a funny thing now, but rum has never agreed with me. It's wholesome, you know.
Oh, I have no doubt.
You rang.
Ponsonby, have we any white satin in the house?
White satin, sir. I'll inquire.
I've heard it called satinette.
Or satinette?
Satinette, sir.
Perhaps you do not quite understand, Ponsonby. I mean, have we any gin in the house?
Gin, sir? No, sir.
Is there none in the servants' hall?
No, sir.
Oh, how careless of me. Sophia, you ought to have reminded me that there was no gin. Well, Ponsonby, you will go out and get 6 pence from the nearest public house.
Oh, don't send out for it. I'll never forgive myself.
Oh, I assure you it's no trouble. And I should very much like to taste it.
Well, then, 3 pence is ample.
You're better without it, Ma.
Oh, come. You mustn't grudge your mother a little treat.
And it's a real treat for me.
3 pence of gin, Ponsonby?
Very well, sir.
That's what I like about London. There's always a public house at the corner.
For once, I'm in agreement with the present government. There are far too many.
I agree with Mrs. Raylan. It is most convenient.
Do you? And may I ask if you have ever studied the teetotal question?
Oh, no.
And you, a hereditary legislator. I'd like a few words with you about the House of Lords. I'm a radical, and the House of Lords must go.
I'll part from it without a tear.
What moral right have you to rule over me?
My dear young lady, if I do, it is entirely unaware.
I'm not concerned with you personally. To you as a person, I am completely indifferent.
You crush my self-esteem.
I wish to discuss the matter with you as a member of the privileged class. So far as I can see, you are utterly ignorant of all the great social questions of the day.
Utterly.
What do you know of the housing of the workers?
Nothing.
Secondary education?
Nothing.
Taxation of the ground rents?
Nothing.
Precisely.
But I don't want to know.
You are a member of the upper chamber just because you're a lord. You have the power to legislate over millions of people with 10 times more knowledge, more ability, and more education than yourself.
Excellent. You rub it in, Miss Rayling.
How do you spend your time?
Well, I just...
Do you study the questions of the House? Do you try to fit yourself to the task entrusted to you by the anachronism of a past age?
Please, Miss Raylan, put your umbrella down. It's making me nervous.
I'll be bound you spend your day in every form of degrading pursuit. Race meetings, gambling, billiards, and golf.
Capital. A good straight talking to is what he's needed for years.
Excuse me, sir.
Ah, here's the gin.
Oh, don't call it gin, Your Grace. It sounds so vulgar.
Will you come this way, sir?
Thank you.
Canon Spratt will join you in the drawing room presently. Lord Wroxham, Miss Winifred.
Oh, hello, Harry.
Hello, Winnie. You look very charming arranging those flowers.
Thank you.
What does it come to?
He loves me not.
It's not true. He loves you passionately. He always will. Won't you speak to me?
What do you want me to say?
Anything. Or nothing. I only want for you what you want for yourself.
Oh, Harry, I'm so dreadfully unhappy. I don't know what to do.
Can't you love me, Winnie? Did you mean it when you told me never to hope?
Was it only a week ago I said that?
9 days.
Oh, I utterly despise myself.
But why? Why?
Do you really care for me?
You're all I care for in the world. You're my very life. I love you with all my heart and all my soul.
I think I like to hear you say that.
Winnie,
I want someone so badly to care for me.
tell me what's the matter. I may be able to help.
Dear Harry, you're so kind. Far nicer than I ever thought.
Please, don't torture me.
Do you remember when I first saw you? You came here from Eton with Lionel, and you were dreadfully shy.
But we became great friends.
How angry you used to get when I beat you at tennis.
You never did, except when I let you.
That's what you've always said. But I didn't believe you.
Do you remember when I used to punt you up and down the river?
How frightened I was when you fell in.
That's not true. You roared with laughter.
Oh, what lovely days those were. But we used to quarrel quite dreadfully.
Only for the pleasure of making it up.
I wonder when you first began to like me.
I've never liked you. I've always loved you. Passionately.
Even when I wore a pigtail and had square-toed boots.
Even then, and I always will. I can't live without you.
Are you sure?
Say you'll marry me.
I'll do anything to make you happy.
Dearest Winnie. Kiss me. I love you.
My dear, how delightful to see you. I'm sorry I was delayed. Parochial business, you understand.
Oh, may I tell him?
Yes.
Canon Spratt, Winnie has just promised to be my wife.
What? Oh, my dear children, I'm delighted. All's well that ends well. I told you she was devoted to you, my boy. Trust me for knowing a woman's character.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
Mr. Railing has called. He asked for Miss Winifred.
Yes, he.
I showed him into the study, sir. You did say you wanted to see him.
I'll see him at once. How good of you to come, Railing. Delighted to see you.
Winnie told me she'd be at home.
My dear friend, I didn't flatter myself that you'd come to see me. In fact, I've been wanting to have a little chat with you.
Of course, Canon.
A serious step that you young people are taking.
Then we're wise to take it with a light heart. And as to being young, I am 28 and Winnie over 21.
Yeah, true. Do you smoke?
No, thank you, I don't.
No vices, I see. And now let us discuss the matter cordially. There is no need for me to tell you that I have the highest esteem for you and the sincerest admiration for your talents.
Thank you.
We live in an age when talent is not always rewarded according to its merit. To be frank, I'm curious to know upon what you propose to live.
My own income is about 150 annually, and Winnie has 300 a year from her mother.
You are well informed.
Winnie told me.
Obviously. I didn't suppose you'd examine the will at Somerset House. You imagine that Winnie will be content to live on £450 a year.
It's 3 times as much as my mother had.
Possibly. But your mother, a most excellent and delightful person, Railing, don't misunderstand me, has moved in a rather different stratum of society from my daughter.
But do you think Winnie cares 2 straws for the tawdry trappings of society?
I think my daughter is human, and I confess I suspect a carriage and pair may be essential to her happiness.
I know Winnie, and love her, Canon. You think she's a doll and a fool. Well, she may have been. Now she's a real woman, and loathes the shams and shallowness of society.
Yes, she said that. But my word, Miss Pratt have a keen sense of humor.
Her life was a mockery. She didn't know what life was. You think she cares for carriages and fine clothes now? She had no aspirations, she had no ideals, and of course she wasted herself on fashionable frivolities. But now, thank God, now, she knows how narrow is this circle of idle, selfish people. She wants to work, she wants to labor, she wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with her fellow men and fight.
My boy, do you honestly think it would ever have occurred to Winnie that this world, her world, if you like, was hollow and foolish if you had had a squint eye or a wart upon your nose?
But that is a monstrous argument, sir. You think that all people are bad.
On the contrary, I think only that most of them are foolish.
You sneer at the new life which fills your daughter's eyes. You no longer know her. Oh, I know she loves me. You may think that I'm a fortune hunter, but you're wrong. We don't want your money. We have no need, nor will we know what to do with it.
You are content that she should sacrifice everything for you.
She throws away painted husks, dross, and tinsel. She gains the whole world.
Which means you, in a villa in Peckham. Upon my soul, you are very modest.
What are you driving at? Well, out with it.
I beg you to observe the conventions of polite society.
Conventions?
It is the duty of any father to inquire into the circumstance of a young man who proposes to marry his daughter.
Oh, I know you despise me, but don't humbug me as well.
Mr. Railing, I solemnly ask you to give up my daughter. After mature consideration, I have reached the conclusion this marriage is impossible, and I will never give my consent to it.
We'll do without it. We're both free. Winnie has promised to marry me, and by God, she shall.
It is painful for me to have to talk to you in this manner. It is true that a short time ago I gave my provisional agreement to your engagement, and it is understandable you should find it strange if I now refuse it. But certain facts coming to my knowledge force me to do so. Your eldest sister is unfortunately in a lunatic asylum. I regret the misfortune. But with insanity in your family...
But that's absurd. Florrie had an accident as a child. She fell down. Since then, she's been...
Not quite right in the head, as your mother put it. Every child falls, but the entire human race is not so imbecile as to need restraint.
I don't believe a word you say. You produce this for want of anything better. It is, as I've said, sir, pure humbug. Tell me the simple truth, if you can.
Are you quite sure that Winnie cares for you?
Sure as I am of my own life.
It is my painful duty to inform you that you are mistaken.
What?
Winnie has realized she has misjudged the strength of her affection.
I don't believe it.
Mr. Railing, you exhaust my patience.
Well?
Winnie has requested me to tell you that she finds she doesn't care enough for you to marry you. She deeply regrets the unhappiness she has caused and asks you to release her.
It's a lie.
You will have the goodness to remember that I am a minister of the church.
You forced her to do this. I know she loves me.
You may think what you like. The fact remains, she wishes to break off this engagement.
You tell me I am a man of honor and then treat me like a lackey. My whole life's happiness is at stake. It is not true.
On my honor as a gentleman.
Then let her tell me herself.
She has gone out.
But she was expecting me.
Precisely. She chose not to be here. Doesn't that show you that I have spoken the simple truth? I wish to spare you both a painful scene.
No, I can't believe you.
What an escape. What an escape. Arnold, I am. You see in the paper this morning?
As you insist on being the first to read it, and have not yet seen fit to pass it amongst us, I can't see how we could have.
What is it, Father?
A dreadful thing has happened. Dr. Gray has had an apoplectic stroke and died last night.
Poor man. He hasn't enjoyed his bishopric long.
I look upon it as a judgment of Providence.
What on earth do you mean?
I said at the time he was not fit to go to Barchester. I've no doubt the strain and excitement proved too much for him. You see, I was right. When will men learn to put a rein upon their ambition?
Especially when such as you set them such a good example.
You are talking nonsense again, Sophia. If you'll excuse us, I would like a few words with Lionel.
Certainly. I'll go and speak to cook.
Now, Lionel.
Yes, Father?
I think you have shilly-shallied long enough. I want to know what you intend to do with regard to Gwendolen Dunn.
To do with her?
Oh, good Lord, man. What a perfect fool are you? We've discussed your marriage to her ad nauseam.
We've hardly spoken of it.
Don't quibble. It's not fair on the girl to keep her dangling like this. Are you going to marry her or not?
Well, there's no hurry.
On the contrary, there's the greatest possible hurry.
Why?
With every reason to believe that someone else is thinking of proposing to her.
Oh. Well, I don't think she cares tuppence about me. Lately, whenever I've seen her, she does nothing but talk about you.
Well, there are less diverting subjects for conversation.
One can have too much of a good thing.
If you don't look sharp, someone will step in and cut you out. I warn you candidly.
I shan't break my heart.
I don't know what young men are coming to. No spirit, no enterprise. And you've been warned. So you mustn't be surprised whatever happens.
Well, if you want her in the family so much, I wonder you don't marry her yourself.
Well, what would you say if I did?
I'd wish you luck.
Well, let me tell you that a man of 50 is in the very flower of his age.
Where are you going?
Out!
today. I thought you hadn't been able to come.
Ah, Miss Durrant, would you have been disappointed if I hadn't?
Awfully.
Oh, you make me regret I'm not 25.
Why?
Because if I were, I should promptly ask you to marry me.
If you were, I should probably refuse you.
Yes.
Come on!
Oh, it's ridiculous. Here I am, a man you see as old as your father, yet my heart is as young as it ever was.
You're not a bit like my father. He doesn't dance, but you do. And he won't ride, but you do. I never feel you're any older than I am.
Nearly 50.
Think you're fishing for compliments.
Oh, Gwendolen. Gwendolen, I sometimes think you have worked a miracle. Oh, you can make fun of me if you like. But by your side, I feel as young as a summer morning. I admire you and love you. Do you find me ridiculous?
No. No, not in the least.
Benedictine, will you be my wife?
Theodore. What about Lionel?
Lionel? Lionel can go to the dickens. Now for my answer.
I'll race you to the end.
It's all settled then. I'm satisfied, and you tell me that you're satisfied.
My dear Durrant, your generosity overwhelms me. I promise you I'll do my very best to make her happy.
I don't know what you've done to the girl. She's quite infatuated.
Oh, she's made me the happiest of men.
And I am delighted that something good has happened to brighten up these past grey weeks.
They're going ahead with the public house legislation.
They are. And the devil of it is that if we in the liquor faction go against it, the government will fall.
We are as strong as that.
We are. And they're all looking to me for a lead. The cartoonists are having a field day. Did you see the one in the Morning Post of Stonehenge on his knees, bowing to me dressed as some Turkish pasha, sitting on a beer barrel?
No.
Whatever they say, he's not going to give way. And then he can always point to me and say I was the one who split the party and brought us down.
And you don't want to?
If there was an election tomorrow, we'd all be out on our ear. To Stonehenge, it's a small domestic matter, and we've no right to stand out like this. But it's our business he's attacking.
Do irreparable harm to the party if you do stand firm.
I know.
My dear fellow, I'm full of sympathy for your thinking. But if the Liberals got into power, you would have to face much more serious legislation.
I've spent a long time on this, and will no doubt spend a lot more.
If there is anything I can do to help, you have but to call on me. You know that. Now, if you'll forgive me, I must thank you for the delightful luncheon, and with your permission, I will go upstairs and say goodbye to Benedictine.
You're not going?
Unfortunately, I must. I have a busy afternoon ahead of me. You can imagine that it is not without weighty reason that I tear myself away from this house, which now holds my heart.
Put like that, I suppose I must let you go. You're a clever man, Theodore, and the first understanding clergyman I've ever met. You should be a bishop.
Thank you. It is an honor which I may yet be granted.
I hope we can see you for dinner.
Alas, no. Not this evening. It is impossible. Winnie is returning from the country. She is to marry Roxham, as you know, and she's been visiting his mother. And it would be unkind not to dine at home.
Very well. But when will we see you again?
But may I call later this evening for about half an hour?
I look forward to it.
Cabby, it's half a sovereign for you if you get me to the Athenaeum in the next 3 minutes. Good afternoon, Lord Stonehenge.
Oh, Spratt.
Did you see this cartoon in the Morning Post? In a ticklish situation, this one with the brewers. Just been lunching with Durrant. He's rather sore about it. Oh, I hope he won't do anything rash. I have some influence with him, and, of course, I'm doing my best to persuade him not to kick over the traces.
I hear your son's to marry Durrant's daughter.
I've been misinformed. I am going to marry her.
You?
I needn't tell you. I'll do all in my power to bring Durrant to a reasonable state of mind. present he's wavering.
I suppose you know if he goes against us, the others will all follow.
Yes. The results will be, awkward.
You heard Gray's dead?
I have.
Would you like to go to Barchester?
Barchester?
Oh, excuse me, Lord Stonehenge, but this telegram has just reached me.
Huh?
Oh, forgive me for interrupting, Spratt.
Not at all.
They've just wired me, most unfortunate, but the Bishop of Sheffield died in his sleep last night. Did you know Dodge Thornwood?
I met him only once. A sad loss.
Thank you for letting me know, Poole. Thank you.
Not at all. Forgive me for interrupting with such sad tidings.
It'll need a strong man to succeed him.
Well, Spratt, you haven't answered my question.
Your question?
Do you want Barchester?
Lord Stonehenge, it is very good of you to make the offer. And I need not say how sensible I am to the honor. But if I may put it frankly, I don't think I can be of much service in a dead and alive place like Barchester. I have a passion for work. I can't live without plenty to do. If I'm to leave London, I feel it should be for a place that offers ample scope for a man of my energy. A place where there's a vigorous civil life, where one might feel oneself at the center of this busy and modern world of ours. Advance and progress are my watchwords.
I see.
But it is too bad of me to take up your time like this. You have so little time for private thought and contemplation. I shall be seeing Durrant again this evening, and shall do what I can to persuade him to put his business interests behind his political ones.
I see.
It's good to see you back from Castle Tenga, Winnie. How are you?
I'm so very happy, Uncle.
You're looking positively radiant. Where's Theo?
Still dressing, I presume. I heard him singing in his room as I came down.
Gray's dead. Has he got Barchester?
I haven't heard. But if he has, I'm sure he'll be only too eager to tell us when he comes in.
Hello, Uncle Thomas. Hello, Winnie.
Hello, Lionel.
Oh, it's good to see you again. Forgive me for not being in to dinner tonight, but I must attend choir practice.
Is your father going to? He's been practicing upstairs.
I don't think so. He hasn't said anything.
Then it is unlikely.
Welcome home, Winnie, dear.
Thank you, Papa.
Good evening, Thomas. I trust your day has not been too dull.
You're very cheerful, Theo.
Who would not be? The family all gathered together again. How delightful. How's Harry, Winnie?
He's wonderful. I'll always be grateful to you, Papa.
Your father's a wise man, Winnie.
And claims his right to say it.
If you'll excuse me, Father, I must be going.
Going, my boy, but this is a family dinner.
There's choir practice, Father.
Oh, so there is. So there is. I've had a full and busy day, and it slipped my mind.
Excuse me, sir. This telegram has just come for you.
Oh, thank you, Ponsonby.
And dinner is served, my lady.
We'll be down directly.
Oh.
What is it, Papa?
Get me a glass of sherry, Ponsonby.
Yes. What is it, Father?
Stupid of me.
Theodore, what is wrong?
Thank you, Ponsonby. We'll be down presently.
Very good, sir.
What was in that telegram?
Sir, you will be gratified to learn that the government has offered me the vacant bishopric of Sheffield.
Oh,
dear.
I'm so glad.
Well, Sophia?
Presumably you don't want me to persuade you to take it.
No. I shall accept it as it was offered. Frankly, and by telegram.
I am delighted at the news, but I must go now. They're all waiting.
Of course, my boy. I mustn't keep you from your duties. Oh, but I'm forgetting. Lionel, wait. I think the time has come to announce Winnie's betrothal publicly.
Oh, Papa.
Just a minute. My boy, and write the notice. You can leave it at the news agency as you pass.
Certainly, Father.
We are authorized to announce that a marriage has been arranged Between Lord Wroxham of Castle Tanker and Winifred, only daughter of the Honourable and Reverend Canon Theodore Spratt, Bishop-elect of Sheffield.
That's all?
That's enough.
Take it, my dear boy, and go. I fear you are made very late for your choir practice.
Yes, Father.
Oh, Thomas, you see that virtue is sometimes rewarded even in this world.
What's the Gothlings like?
I'm convinced they're excellent. And I shall be pleased to see you in Sheffield. The hospitality of the palace will ever be at the command of the head of my family.
There wouldn't be a rebellious parson in your diocese. You'll make it far too hot for anyone who don't act according to your lights.
A gentleman wishes to see you, sir.
I can see no one at this hour. I can't keep dinner waiting any longer.
I told him, sir, but he wouldn't take any notice. He's a gentleman from the press, sir.
Aha. That certainly makes a difference. Put him in the study. I shall join him directly.
Very good, sir.
Theo, are we to have no dinner?
I have a duty to perform. You forget that my position is radically altered.
I knew you'd remind us of it in less than 5 minutes.
I and my family have always been in the vanguard of progress.
Yes, but even your family wants to eat sometimes.
I should have thought that upon such an occasion, worthier thoughts would occupy your mind. But if your flesh is weak, I am willing that you should begin without me. I'm not a selfish man, and heaven forbid that I should ask as a right what a Christian disposition should grant as a pleasure.
Fiddlesticks.
I must beg you not to act towards me any longer with this mixture of indecent frivolity and vulgar cynicism. I don't wish to remind you that there is a change in my position.
That's twice in 5 minutes.
It appears to be necessary. I shall go and talk with the gentleman in my study. You may go to dinner. Oh, it may interest you to know that on the 31st of July, I'm going to be married to Gwendolen Dowd.
Well, Papa.
He always has the last word.
And probably always will.
In The Bishop's Apron, you heard George Baker as Canon Theodore Spratt, Peter Pratt as Lord Spratt, and Lydia Sherwood as Lady Sophia Spratt. Winifred Spratt was played by Pat Pleasance, Lionel Spratt, John Rye. Lord Wroxham, Geoffrey Beavers. Mrs. Railing, Nora Blaney. Bertram Railing, Michael Spice. Louise Railing, Joe Manning Wilson. Lord Stonehenge, Noel Iliff. Lady Patricia Stonehenge, Ursula Hurst. Sir John Durrant, Martin Friend. Gwendolen Durrant, Sheila Grant. Mrs. Fitzherbert, Betty Bascom. Mrs. Caudle, Marjorie Forsyth. Ponsonby, Dennis McCarthy. Bishop Poole, Leslie Heritage. The play was dramatized for radio by Donald Tosh from the novel The Bishop's Apron by W. Somerset Maugham. The production was by Graham Gould.
The 10th Man, a play by Somerset Maugham. Adapted for radio by Peggy Wells, with Clifford Norgate in the part of George Winter. The 10th Man.
Oh, dear. I wish you'd sit down, Frank. You make me quite nervous prowling round the drawing room like that.
How do you think I feel, Angela, to have news like this sprung on me without any warning? Oh, for heaven's sake, shut that damned barrel organ out. As if I hadn't got enough to bear.
All right, my dear. Close the window. There.
Now sit down, dear, and let us talk things over quietly.
I can't think why the dickens you didn't tell me last night, Angela.
I had no wish to disturb my night's rest.
Upon my soul, I don't know what you mean. It's incomprehensible to me that you should have slept like a top. I couldn't have closed my eyes the whole night.
I know, and you'd have taken excellent care, but I shouldn't close mine either.
I should have thought I had enough to do without being pestered with a foolish woman's matrimonial difficulties.
You really have a very detached way of looking at things, Frank. No one would imagine, to hear you speak, that the foolish woman in question was your daughter.
Really, Angela, I must beg you not to make this a subject of flippancy.
Well, what do you propose to do?
Do? What do you expect me to do? You tell me that Kate came home at 12 o'clock last night in a ball dress without her luggage, without even a dressing case, and informs you that she's left her husband. It's absurd.
Quite absurd, and so unnecessarily dramatic.
Well, of course, it was a whim on Kate's part. Luckily, her husband's coming here this morning.
Is he?
Yes, he promised to fetch me in his car. We're going to drive down to the city together. I'll bring him in, and meanwhile you can talk to Kate. Well, I dare say she's thought better of it already. It only wants a little tact, and we can settle the whole thing. George is clever enough to have given some plausible explanation to the servants.
Are you really under the impression things are going to pass off in that way?
Why not?
They say it's a wise man who knows his own father, but it's apparently a wiser man still who knows his own daughter.
Oh, Angela, for goodness sake, don't try to be bright and amusing.
Do you know so little of Kate as to imagine she would have taken a step of this kind without having quite made up her mind?
What? You don't mean to say you think Kate will refuse to go back to George?
I do.
Well, she must go back, that's all. You know just as well as I do that I can't afford to quarrel with George Winter. I'm chairman of half a dozen of his companies. The position would be intolerable.
I suppose you owe him money.
No, not exactly.
Yeah. And how much is it that you don't exactly owe him?
Well, we're mixed up together in any number of business undertakings, and naturally we have a sort of running account. If we settled up, I dare say I should have to find something like £15,000.
And how do you propose to raise £15,000?
That's just it. It would be devilish awkward. And George is in a confounded tight place, too. You must talk to Kate seriously, Angela.
Oh, here she is. Your father wishes to speak to you, Kate, dear.
Good morning, Father.
Be so good as to sit down, Catherine. Now, am I to understand that what your mother tells me is true?
Yes, Father. I lived with George as long as I could. For 4 years, I put up with more than any woman I know would have done. There are some things no one should suffer who has any self-respect.
You've never complained before of George's behavior?
No.
Why have you never said a word to your mother about it? I can't imagine why you shouldn't get on with George. I don't suppose you've ever expressed a whim that he hasn't gratified. Your allowance is princely. Your pearls are the envy of every woman in London.
Oh, yes, he's generous. My pearls have been a splendid advertisement.
Then what have you got to complain of?
I dare say my mother knows what half London is chattering about.
Well, Angela?
Oh, my dear, I hoped it was idle gossip. A man as much in the public eye as George Winter, the most prominent financier of the moment, certain to be talked about.
Kate, we aren't living under Victoria these days. This is 1910. You know what men are. You must extend a certain degree of license to a man of George's temperament.
You don't understand, Father. I bore my life till something happened which I couldn't endure. I've left him fully decided to divorce him. Nothing you can say will move me.
There are always two sides to every question.
I wonder if you'd go into the library, Frank. I should like to talk to Katie alone.
Oh, very well. Perhaps you can do something with her. Tell her what it means if she persists.
No, my dear.
Oh, Mother, you'll stand by me, won't you? You know what I've gone through. You must have some pity.
Why have you chosen this particular moment to leave your husband?
There are limits to human endurance.
Are you in love with someone else?
You have no right to ask me that, Mother.
Your indignation is almost an answer in itself. It's Robert Colby, isn't it? Well?
Yes.
And you made your arrangements, I suppose, to be married as soon as the decree is made absolute?
We haven't discussed the matter.
But still, I may take it that is the intention.
Yes.
Your father wishes me to tell you that if you quarrel with George, you will ruin him. He could hardly keep the positions that George has given him on his various boards.
He'll be no worse off than before I married.
Except that it appears your father owes George £15,000.
Do you want to cheat me again out of the little happiness that seems in store for me?
I want you to do what is right in your own eyes.
How can you be so cruel?
May I come in?
George! How dare you?
Now, Kate, you mustn't look like that.
Good morning, George.
Good morning, Lady Frances. Well, Kate?
It's infamous that you should come here. If you had any decent
My
feeling...
dear child, I had a business engagement with your father. It's unreasonable to expect me not to keep it because you had temporarily abandoned the conjugal roof.
Father, you might have warned me.
My dear, I was hoping that after a talk with your mother...
What can I do to show you that I've made up my mind for good?
Even after one's made up one's mind, it's not too late to listen to reason.
I think for all our sakes you should listen to anything that George has to say, Kate.
Do you understand what my mother means, George?
I dimly suspect.
My father owes you a lot of money. He thinks that if I divorce you, he'll have to pay that money.
I'm sure his sense of delicacy would prevent him from remaining in my debt.
And you'll make him resign his directorships of your companies?
I know him well enough to feel certain that he would never wish to retain them.
It's vile.
Or is it common sense? Now, look here, Kate, listen to me carefully. You know that all our interests are in Central America. The Lewishams had it all their own way out there till I came along. They owned the railways and the mines and the trams, everything that was worth having. I've been fighting them tooth and nail for 10 years. They've done all they could to smash me, but they haven't succeeded. And now I can force them to come to terms.
All this is nothing to me.
The Lewishams got onto a big thing, a mine called the Campo del Oro. But that earthquake the other day queered their pitch, and they offered bills when hard cash was the only thing to do the trick. Well, I found the cash and bought the mine last week.
It doesn't interest me.
It will. I sent MacDonald out there.
MacDonald is George's expert. He's the soundest man in the profession.
I'm expecting his report any moment. Then I shall get to work. I'm going to float the mine as a company with a capital of $500,000. Your father will be chairman, and he ought to make close on 50,000 out of it. For a reason I needn't tell you, we can't afford to wait. We must have ready money, and that means floating the company at once. My only chance is in Middlepool, where 3 parts of my backing have come from before. We shall soon be in the middle of a general election, and you know how uncertain my seat in Middlepool is. I keep it only by my personal popularity. I'm at the mercy of the nonconformists, and if there's talk of a divorce, it's all over with me. They'll make me retire before the election, and if that happens, the new company won't stand a dog's chance.
I'm afraid you'll think it very selfish, but I haven't any more power of self-sacrifice in me.
If the mine is a failure, it'll knock down all the other companies I'm connected with. It'll mean your father's ruin and mine. I dare say you don't mind that. But it'll also mean the ruin of thousands of investors all over the country. 3/4 of the population of Middlepool will lose their savings.
You've lied to me so often, George.
I can show you by plain figures that every word I say is true.
I haven't much sympathy with gamblers who want to make money without working for it. If they lose, it's their own lookout.
Oh, don't be a damn fool. It's a matter of life and death to me, and do you think I'm going... Please, Lady Frances, I would like to talk to Kate alone.
Come along, Frank. We'll go into the library.
Well, I hope you're able to knock some sense into her, that's all.
I don't think your elopement receives the unqualified approval of your parents, Kate.
Surely we said all that we had to say to one another last night.
You know, I wouldn't have fooled about with other women if you hadn't shown me very clearly that you didn't want to have anything to do with me.
I'd rather not discuss that.
Well, after all, it isn't as if I cared a tinker's cuss for the whole lot of them.
And you think that makes it any better? I think I could have forgiven you if you'd had any love for them. You exposed me to all that humiliation merely to gratify your vanity.
If you like, I'll give you my solemn word of honor that you shall have no cause to complain in future.
It's too late. You've given me my chance of freedom, and I mean to take it.
You're not keeping your part of the bargain.
What do you mean?
You didn't marry me because you were in love with me.
That's not true.
Think.
A year ago, I'd have said again that it wasn't true. I didn't know what love was.
You married me because I was rich.
No. No, I was dazzled by your success. I mistook it for love.
And I married you because I wanted a wife. You happen to have an uncle who's a duke.
and aristocratic connections are devilish useful in England to a radical politician.
Yes, I found out soon enough why you married me.
It was a business arrangement on both sides, and you've had your full share of the profits.
How can you?
Oh, you'd always lived in a poky way, and I gave you magnificence.
If you bought an article and it hasn't turned out worth the money you gave for it, that's your lookout. You see, you've taught me something after all. And now surely you have nothing more to say to me.
My dear, knowing how important it is to me that you should return to the conjugal roof, you don't imagine I've come without some means to persuade you.
I assure you, you're wasting your time.
You seem to be under the delusion it rests with you to make conditions. I have here a copy of a letter which you may remember. The original was so crumpled that I can't help thinking you were romantic enough to sleep with it under your pillow. It begins, "My very dear friend."
How did you get hold of that?
I can never understand why people are such fools as to write love letters. I never do. I only send telegrams.
You broke open my dressing case.
When I made you a present of your dressing case, I kept the duplicate key in case you lost yours.
How like you. Well, there's nothing in any of my letters that I'm ashamed of.
I wonder what a clever counsel would make of this letter. I can imagine it read in such a manner that those vague words should gather form and substance.
What do you mean?
My dear, I'm going to bring a counter-petition, that's all. You want to wash your dirty linen in public? Let's have an entire spring cleaning.
Oh, my dear George, if you only knew how indifferent I am to such a threat. We haven't done anything with which we can reproach ourselves.
You astonish me, my dear Kate. Surely it can't have slipped your memory that Robert Colby, snatching a brief and well-earned holiday from affairs of state, made a tour of North Italy last Easter, and you accompanied him.
That's not true. You know it's not true. I went with Barbara Herbert.
And a maid. It's always a little unsafe to trust maids.
I went to Italy with your consent. I wrote and told you that I'd met Robert. Chance threw us together in Venice. We found we were making practically the same tour, and we joined forces. We had nothing to be ashamed of, therefore we had nothing to fear.
And do you think you will be able to persuade a British jury that you and Robert Colby travelled through Italy together merely to look at churches and pictures?
George, I promise you on my word of honour that I've never been unfaithful to you.
My dear, it's not a question of convincing me. I am the most trusting, the most credulous of mortals. But of convincing the 12 good men and true who form a British jury, I give you your choice. If you bring an action against me, I bring a counter-petition.
My choice was made long ago. I'm innocent.
You'll ruin me and your father. But you'll ruin Colby as well.
What do you mean?
You're surely not so simple-minded as to imagine he can do anything but resign his seat if he were made co-respondent in a divorce case. They say if we get in again, he's to be given the Ministry of War.
Robert and I have nothing to reproach ourselves with. Nothing.
You sent a note to him last night. What did you say?
I asked him to come here at 12 o'clock.
That is nearly 12 now. I'll wait. And you shall talk to him.
Hello, Kate.
Anne.
Good morning, George, dear. How are you today?
Oh, in my usual rude health, thank you, Anne.
This is Teddy O'Donnell. I want to introduce him to you.
How do you do?
How do you do?
My brother-in-law is the Napoleon of finance, Teddy. He owns 17 companies, 5 gold mines, 2 railways, a house in Portman Square, 2 places in the country, a yacht, 5 motor cars, the family of Atchison.
Stop talking such nonsense.
It's quite true.
Now, Anne, what is it you want?
You're an old dear, George.
Oh, I thought so. Well, what is it?
I want you to give Teddy a job.
Anne.
Oh, I say, you needn't put it so bluntly, Anne.
It's no good beating about the bush with George, is it?
Not much.
Now sit down and let me talk sensibly to you.
Anne, I'd rather you didn't just now. George and I are busy.
Is anything the matter?
No, nothing. Kate's a little under the weather this morning. Now, tell me why you want me to give Mr. O'Donnell a job.
Because we're going to be married.
Are you, by Jove?
I offered her my hand and heart.
And being a practical person, I promptly inquired what were his worldly possessions.
They're not only nil, they're astonishingly nil.
Ah.
In point of fact, if you reckon debts, they're positively minus.
So, I fell into his arms and said, let us put up the banns at once.
And that's where I come in.
Well, I I thought he might manage one of your railways or be your chauffeur.
What?
Or if you didn't think he was good enough for that, you might make him director of one of your companies.
And you don't know what you're talking about.
Good heavens, if Papa can direct companies, surely Teddy can.
No, I didn't mean that. But there are circumstances that you don't understand. Mr. O'Donnell can't ask George to do anything for him. Mr. O'Donnell...
Really, Kate, you might let me answer for myself.
George always said he'd help me when I wanted to get married.
Mr. O'Donnell, I presume your idea is to go into the city.
Yes, more or less.
Educated at a public school, I suppose.
Yes.
Then may I take it that you tried to get into the army and failed?
Yes, I suppose I did.
Yes, and you hadn't got enough money to go into the diplomatic.
How on earth do you know, George?
When a young man of family and education tells me he wants to go into the city, I know it's because he's too incompetent to do anything else.
Well,
50 years ago, the fool of a good family went into the church. In 1910, he goes into the city.
You're not very flattering.
Well, I dare say you'll suit me all right.
Oh, George, you are a darling.
Anne, give me a kiss and I'll find him a job.
I'll give you 2. There.
Well, I shan't find him 2 jobs.
I can't imagine why everybody's so afraid of you, George. You're an old dear.
A heart of gold. That's what I always tell Kate. Now, come and see me tomorrow morning, O'Donnell. We'll have a talk about things.
It's awfully good of you, sir.
You know, you'll have to do as you're told if you come to me.
I dare say I shan't mind that.
Well, it's not always pleasant being at the beck and call of a damned bounder.
How do you mean?
Of course, you look upon me as a damned bounder. I know that. I wasn't educated at a public school. My father was a hatter at Middlepool. I went to sea when I was 14. When I was your age, I was earning 25 bob a week as a clerk in a bucket shop. Of course, I'm a damned bounder.
Now, George, don't be disagreeable.
Well, run along, children. Oh, have you spoken to your father about this, Anne?
No, we're going to leave you to do that.
Are you?
Well, you see, Father's sure to kick up a bit of a row because Teddy's so absolutely stony. But if you say you're giving him a job...
Father may object, Anne.
Oh, he wouldn't dare if George said it was all right.
Are you really very keen on marrying?
Awfully.
Well, I'll see what I can do. Run along now.
Goodbye, darling George.
Goodbye, sir. See you tomorrow.
Bye. Bye.
George, you're not going to take him into your service. You must understand it's impossible.
Why?
We can accept nothing from you.
This disinterestedness is rather a new trait in your family, isn't it?
Anne will have to be told the facts, and she'll see at once that it's out of the question for Teddy to accept favours from you.
I wonder.
I have no doubt of it.
Do you think she'll be pleased when she's told that her marriage can't take place? Are you sure she won't say that she has no quarrel with me?
I should make her understand.
And what will you say? That I'll start her young man on 400 a year and allow her a couple of hundred more so that they can marry next week if they want to, but that you are divorcing me and it would be monstrous of them to accept my offer?
Oh, it's wicked of you. Each way I turn, you bar my way.
In the agitation of the moment, you seem to be mixing your metaphors, my dear.
Mr. Robert Colby has come, madam.
Oh.
I've shown him in the morning room. He said he would wait until you were disengaged, ma'am.
Ask him to come in, Thompson.
Very good, sir.
I'll go through to the library and discuss the weather and the crops with your excellent father, and you shall discuss the situation with Colby.
For goodness sake, leave me alone.
Suggest a counter-petition and see how he takes it. My own impression is that he'll run like a rabbit. And if he does, you know whose arms are open to receive you. As the library adjoins the drawing room, I shan't be far away if you want me.
Mr. Robert Colby.
Robert, how good of you to come.
My dear, you look as if you were surprised to see me.
You must be frantically busy. I thought you might not be able to manage it.
Ah,
Do you know what I've done?
I suspected what your note meant.
I'm seeing my solicitor today, and the petition will be filed as soon as ever it's possible.
I'm so glad. You had no right to go on with that degrading life.
Robert, tell me again that I'm right.
You'll know how much I love you.
Yes, I do know. You've shown me in everything you've done how much you cared.
You realize that I've never even kissed your hand, Kate.
I'm very grateful to you. Now more than ever, I want to feel quite sure that we have nothing to reproach ourselves with.
Were you angry with me when I wrote that letter to you?
I read it till I knew every word by heart. Sometimes I wonder how I could have borne my life at all except for the knowledge that you cared for me.
You've never once told me that you love me, Kate.
I love you with all my heart and soul.
And after it's all over?
It shall be as you wish.
You've meant so much to me, Kate. I owe all my success to you.
It makes me so proud to hear you say that, Bob.
Did you read the speech I made yesterday?
No, I'm afraid I haven't yet. Tell me all about it. I suppose it was the army debate.
Yes, I burnt my ships behind me. I said I thought some form of compulsory service was essential.
Oh.
The Prime Minister's going to the country at once. I think we shall get in. And if we do... Oh, I wish to goodness they'd give me the War Office. Of course, after 6 years in office, we can only hope for a small majority, and every seat will count. I wonder what will happen at Middlepool.
George is very popular.
Yes, that's just it. As long as he was there, the seat was safe. I wonder if anyone else will be able to hold it.
Do you think it will be impossible for him to stand again?
Oh, quite. And rightly. No man's obliged to go into Parliament. If he does, it's his duty to keep clear of scandal.
I wonder what you'd do if you were beaten at the general election.
Oh, I don't think my constituents will throw me out as long as I behave myself.
And if they did?
It would just about finish me. Politics are my whole life.
Yes. Now you must go. I've got so much to do, and I'm sure you must have.
Goodbye, then. And God bless you.
I shall think of you all day long.
Goodbye.
The great man has taken his hook.
Yes.
I thought I heard him go.
Well, Catherine, I hope you've thought better of things.
Well?
You think every man is a rogue, George, don't you?
Certainly not. I think 9 men out of 10 are rogues or fools. That's why I make money.
And what will you do when you come across the 10th man, who's neither rogue nor fool?
Put him under a glass case.
You may find him awkward to deal with. Take care.
Oh, I shall. But I've looked for him so long that I can't help thinking he doesn't move in my set. Now and then I thought I'd really got him. But while I was wondering how the deuce I was going to manage, I've seen an itching palm steal softly out, and I knew it wasn't the 10th man after all.
Mr. Bennett would like to speak to Mr. Winter.
Is he on the telephone?
No, sir, he's here.
What the deuce can he want?
All right, I'll have a word with him, Thompson.
No, let's have him in. Perhaps it's something important. And he'll want to see me, too.
Perhaps. Show him in, Thompson.
Very good, sir.
Who is Mr. Bennett?
Oh, he's the secretary of 2 or 3 of our companies. He manages the office and that sort of thing.
He does all the work for which your father gets fees.
Oh, I don't know about that. I flatter myself I'm worth my salt.
Mr. Bennett.
Well, what's the matter, Fred?
I went round to Portman Square, sir, and they told me you were here. I thought I'd better come on at once.
Nothing has happened, Mr. Bennett.
No, my lord. May I speak to you for a moment, Mr. Winter, sir?
Yes. Etchingham, do you mind?
No, of course not. Come along, Kate. We'll go into the library. Call me when you're through, George.
Now, what the devil's the matter, Fred?
There's been a cable from MacDonald's, sir.
Good. And when's the report due? I suppose it's following?
Yes.
Well, why the deuce didn't you ring me up? I'd have come down to the office at once. Now we've got that, we can go ahead.
I wouldn't risk it on the phone. You never know who's listening.
Well, what does the cable say?
It's not what you expect, sir.
What the hell do you mean?
The mine's rotten.
You filthy liar. What are you talking about?
Take care, they'll hear you. We've been done in the eye. The mine's worthless.
Worthless? It can't be. Can't be.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm in it as deep as you are.
If that's true, the 100,000 we paid for it might as well have been thrown down a drain pipe.
What are you going to do?
Do? Fight it out.
You know what it means if you fail.
The Old Bailey. But I shan't fail, Fred. I shan't fail.
The doctor says your father will be well enough to come downstairs tomorrow, Kate.
Oh, I'm glad of that, Mother.
This is the 2nd attack of gout he's had this year.
Poor old thing.
Close the window, will you, my dear?
Very well.
Do so wish that barrel organ wouldn't always play the same tune. It quite exhausts me.
Oh,
What's the matter?
George's carriage. They must have let him in.
I suppose he's come to see your father.
He mustn't come in here. I won't see him. It's monstrous that I should have to put up with this.
Dear, don't worry. George hasn't made any attempt to see you for a fortnight.
Good afternoon, ladies.
George, what do you want? You've got no right to force yourself upon me.
I've just been served with this paper.
Well, What else did you expect?
Your father told me that nothing was going to be done about the divorce for the moment.
I can't help what Father said. It's my business.
What is that paper, George?
Oh, would you like to look at it? It's an interesting document.
It's the divorce petition, Mother.
Wish I had my glasses. I've never seen one before.
You've been lucky.
Or virtuous.
Kate, you've got to withdraw this.
Surely you must see that from now, all communications between us must pass through our lawyers.
Listen to me, Kate. There have been references to a dispute between us in the Middlepool papers. And the Herald, the conservative rag, has stated in the current issue that you are divorcing me.
The Middlepool papers are singularly well informed.
That's where you're mistaken. The Argus is printing a special edition with a complete and authoritative denial of the whole story. I've issued a writ for libel against the Herald.
One lie, more or less, on your conscience can make no great difference to you.
But that's not enough. The Middlepool people are nervous about the whole thing. You know Swalecliffe? He's the nonconformist minister. He's on my committee. He and Ford control the dissenting interest between them. They've got it into their heads that they want the truth from you.
Me?
Who is Ford?
The richest man in Middlepool. He's one of my directors on the Middlepool Investment Trust. Shrewd as they make them.
But I don't understand. What do these men want Kate to do?
They're coming here at 5 o'clock to ask Kate if there's any truth in the rumors.
But it's outrageous.
Of course it's outrageous.
What do you expect Kate to say?
She's going to say it's the first she's heard of it. Then they're going to ask her if she's divorcing me, and she's going to repudiate the suggestion.
I refuse to see these people.
Do you?
Or do you want me to tell them before your face that every word they've heard is true? Yes, I'll see them. I'll settle the whole thing, and then I shall be rid of this persecution. But I shall tell them the exact truth.
We'll see. It's not 5 o'clock yet.
Mr. Pettigle.
My dear Bob, this is kind of you.
How do you do, Angela? Kate?
You never come and see us now you're Prime Minister.
It's a delusion of the public, Kate, that the Prime Minister has nothing to do but pay afternoon calls. I'm very glad to see you here, Winter.
On the best possible terms with my mother-in-law.
Of course.
Well, when are you going to dissolve Parliament, Bob?
Do you know, I've been so busy I haven't had time to read the papers for some days. What do they say about it, Angela?
Don't be irritating.
My dear, a wise Prime Minister looks upon it as a privilege to fulfill the intelligent anticipations of the press.
I hope it's not true that you're going to give Emily Lascelles the Home Office.
Good heavens, you talk as if your sex were already comfortably installed in the house.
You know perfectly what I mean. It doesn't matter about the men, because all the work is done by the permanent officials. But their wives are quite another matter. I tell you frankly, it'll be a great mistake if Emily Lascelles goes to the Home Office.
Why?
She can't entertain. She doesn't know a word of French. She dresses abominably.
That settles it. Emily Lascelles shall not go to the Home Office.
That is how history is made.
Oh, George, Frank bought a print of Napoleon the other day he wants to show you. Do come up, will you?
Of course.
George collects things about Napoleon, you know.
Ah, the Napoleon of finance. I'm sorry to hear that Frank's laid up.
Oh, he's much better today. We shall only be 5 minutes. Come along, George.
Right.
How naturally your mother did that. It almost took me in.
Have you come to see me by arrangement?
I'm up to my eyes in work. I'm afraid I could hardly find time for a chat in the middle of the afternoon without a rather special object.
I suppose not.
But your husband's presence leads me to suppose that your common sense has made my errand unnecessary.
Haven't you heard of the life we led together?
My dear, I make a point of never believing the disagreeable things that are said about a man who subscribes so handsomely to the party funds as your husband.
Then I have you against me, too.
My dear child, I've known you all your life. Your mother's my first cousin. We all desire nothing more than your happiness.
George was served with the divorce petition this morning.
Ah. It appears that two prominent supporters of your husband are coming up from Middlepool this afternoon to get from your own lips a denial of the rumors that have been circulating in the constituency.
I can promise you that they're not going to get it.
I wish I could persuade you to pause before you take such an irrevocable step.
But why should you care?
My dear, we've been in office for 6 years. We're dissolving Parliament at once. I don't know if we shall get in again. It'll be a very close shave. We can't afford to risk a couple of seats.
A couple?
The chief whip tells me that your husband proposes to lodge a counter petition.
If it weren't so odious, the idea would be laughable. I promise you that Robert...
Oh, yes, of course. Neither you nor Robert Colby has anything to reproach himself with. That's obvious. But, well, I gather that the evidence is such that a prima facie case could be made out. It would be awkward just at this moment for all of us. I myself could wish that my relationship to your dear mother weren't quite so close.
Do you mean that if my husband drags Robert through the divorce court, you'll throw Robert overboard, even if his innocence is proved through and through?
My dear, no one is so innocent that there's not occasion for some people to shake their heads and say, one never knows. I don't suppose any Prime Minister would invite a man to enter his cabinet who'd been co-respondent in a divorce suit.
He's set his heart on getting the War Office.
Well, you have it in your hands to give it to him.
Does Robert know that George has made certain threats?
No, I think not.
Oh, what a responsibility you put upon me.
That generally goes with power, and at the moment you have that too.
Robert and I have never hidden anything from one another. He wouldn't wish me to decide upon a matter that concerns us both without consulting him. Do you object to my putting the whole thing before him?
Oh, not a bit. But I can tell you at once what his answer will be. He'll say he loves you. And if he must choose between you and everything that has seemed to make his life worth living, he chooses you without a moment's hesitation. But while he's in the very act of renouncing the world for your sake, look in his eyes. And perhaps you will see in them the shadow, the merest shadow of regret. And perhaps in 10 years, when I bring an ill-spent life to a close, you will say to yourself, if I hadn't sacrificed him, he might be standing now in the shoes of that poor, old, incompetent Peregrine.
I don't believe Robert is ambitious.
You have to be a shrewd observer always to know the difference between ambition and patriotism.
I could think the world well lost for love.
Ah, yes, but you're a woman. Do you think a man can? Now, may I ring and ask if my carriage has come back? I asked Colby to fetch me in it so that we might run down to the house together.
Mr. Colby.
Oh, there you are, Colby.
I thought I'd come up for one moment, sir, just to say how do you do to Kate.
I should have been furious if you hadn't, Robert.
Well, I'll just go up and see your father, Kate.
Oh, he'll be so pleased. I'll take you up.
No. I couldn't hear of it. I can easily find my way.
I'll do my best to entertain you, Kate, while the Prime Minister is gone. I jumped for joy when he sent me a note asking me to call for him here.
You might have come of your own accord.
I'm always afraid that I shall bore you if I come too often. I rack my brains for plausible excuses to present myself at your front door. What's the matter, Kate?
Nothing.
I thought you seemed worried.
Do you know that you haven't shown the least desire to kiss me?
My dear, I was obeying your strict commands.
If you really wanted to, you wouldn't have cared 2 straws for my commands.
My darling.
No, stay where you are. If you didn't think of it of your own accord, it's too late.
What on earth's the matter with you?
If you love me, why don't you say so sometimes?
Good heavens, it's on the tip of my tongue every moment of the day.
Oh, forgive me. It's just that I want to know that you love me.
Come here, Kate. Oh, my darling. Now, do you understand?
You're all I have in the world. I don't know what I should do if I lost you.
In a very little while now, dearest, we shall belong to one another for good.
I wonder how much you love me.
With all my heart.
Do you love me enough to...
What?
Nothing. I'm being silly and sentimental. Let's be as well behaved as we generally are. I want to put a purely hypothetical case to you. Supposing you had to choose between me and your career, which would you choose?
You, of course.
How glibly you say it.
Well, fortunately, I shall never be forced to make such a tremendous choice.
Of course not.
Then why the dickens do you suggest it?
Because I'm nervous and restless and rather bored. I wanted to hear you say that you wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice the world for my sake.
Oh, you silly girl.
Bob, hold me in your arms again. Bob, darling.
Oh, darling, you're shaking. Something is the matter. Tell me.
No, let me go. Someone's coming.
Your father insisted on coming downstairs, Kate.
I really can't stand my room any longer, and I can walk quite well now.
I thought Dr. O'Farrell said you were to stay upstairs till tomorrow, Father.
Oh, O'Farrell's an idiot.
Oh, it certainly looks as if you're better when you start abusing your doctor.
I hope I haven't kept you waiting, Colby.
No, sir, not a bit.
Lady Frances has been showing me an old photograph. I looked at it blankly, and then she said, "Don't you remember? It's so-and-so." It gave me quite a start.
Really?
Yes. It was the photograph of a young lady I'd been so madly in love with, and I asked her to run away with me. Married woman and all that sort of thing. And would you believe it? 30 years have passed since then, and upon my soul I didn't know her from Adam.
Or Eve.
You must congratulate yourself, sir.
I do. I'm not a high-minded, quixotic fellow like you, and I don't mind telling you that I find it very agreeable to be Secretary for Foreign Affairs and Prime Minister. And yet, at the time, if anyone had given me the choice between my present position and a trip across Europe with the object of my affections, I wouldn't have hesitated.
A merciful providence evidently had you under its care.
Well, we must be off. We mustn't let even this charming lady interfere too much with the working of the British Empire.
Goodbye.
You must get your mother to show you that photograph, Kate. 30 years ago, I thought the little hussy more attractive than that. Goodbye, Frank. I hope your foot will be all right in a day or two.
Yes.
Come along, Colby.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Kate. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, Colby. Yes, I remember that little woman quite well. Not much to look at. I wondered at the time what Perigal saw in her.
You don't want me just now, Father, do you?
No, dear. Are you going out?
I'm only going to my room. I want to be alone for a little bit.
Oh, are you not feeling well, my dear?
Mr. Bennett.
Ah, Mr. Bennett. Forgive me if I don't get up. Very well, Kate. Run along, dear.
I'm glad to see you're better, my lord.
Is anything the matter?
I thought your lordship expected me. You telephoned.
I?
Perhaps Mr. Winter...
Ah, yes, of course. George didn't mention it. I suppose he wants me to sign checks. Well, I can do it just as well here as at the office. I think Mr. Winter is still here. Would you mind ringing?
Yes, certainly.
Ah, George. We were just going to ring.
I've given orders that no one is to be let up until Ford and Swalecliffe arrive from Middlepool.
Oh, by Jove, I'd forgotten all about them. I say, George, you made a mistake in letting them come.
And I've told Lady Frances that we shall want the room to ourselves and no one's to come in without knocking.
Oh. By the way, was it you who sent for Bennett?
It was. Your gout has come in very handy.
Hmm?
Sit down, Fred.
I think...
Make ourselves cozy. Quite comfortable, Ettingham?
Yes, quite, thank you.
Foot all right?
I don't feel it at the moment.
I thought you might like to know at once that MacDonald's report on the mine has come.
Ah, well, that is good news. Now we can get to work at once.
Have you got it with you, Fred?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm sure his lordship would like to have a look at it.
Yes, indeed. Hand it over, Bennett. Oh, this is really a thrilling moment. I believe I'm going to make my fortune at last.
As you justly remark, it's a thrilling moment.
Here you are, my lord.
Thank you. Impressive document, isn't it?
Rather technical.
Yes, indeed. Yes, upon my soul, I don't know why MacDonald can't put it into plain English.
I'm thankful he didn't put it any plainer.
I must honestly confess that I don't quite grasp what he means.
I thought you wouldn't. The long and the short of it can be told in a dozen words.
Ah. Well?
The mine was practically worked out when we bought it.
What?
There's no gold there worth speaking of. We've been done in the eye, and we're £80,000 to the bad.
You're joking.
Read the report.
Then...
Your fortune is beginning to look rather silly, isn't it? So's mine.
Is this true, Mr. Bennett?
I'm afraid it is, my lord.
My God. What's to be done now?
What do you think ought to be done? You're chairman of the syndicate. Your opinion can't fail to be valuable.
Oh, we must just pocket our loss, I suppose.
With things in their present state, a loss like that is about as much as we can stand.
But the slump must come to an end soon.
We've been saying that for the last 2 months.
Then what the deuce is to be done?
That is what we're asking you.
We've got the Lewishams to reckon with.
Now's their time to make a raid on us.
I've put all my eggs in this basket. I thought I was going to be rich at last. I wanted to get out of the whole thing. I wanted to live quietly and comfortably.
What are you going to do, sir?
Suppress the report. Go ahead as if we believed in the mine. We've got the government expert's report in which we bought the thing. We'll put that in the prospectus.
But isn't that dishonest?
Very.
George.
It's an axiom in mining circles that when you've got hold of a rotten thing, the proper course is to pass it on to the British public.
But the public will find out there's no gold there when you pay no dividends.
Oh, we'll pay dividends for a year or two. By then we shall have turned the corner, and we'll find another carrot for the British public.
But you say yourself it's dishonest.
There's another point you seem to have forgotten.
What is that?
We paid for the mine with money that didn't belong to us.
What do you mean?
Has it escaped your memory that you and I are directors of the Middlepool Investment Trust?
Well?
We had to plank down £80,000 within 24 hours or lose the mine.
It looked like a certainty.
At that moment, it was impossible for us to raise anything like that sum. The bank held £100,000 of bearer bonds for the Middlepool Investment Trust. They delivered them on an order, signed by you, me, and Bennett. We borrowed on them and completed the purchase of a worthless mine.
But I've never signed anything.
Yes, you did, my lord. They wouldn't have delivered the bonds without.
Then my signature's been forged.
Don't you remember one day after an excellent luncheon, I asked you to come up into the office and sign some papers?
But I never looked at them. I didn't know. I saw you sign them. I added my signature without hesitation.
That's your affair.
You've tricked me. You're a common swindler. In a month, we may all be in prison.
I hear they make you very comfortable there nowadays.
Well, I see my duty before me. I didn't know. But now, there can be no excuse for me. I must go to Scotland Yard at once. I shall make a clean breast of the whole thing.
No, don't be a fool. Listen to me. If we go under, you go under too. Let there be no doubt in your mind about that.
I must do my duty.
Your duty is to keep your head and help us out of the mess as best you can.
But nothing can be done. The mine's worthless. How are we to raise £80,000?
We've got 6 weeks before we need replace the bonds. If we can do it by then, no one will ever know they've left the cellars of the bank.
There's no more chance of replacing them in 6 weeks than there is the day after tomorrow.
Yes, there is, if we can float the company. That's where you come in. I've got to keep my seat in the House. I want all my prestige. I can't have a divorce. You must go to Kate at once and tell her that the only way she can save you from prison is by telling these men who are coming from Middlepool that she has no cause for complaint against me.
Good God. I'd forgotten, Kate. You want me to go and tell my daughter that I'm a thief and a swindler and throw myself on her mercy?
That's it.
I'll see you damned first.
The alternative is prison. It's not very nice, penal servitude. Is it, Fred? You know all about it. You can tell him.
Sir.
Mr. Bennett, what does he mean?
Fred's a solicitor who was struck off the roll.
What?
He was sentenced to 3 years for misappropriating a client's money.
Good God. Is that true, Mr. Bennett?
Yes, my lord.
I never knew.
Oh, of course you didn't. It's not the kind of thing you'd expect him to brag about, is it? But it'll go worse with him if we're found out because he's been at it before. Tell him what it's like, Fred.
Oh, sir, don't.
I knew him before he went in. His name was Feltman then. And when they let him out, I took him because I felt sure he had everything to gain by sticking by me and everything to lose by giving me away.
Good heavens.
Oh, who the devil's that? Come in. What is it? I told you we weren't to be disturbed, Thompson.
The gentlemen have come, sir.
Oh, no.
I'll ring when you can show them in.
Very good, sir.
Now, go to Kate. Tell her what I've told you. And say the only way she can save you is by giving in.
I'll see you damned first.
What?
I tell you I won't. And you can go to hell.
Oh, my lord, you don't know what you're doing.
Do you mean mean to say you refuse to speak to Kate?
If I speak to her, it'll only be to tell her that you are a rotten scoundrel. It's worth her while to put up with anything to be rid of you.
It means 7 years. You know that, don't you?
For you and that dirty convict there.
You think you can get off by turning on us, but you can't. We've got you tight.
You miserable fellow. Do you think I shall try to escape my penalty?
Ah, tomfoolery. We haven't got time for highfalutin now. Those fellows can't be kept waiting all night. Kate's the only person who can save us. And you.
I tell you I won't. You've made a cat's paw of me. And you thought you were only going to say the word and I'd come to heel.
You've done it often enough before.
Don't expect any mercy from him, my lord.
I don't want any mercy. You think you've got me tight. Don't you know that I've got a way of escape whenever I choose to take it?
What are you going to do?
That is my business.
I see.
What does he mean, sir?
Do you think you'd have the courage to shoot yourself, Edgy?
What?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Where are you going?
Get out of my way, you damned bounder.
Ring that bell, Fred. That'll bring those men up. Don't you remember? You
Ring the bell, damn you.
What are you going to do?
Oh, hello. I thought you were routing out your pistols by now.
You're not going to see those fellows.
They'll insist on seeing Mrs. Winter.
Then I shall send for her.
Oh, you needn't think she'll back you up in your confounded lies.
Anyhow, I dare say you'd like to wait and see.
Have you got something up your sleeve?
My dear fellow, our sex would be at an impossible disadvantage in its dealings with the other if it were not for the most obstinate of all their passions, self-sacrifice.
You're counting on that.
You've given Kate such a training in it that I can't help thinking it's become a habit.
I won't say a word to move her.
Like all great men, I leave as little as possible to chance.
Perigal.
That's it.
Do you think there is a chance, sir?
We must risk it. It's the only thing left.
Mr. Swalecliffe and Mr. James Ford.
How do you do? I'm delighted to see you. I hope I haven't kept you waiting.
Not a bit. It's of no consequence.
Let me introduce you to my father-in-law. Mr. Ford, Mr. Swalecliffe, Lord Francis Etching.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you, Lord Francis.
It's very kind of you to say so.
When I suggested to Lord Francis that it would be more convenient for you to come here, he put his house at my disposal. My wife is staying here, you know.
Oh.
We're doing up the house in Portman Square, and she can't stand the smell of paint. Now, sit down and make yourselves comfortable, won't you? Have you had tea?
Yes, thank you.
Then we'll get to business at once, shall we?
I should like to say, before we go any further, that it is with the greatest regret that Mr. Ford and I have come up to London on such an errand.
There's been a lot of gossip in Middlepool, and, well, we thought the shortest way to settle it was to come up and see you.
Yes.
You and I are old friends, George. We've had business dealings together for the past 20 years. But, well, it's a question of winning the election or losing it. There's never been much in it, one way or another. And 50 votes, more or less, will make all the difference.
I want to tell you frankly, Mr. Winter, that I should feel it my duty to vote against you if there were any truth in the reports that have been going about. And I should feel it my duty to advise my congregation to follow my example.
Well, that's clear enough in all conscience. Gentlemen, the best answer I can make to you is that I receive you in my father-in-law's house. My wife is upstairs in her mother's boudoir. I give you my word of honor that there is not the smallest shadow of truth in any single syllable that you have heard.
We don't doubt your word, Mr. Winter, but we came to London with a particular object.
The committee discussed it at length, and the majority agreed
Of course,
that...
of course. Etchingham, will you give these gentlemen the assurance?
I think the whole thing's damned impertinent.
You're only wasting time, George.
We made up our minds that we must have a certain assurance from the lips of Mrs. Winter. Then we can go back to Middlepool with comfortable minds.
Do you mean to say you wish to cross-examine my wife? No decent woman would stand it. I refuse to ask her to expose herself to such a degradation.
That means that you don't represent Middlepool in next Parliament, George Winter.
I'd sooner lose my seat than expose a defenseless woman to such humiliation. You can go and tell that to your committee and be damned to you.
But we came up from Middlepool on the understanding that we were to see your wife, Mr. Winter.
My wife is in very delicate health, Mr. Swalecliffe.
We shan't keep her more than 5 minutes. You'd be wise to let common sense get the better of your pretty sentiments.
Very well. I'll ring for her.
I think it's the best thing, you know, George.
But if she refuses to answer, I warn you that I shall not say a word to persuade her. I think the whole thing's a perfect scandal.
Yes, sir?
Thompson, tell Mrs. Winter that Lord Francis and I would be very much obliged if she'd come to the drawing room for one moment.
Very good, sir.
Well, gentlemen, I hope you're satisfied.
We merely wish your wife to answer the questions that were put to you in your agent's letter on behalf of the committee.
I've no more to say.
Yes, George?
Ah, Kate. These are the gentlemen of whom I spoke to you. Gentlemen, here is my wife.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mrs. Winter? Pleased to see you.
How do you do?
We've not had the pleasure of welcoming you in Middlepool for some time.
I've not been very well lately.
Mr. Winter, will you ask your wife the question?
No, Mr. Swellcliffe. If you're not ashamed to ask the question, you may ask it yourself.
I am a stranger to Mrs. Winter. The matter requires some explanation.
It's no use making any bones about it, Swellcliffe. Mrs. Winter, I'm sorry to put you in this position, but there it is, and it can't be helped. There are busybodies everywhere, and Middlepool has its fair share of them. There's been a lot of gossip about you and your good man, and if we don't look out, it'll lose him the election.
What do you want me to say to you?
Well, we want to be able to go back to Middlepool and tell them we've had it from your own lips that there's no truth in these reports.
That you may do. The reports are quite untrue.
You've no intention of divorcing your husband?
None whatever.
You've never had any intention?
Good Lord, isn't that enough for you?
Yes, we won't bother you anymore.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mrs. Winter. Thank you very much. And I'm glad that you've put our minds at rest. George, shake hands.
I'll shake hands with you, James, but I can't help saying that I could have expected more charity, more confidence in me from men who make a practice of belief in the Christian church.
That's all right.
I can understand your vexation, Mr. Winter, but we were in a very difficult position.
Anyhow, we must get along. And if we look sharp, we'll catch the 5:40 back to Middlepool.
Oh, yes.
Good afternoon to you, Mrs. Winter.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, gentlemen.
Mr. Bennett will show you out. Goodbye.
Haven't you any idea where Winter could be, Boyce?
As his election agent, Colonel, I should have thought you'd know his movements, particularly on election day.
He's booked to speak at a meeting at 10:30, but you know what he is. Half a dozen places at once.
Have you sent down to the meeting?
Yes, Mr. Ford, of course I have. I've sent Teddy O'Donnell down to tell him to come to the hotel at once.
Oh, confound those trains. Why did Winter have to pick an hotel right on top of the station? 3 weeks of it, too, we've had.
Worst place in Middlepool for a hotel. Glad I didn't put any money into it.
You're sure he won't go to the committee rooms, Colonel?
If he does, Mr. Swellcliffe, he'll be sent on. I thought it would cause a lot of gossip if we had a meeting there. That's why I suggested meeting in his sitting room at the hotel.
I wish to goodness you wouldn't look so depressed, Mr. Swellcliffe.
You're a businessman, Mr. Ford. Do you think there's any truth in this article?
You'd better ask Lord Francis here. He's chairman of the new company. I'm only an investor.
Good Lord, I wish Winter would come.
I've applied for 10,000 shares. You don't suppose I like it when an article comes out in a financial paper on the day of issue that the mine's practically worked out? And Winter's expert has reported that the ore's not worth the cost of crushing.
Everybody who's got a penny to spare in Middlepool has applied for shares. The damnable thing is that it should happen on the day of the election.
Here are the London papers, gentlemen.
Good, Mr. Bennett. Now we shall know the worst.
The financial news.
Yes? Come along,
No,
man.
that's got nothing.
Here it is, the Financial Standard.
Give it to me, Mr. Bennett.
I wish to goodness I'd never thought of stocks and shares. I knew it was wrong. Oh, what a punishment.
Oh.
Steep, isn't it, Mr. Ford?
If the Tories print this, it'll about bust us.
The whole thing's a pack of lies. It's scandalous that such methods should be used to influence an election.
But what does it say?
Merely what they phoned down from London, Mr. Swale.
But it puts it about as hot as I've ever seen a financial
You
article.
think it'll interfere with the issue?
It'll bust it.
But can't something be done to find Winter?
All we can do is to wait. Young O'Donnell will track him down.
Hang it all, we can't go on waiting and waiting and waiting. Isn't there one of you who can do something?
Keep your head, man. That's about the best thing you can do.
It's all right. It's all right. I've got him.
Oh, thank God. Where did you find him, Teddy?
He was going to speak to some fellows in a factory.
He's coming?
Yes, he's here now.
Did you want to know what it was about?
There was no time for him to ask. And he was talking to a whole crowd when I found him.
He knows it's important.
Ah, here he is.
At last.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Oh.
Morning.
Quite a party.
We thought you were never coming, George.
Well, what's the trouble?
Look at this paper. That's the trouble. The Financial Standard has got an attack on the mine.
Is that all?
It's a good deal.
Well, the Lewishams have got the Financial Standard in their pockets.
You read it.
They say there's no gold in the mine.
What do they know about it? They've not been there, and my expert has.
That's just it. They say you're floating it on the report the owners gave you when you bought it, and you're holding back McDonald's.
Extraordinary, isn't it? What a lot the papers know.
But they say...
Yes, what is it? London call. You better go into my bedroom and speak to them, Fred.
All right.
No, don't connect with me. Put it through to my bedroom. Mr. Bennett will take it in there. It's one of my brokers.
Oh.
Now, let's go on. As abuse, I don't really think very much of this. I could have said much unpleasanter things about myself.
You seem to take it very calmly.
I've not been fighting the Lewishams for 10 years without getting some pretty hard words broken on my back.
Do you see that bit about where the money came from?
I didn't see that.
Well, I'll read it to you, shall I? It is stated that Mr. Winter paid £80,000 for this precious mine. It would perhaps be interesting to inquire how he was able to raise such a sum at a time not only of general stringency, but of peculiar difficulty in the Central American market. Perhaps Mr. Winter, like King Midas, is able to turn into gold everything he touches. And he may have been able to change his office furniture into precious metal. Perhaps not.
Dear.
Oh, childish, isn't it? Do they think I'm going to let out my little trade secrets to please them?
But where did you get the money?
My dear James, you don't suppose I stole it, do you? That's where the born financier comes in. He makes money as a conjurer makes a white rabbit appear out of a silk handkerchief.
A very satisfactory explanation.
But that's hardly the point, is it?
Something must be done at once.
Had the Tories got hold of it?
They're printing the article on posters.
Nuisance, isn't it?
Is there any truth at all in that article, Mr. Winter?
Not a word, Mr. Swellcliffe.
It puts me in a very awkward position.
Oh, what's the matter with you?
I thought the shares would go to a premium before they were issued.
Like the San Jose tramways, eh?
Mr. Ford says this'll bust the issue.
Nice of him. Been having a little gamble, have you?
If it was a certainty, I didn't see there'd be any harm in it.
Like playing with a loaded dice. How many shares have you applied for?
500.
Sporting of you.
I didn't mean to take them up, you'll understand. I haven't got more than £500 in the world. I thought they were bound to go up half a crown.
500 half-crowns are quite worth having, aren't they?
It's been a lesson to me. I'll never do anything like it again. I shan't have the chance. If I have to pay for the shares...
Get my checkbook, Teddy.
Yes, sir.
What are you going to do?
I don't want anyone to come into this concern who doesn't believe in it. Make out a cheque for £500 to Mr. Swellcliffe, Teddy.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's very generous of you, Mr. Winter.
Generous? Not a bit of it. You don't think I mind having 500 shares more, do you?
Do you think they're worth it?
They'll be worth £10 apiece in 6 months, or I'm a Dutchman.
Yes, sir.
That's right, Teddy. There. My cheque, Mr. Swellcliffe.
Oh, thanks.
That looks as if you had confidence in the mine.
Do you want me to buy your shares off you, James?
Not just yet, thank you.
But what's the meaning of the article, then?
Why, it's as plain as a pikestaff. The Lewishams were willing to give their eyes for the mine, but I was too much for them. Now they're crabbing it, that's all.
But then, in that case, this...
You pay that cheque into your bank, Mr. Swellcliffe, and hand over the certificate to me when you get it.
Do you think they will go to a premium?
I've no doubt of it. I dare say the 500 half-crowns will be just as useful to me as to you, but I shall hold on. I want a bigger profit than that.
Well, if they're good enough for you, they're good enough for me.
No, you've taken my cheque now. It's too late.
There's your cheque. You can have it back again. I'm going to keep the shares.
Well, I don't mind. It wouldn't make much difference to me. But don't sell them, whatever you read in the papers. What's a profit of half a crown? Wait till you've got a profit of £5, and then you can think of selling them.
£5? That'd be 2,500.
Wait a minute. Boyce, get on to Bishop and Jones.
The printers?
Yes, we must answer this article. I've just been thinking what we'd better say.
What's the number? 703, isn't it?
That's it, yes.
That's the exchange. Get me 703, you know.
I'm going to make it hot and strong.
Isn't there anything I can do?
Bishop and Jones?
Yes, tell them to have everything ready to print off a couple of thousand posters at once. You're just coming round in the car.
Right. Hello? Will you get
What do you think of this, Ford?
Let's have a look.
Etchingham?
Coming round.
You see, we've got the advantage that they have to print a whole article, and we only need a couple of sentences.
Yes, that seems all right.
Couldn't be better.
Make a copy of this, Teddy.
Right, sir.
And make it sharp.
We haven't got any time to lose.
The car's at the door. You can get hold of the bill posters.
Oh, yes, there'll be no bother about that.
Have you finished, Teddy?
Nearly, sir. There we are.
Right. Take it, boys, and hurry up.
Trust me.
Teddy?
Sir.
Jump into a cab and go round to the newspaper offices and tell them to put that in their next edition. Biggest type they've got. Then go to the committee rooms and wait. I'll ring you up there or come round.
Right.
And hustle or I'll sack you.
You're taking it better than I expected.
What do you expect me to do? Bang my head on the floor and tear out my hair? I can't afford it. It takes me all my time to keep my hair on.
Here's Bennett.
Well?
Nothing much has happened, sir. and they're a bit excited in the city.
No bad drop in anything?
Nothing to speak of.
Oh, that's a relief.
Everything's sound. No one would be such a fool as to do a bear.
I'm getting on to McLaren and Hewitt.
Oh, that's all right. I wanted them.
Are they brokers?
Yes. Look here, James. I'm due to speak in the cattle market now. I wish you'd go down there and keep them going till I turn up. I shall only be 10 minutes. You've got the line all right, Fred?
Yes.
Well, I don't mind if I do that. There's nothing I can do here, is there?
No, leave it all to me. Your interests are my interests.
So, I'll make tracks then.
That's good.
Coming, Swalewcliffe.
Yes, of course.
Well, Fred?
I thought I'd better not say too much while Ford was there.
I saw something was up. That's why I got rid of him.
Things are bad.
Good Lord.
The Lewishams are going for us.
I thought they would as soon as I saw the article.
Who's given it away, do you think?
Oh, how do I know? That doesn't matter. The only thing is to face it.
Do you mean our shares are falling, Mr. Bennett?
There's a lot of selling, my lord.
I wish we could corner them. I'd like to give the bears a lesson.
If it goes on, there'll be a panic.
You've told the brokers to do all they can to prevent its going too far.
I've told them to buy, but carefully.
Look, you must go up to London, Fred. There's no one there with a head on his shoulders.
I thought that was the best thing myself. I've looked out the trains. I can just catch the express. I shall be there soon after 1.
Go at once. I give you a free hand.
If the slump can be stopped, I'll stop it.
It's not a matter of can. It must be stopped. And wire reassuring messages. We must hang on to the telephone for all we're worth. Come back when the house closes. We must talk over things.
All right. Good luck, sir.
Is it all up with us, George?
Oh, what the dickens are you talking about?
Well, they found out the truth. It's there, in black and white, that the wretched mine is worthless.
They can't prove anything.
Ever since I knew, I've scarcely closed my eyes at night. I wish I'd shot myself when you first told me. The worst of it is, at first I was overcome with the horror of it. But little by little, I've got used to it. Used to your being a thief and a swindler.
You put things rather bluntly, don't you, Etchingham?
And Bennett, an ex-convict. It all seems quite natural now, and I can talk and laugh with you, and I eat by your side every day.
One can't make a fortune without taking risks.
There are always those missing bonds. They're in my thoughts day and night.
No one can make inquiries for 3 weeks. By that time, we shall have gone to allotment, and the bonds will be safely back in the black box.
But will you be able to go to allotment?
Of course we shall. This article isn't going to do us any harm. I shall win the seat. That'll give these Middlepool people confidence.
George, I believe Ford is uneasy. I don't trust him. Supposing he found out about the bonds.
Well, he might be devilish expensive.
You'll never buy Ford.
I never met the man yet who hadn't his price. Flattery if he's a fool, hard cash if he's a wise man, but a price of some sort. There's always a price.
Take care of Ford, George.
I'm not frightened.
Sometimes I'm afraid. You're so confident. It's impossible a thing like this can end well.
Look, I've been in tight corners before now, but I've wriggled out of them. I'm stronger than ever I was. The ball's at my feet, and I've only got to set it rolling. In 10 years, I shall be the richest man in London. In 15, I shall be a peer.
I wonder how many ruined lives will be sacrificed to give you all you want.
Oh, rubbish. I flutter the will-o'-the-wisp of gain before the covetous, and they follow. They want to make money without working for it. Look, Swalewcliffe gambles with his £500. His £500 will find its way into my pocket. It's his own lookout. By George, I've got an idea.
What?
The Lewishams can't attack my stocks without weakening their own. We're in the same boat, and if one of us shakes it, both will topple out.
What do you mean?
We'll attack the Lewishams. I'll get on to my brokers at once. Look, go to the post office and wire to Bennett. He's sure to call at the office. Tell him to sell Lewishams.
Sell Lewishams?
He'll twig. Why didn't I think of it before? We'll make the Lewishams sorry they started this game.
Can you see to sew, Kate, dear? Wouldn't you like some more light?
No, Mother, the light hurts my eyes.
You're looking very pale, darling.
I haven't been sleeping very well here. The hotel's so near the trains, and they seem to run all night.
I wonder how George can stand it. His bedroom is practically on the railway.
Yes, you just walk down a flight of steps into the garden, and there you are, within 20 feet of the line.
Thank heaven the election's over. We shall know the results in half an hour, and tomorrow we can go back to London. What are you going to do, Kate?
Nothing.
I'm afraid you're very unhappy.
Please don't think that, Mother.
You've given up everything for our sake.
I wish I could think so. I gave up my divorce because... Because I was afraid. I couldn't risk the regret that Robert might feel later.
What did you tell him?
I wrote and said I found it impossible to go on with my action. I begged him not to try to move me. I told him I was very unhappy.
Poor child.
He wrote very kindly, made it as easy for me as he could. Now it's all over. I've lost my last chance of happiness. I'm bound to my husband for the rest of my life.
And do you still love Robert?
Yes. And I'm glad of what I've done. Only thing that helps me is thinking of all the great things he's going to do. And it will have been me. I gave him the opportunity.
Well, you are a strange pair.
Anne.
How on earth can you sit here and sew while the counting's going on? Oh, I've never been so excited in my life.
Why have you come back?
Well, it's nearly finished now. Teddy said there'd be rather a scrummage when the result was known, and I'd better get out of the way.
Obedient child.
It rather amuses me to be ordered about. Besides, I couldn't help seeing that nobody wanted me. Teddy promised he'd rush round as soon as the result was out. Oh, I love an election.
Oh, dear.
I've never had such a time in my life. I've enjoyed every minute of these last 3 weeks. I hope Teddy will go into Parliament.
On 400 a year.
Oh, George will give us a rise. He says Teddy's awfully useful. George is good, isn't he?
I'm glad you're so happy, darling.
Here's Father. Father, is it over?
No, I was too anxious to stay any longer.
But George is going to get in.
Oh, who can tell? The seat has always been lost or held by a handful of votes.
But how did it seem to be going?
Oh, Winter Morton. One vote on one side, one vote on the other. It seemed interminable.
George won by 75 last time.
Yes, but who can tell the effect of all these rumors and suspicions and attacks? They may just have made the difference. Oh, it's maddening.
Sit down, Father, and rest. You look quite exhausted.
Even George is anxious. I know his face so well. He's trying to appear as if he was certain.
Oh, no one could help being anxious.
I thought I heard some shouting.
Oh, I wish I hadn't come away.
Open the window, Anne. Perhaps we shall hear something.
Yes, I'm sure it's cheering. It's cheering. Come on the balcony, Mother.
I expect they're reading out the figures.
Oh, Kate. My dear, will you ever forgive me?
Oh, Father, don't. It was very noble of you not to tell me anything before I decided. Now that I know the whole truth...
But if it was all in vain, if he's not able to float the company and the truth comes out, then I shall have sacrificed you for nothing.
Oh, don't think of it, Father.
He's in!
Oh!
He's in!
Oh, thank God, we're saved. Oh, Katie.
Father, dear.
Teddy, what's the majority?
Oh, isn't it wonderful? I knew he'd do it.
He had a majority of 27.
I say, what a narrow squeeze.
Well, just at the end, I thought we were beaten. It was Morton, till I almost screamed.
Never mind, George is in.
By Jove, it was a moment to live for when the figures were read out. You never heard such shouting.
Where is he now?
When I left, he was making a speech to the crowd, but no one could hear a word because everyone was shouting at the top of his voice. I simply bellowed.
Aren't you glad, Kate?
Yes, Anne. Very glad.
But how can you take it so quietly?
Is George coming here?
Yes. Oh, I forgot to give you his message. He sent his love to Kate, and he said he'd be here almost at once.
Oh, I wish he'd hurry up. Isn't he wonderful?
George Winter's the greatest man I've ever known. I don't know what there is about him, but you can't help believing in him. And he was so splendid this morning about those confounded lies in the paper. All the rest of them were like frightened rabbits, but he never turned a hair.
Glorious victory!
Nice.
Did you hear the shouting?
Oh, George, isn't it splendid?
Thank God.
Oh, you haven't been worried about it, have you? I knew I'd get in. I never had a moment's doubt about it.
Well, no one can say that you don't believe in yourself, George.
Oh, well, hang it all, James. If you don't believe in yourself, how can you expect other people to believe in you?
The suspense was awful, George.
So glad it's all over. Now we can all go to bed and sleep peacefully.
George,
Yeah?
I'd like to have...
George, I congratulate you. It's been a great triumph.
Oh, it's only the beginning, Lady Frances. I've got the world at my feet. In 10 years, I shall be crying like Alexander because there are no more worlds to conquer.
Good night.
Good night.
You don't want me anymore, do you, sir?
No, Teddy, you go to bed. You're young and you want your beauty sleep. I'll be bound you're not worried by the train.
No.
Where's your room?
It's just above yours, but I sleep like a top.
Ah, that's a good sign. You'll be as great a man as I am one of these days.
Good night.
And you better go up to Etchingham. You look tired out.
It's been an exciting day for all of us.
Oh, it's been one of the days that make life worth living. Good night.
Good night.
George, I won't say goodnight to you just yet. If Mr. Ford's not going to keep you waiting long, I should like to speak to you afterwards.
Oh, it'll be 10 minutes at the utmost, Mrs. Winter.
I'm at your disposal, my darling, now and always.
Good night, Mr. Ford.
Good night, Mrs. Winter.
Well, James, what can I do for you?
You haven't forgotten that article in the Financial Standard.
Oh, is that what you want to talk to me about? Well, I tell you, that shan't disturb my night's rest. By the way, that reminds me. If I have won the election, it was through no help of yours. I asked you to go down and speak in the cattle market, and when I got there, I found there'd been no sign of you. It might have been devilish awkward.
Well, it so happens it didn't matter.
Where did you get to, after all?
I went up to London.
Did you?
I was struck by one of the paragraphs in that article. The one about where you got the money from. Then it struck me that the Middlepool Investment Trust has got a large batch of bonds lying in the bank.
Well, they're lying there still.
Will you take your oath on that?
Yes.
The more I thought of it, the more nervous I was. I went to the bank. They showed me an order for delivery of the bonds, signed by you, Etchingham, and Bennett.
Have a cigar, will you?
No. What have you done with those bonds?
If they're in their place when the auditor makes his examination, no one has any question to ask.
You had no more right to touch them than my office boy has the right to take a sovereign from the petty cash.
And what the devil do you mean by that?
I'm a director of the Middlepool Investment Trust. I insist on the bonds being produced at once.
They shall be produced in a fortnight.
No, my friend, that won't do.
Oh, don't be a fool, James. You know as well as I do. Business is business.
Yes, and not theft.
Dare you speak to me like that?
It's no good trying to bluster with me, George. I've seen you do it at shareholders' meetings, and very effective it is sometimes, but this isn't the time for it.
All right, then. I knew the mine was a good thing. I pledged the bonds to pay for it. I shall get them back as soon as the money comes from the issue. Now you've got the truth.
It's theft. Pure and simple.
I suppose you want to come in with me. I'll give you your shares for nothing. That means £10,000. And if you hold on to them, they'll be worth £50,000 in a year.
Thank you. I'm not going to risk a lifetime's honest work for a few £1,000s.
Then what do you want?
Nothing.
Come, James, we've been good friends for 20 years. You're not going to push me down now that I'm almost at the top of the tree. Look, if you'll only give me a month, I can put everything right.
A minute ago, it was a fortnight. I don't believe it. These things don't come right. When a man has crossed the line that separates honesty from dishonesty, he never gets back.
If you give me away now, it'll mean a general smash. The only chance of saving things is to go on. The money's gone. You won't get it back by giving me up to the police.
I must take my chance of that. After all, if I don't speak, it makes me a party to the crime. It can be proved that I went to the bank today.
Ah, now you're saying something I can understand. Now, if I can show you by plain figures that I can put everything right if you only give me the time...
I tell you I can't. I've got my wife to think of and my boys. It's theft, and I must do my duty.
What are you going to do?
I must consult the chief constable.
Oh, you wouldn't do that. You don't seriously mean that you go to the police?
I could never respect myself again if I didn't. Oh, George, why have you put me in this position?
Oh, look here, old man. I've done wrong, I admit it. At the time, I thought the slump would only last a few days, and I thought I should be able to replace the bonds in a week. It's the only slip I've made. Don't be too hard on me. It wasn't a crime, only thoughtlessness. Give me another chance. Look, we've gone through bad times and good together. I've been a good friend to you. You've never had anything to reproach me with till now.
I can't risk the money of all these people again.
Will it satisfy you if I give up the directorship of the Middlepool Trust? Give me 6 months to save my face and I'll resign.
I'll tell you what I'll do. If the bonds are in their place by 4 o'clock tomorrow, I'll say nothing.
Tomorrow? That can't be done. It's impossible.
That's all I can do for you.
But no one can get it. You know it's impossible. Even if you gave me a week, I couldn't do it. I can't. Look, I can't. With the attack on us today, we're tottering. It's as much as we shall be able to do to hold out till the tide turns. That's not giving me a chance. Tomorrow? It's absurd.
That's my last word.
Now you might as well send for the police at once.
If the money is not there by the time the bank closes, I shall apply for a warrant.
Do you know what that means? A trial. And then prison.
I can't do more for you than I'm offered.
You damned hypocrite. It's infamous. It's damned hypocrisy. You don't care if I've taken the money or not. You're afraid of your own skin, and you're jealous of me. You with your damn Christianity, your parrot cries of honesty. Damn you! Damn you! Damn you!
You see, you've gone too far, George. I shall never make you understand. You can't realize that a man may be honest even if he loses by it, just because he's made straight as some men are made crooked. You've got on in life through knowing that 9 men out of 10 are rascals. You've forgotten that the 10th man must cross your path at last.
Who said that to me before?
Goodbye, George. My promise holds.
It's no good to me. I'm like a rat in a trap. You can get what fun you like out of seeing me fight for my life.
I'm sorry, George.
The 10th man. He's beaten me. Kate, what the devil do you want?
I heard Mr. Ford go. May I speak to you now?
Well?
Now that the election's over, you can have no further use for me. I've carried out my part of the bargain.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I understand that I've condoned all your offences towards me, and I'm helpless now to do anything. I've come to you to tell you that now I've done all you exacted, I'm going to leave you. This time for good. I think there's nothing more to be said. I trust you to leave me in peace. I promise you on my side to do nothing that can inconvenience you. Bye. What's the matter? George, stop! Stop! George, what is it? George!
Oh, for God's sake, give me a drink.
Here you are.
Oh, that's rich, that is. Rich.
What is it, George? It's not because I'm going away.
Your going away doesn't matter a damn to me. It means that I've been done in the eye. Those swindling rogues, the Lewishams, have got me at last. That article's done the trick, and I'm dished. You can go your own way now, Kate. You got the better of me after all.
I don't understand.
Ford knows that the bonds have gone, and he's going to Scotland Yard.
Oh. Father!
Oh, I can't worry about your father now. He must look after his own skin. I've got enough to do to think of myself.
What shall I do?
Ford will give me till tomorrow to replace them, but I can't. It's impossible, and he knows I can't. Damned hypocrite. I always distrusted him. Sanctimonious prig. He's jealous of me. He wants to kick me off my perch so that he can take my place. And I know him. I know him inside out. He'll do what he says. It's his duty.
Can't we sell things? There's my jewellery.
Oh, a drop in the ocean. How can I get £80,000 in a falling market?
Do you mean to say they'll arrest you?
Oh. Think I'm going to stand that, and a trial, and all the rest.
Is there no chance that you may get off?
Oh, even Bennett would give me a way to save himself. I know him. There's not a man I can trust. The only thing's to have done with it at once. I must get out of it while I have the chance.
Do you think there's any hope of your getting away?
My way, yes.
George, you wouldn't do that.
What else do you expect me to do? Do you think I'm going to bolt to America to be brought back in 6 months by a couple of detectives?
Wouldn't it be better to stay and face it?
They won't have mercy on me. It'll mean 10 years, and when I come out, it'll mean hiding, doing odd jobs like Bennett, dirty work for other men who won't risk their own skins. And what do you suppose a life like that is worth to me? I've aimed too high to be content with anything but the highest.
Oh, it's horrible.
Oh, come, Kate, honestly. If you loved me, wouldn't you wish me to make an end of it?
Oh, don't ask. Don't ask me.
Will you do something for me? It's the last thing I'll ever ask you.
I'll do anything I can.
I want half an hour to myself.
You must let no one come to me under any pretext whatever.
Not going to do it now.
Well, perhaps tomorrow I shouldn't have the nerve.
Oh, it's awful.
Oh, why? It's your freedom. You'll be ravishing in black, darling. It always suited you. I'm going to my room. Will you promise to prevent anyone from disturbing me?
Yes.
In half an hour, you can go to bed. I hope you'll sleep as soundly as I shall.
What shall I do? What shall I do?
I beg your pardon. I didn't expect to find anyone here. Where's Mr. Winter?
He can't see anyone tonight, Mr. Bennett.
He'll see me.
He left instructions that no one was to bother him.
It's a matter of life and death.
I tell you, you can't see him.
Isn't he in his room?
No.
Are you sure?
No, you're not to go in. He's tired out. Can't you let him rest?
Oh, but you don't know what's happened. The mine's all right. Oh, for goodness sake, let me go to him.
What do you mean?
The manager had taken MacDonald in. Hadn't shown him a new shaft they'd sunk. The place is crammed full of gold. It was only a dodge of the Lewishams. I did what the governor told me. I just flooded the market with selling orders of their stocks. And at closing time, Manny Lewisham sent for me. He offered to take Mr. Winter in, but I smelled a rat. I was too clever for him. He's going to buy a huge block of shares tomorrow at par. He's going to pay on the nail, and we're safe. We're safe. We're safe. It's what he's been fighting for 10 years. At last he's got there. The shares will be worth anything you like in a month. It means wealth, safety, everything.
Then, George...
He's at the top of the tree. He's where he ought to be. In 10 years, he'll be in the House of Lords. Now do you see why I must see him?
No.
Please, Mrs. Winter.
I don't know where he is.
You don't know?
He went down to the smoking room.
Oh, I must find him.
No, stop. He's in the bedroom.
But you said...
George! George, unlock the door! George!
What's the matter?
George, it's all right. Open the door, for God's sake!
What's he doing? What's he doing?
Break down the door!
What?
Quickly!
I can't do it. I can't.
Break the glass panel, then. Here.
Yes, this thing will do it. There.
Can you get the key?
Yes. He's not there.
He must be. Must be.
The windows are wide open. He must have gone down those steps.
There's nowhere to go. There's only the garden and then the railway line.
Well, perhaps he's in the garden. I'll go down and see.
I say, what the devil's all this row? Bad enough to have the trains banging under one's window all night long. Upon me soul, I never heard such a noise.
Father, where's George gone to? Where is he?
George? How the deuce should I know? I thought we'd all gone to bed.
Mr. Bennett wanted to see him urgently. We broke open the door and found him gone. Father, I know something terrible's happened.
No, my dear. You mustn't get silly ideas into your head. He's probably gone for a walk.
Along the railway line.
Kate!
Good heavens, Teddy, what's the matter?
I've just seen the most awful accident from my window.
No.
A man's been run over on the line.
Oh! No! No!
In that revival of Somerset Maugham's play The 10th Man, adapted for radio by Peggy Wells, the part of George Winter was played by Clifford Norgate. Catherine Winter was played by Patricia Gallimore, Lord Francis Etchingham by Hector Ross, and Lady Francis by Joan Matheson. Martin Friend played Frederick Bennett, Carlton Hobbs, the Prime Minister, Peter Williams, Robert Colby, Gerald Cross, Mr. Ford, Michael Kilgarriff, Mr. Swalecliffe, Charles Simon, Colonel Boyce, Patrick Tull, Thompson, Venetia Maxwell, Anne Etchingham, and David Robb, Edward O'Donnell. The 10th Man was produced by David Geary.
are my recollections of a very unusual young man with whom I was thrown into contact at long intervals. He's not famous. It even may be that when his life is over, he will leave no more trace of his sojourn on this earth than a stone thrown in a river leaves on the surface of the water. And yet, I met him first in the summer of 1919 in Chicago. A friend of mine, Elliot Templeton, whom I'd known in Paris, invited me to a sort of family dinner party at a country club.
Oh, there you are, Maugham. Welcome to this benighted city. Let me present my sister, Louisa, Mr. Somerset Maugham, my sister, Mrs. Brand.
How do you do?
He's really quite famous abroad, Louisa, so pretend you know all his books. But how much longer must we wait for dinner?
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll try to find out about it now.
Of course.
I should never have left Paris.
Well, why did you?
To visit Louisa and Isabel. Oh, Isabel is my niece, Louisa's daughter. She's round here somewhere.
I'd like to meet her.
You'll also meet her young man. His name is Larry Darrell, and I don't approve of him. Oh, I have nothing against him, but he hasn't any money.
We can't all be millionaires.
The fellow hasn't even got a job. He doesn't want one.
And that must be a great shock to a man like you, Elliot, who's never earned a penny in his life.
It may have escaped your notice, my dear fellow, but I am not an ordinary man. For the run of mankind, industry is essential. Oh, there's Isabel now.
She's very lovely. And that other girl?
Her name is Sophie Nelson, a sort of country cousin. Well, come, I rather think I require a cocktail.
A few minutes later, seeing that Sophie was alone, I walked over and introduced myself.
Quite a party, isn't it, Mr. Maugham? Oh, I wish I had a drink.
Well, let me bring you one.
Oh, don't tempt me. I promised Bob I wouldn't.
Bob?
My fiancé. He doesn't like me to drink.
Now, which one here is Bob?
Oh, he hasn't arrived yet. You see, he's putting himself through law school, and he doesn't finish till late. Mr. Maugham, you're a great friend of Mr. Templeton's, aren't you?
Elliot has no friends, my dear, only acquaintances.
Oh, he's an awful snob, isn't he?
Awful. But he's kind and generous. In Paris, people laugh at him behind his back, but they never hesitate to drink his wine and eat his food. Oh, is that Mr. Darrell there with Isabel?
Oh, no, that's Gray. Gray Maturin. His father's a millionaire stockbroker. He gives us class.
I see.
Gray's really wonderful. And he's so much in love with Isabel, he can't see straight.
And she's in love with Larry Darrell. I suppose that could complicate matters.
Oh, speaking of Larry, there he is now. Come, Mr. Maugham, I'll introduce you. Well, now that everybody knows everybody, excuse me.
What's the trouble, Brown Eyes? You're nervous.
Oh, of course I am, Larry. I'm waiting for Bob.
Is tall, dark, and legal standing you up?
Oh, I'd like to catch him trying it, Isabel. Now, be nice to Mr. Maugham.
You're old friends, Mr. Darrell, you and Sophie?
They grew up together, Mr. Maugham.
Sophie was probably the best shortstop our neighborhood ever had.
Mr. Maugham, since you're a novelist, I'd better warn you that Larry's very stupid. He knows nothing about anything but flying. But when he came back from the war, he looked so lovely in his uniform. I just camped on his doorstep until he consented to marry me. The competition was awful.
Isabel's not a bad girl, Mr. Maugham. She's just a terrible liar.
Larry, I think we've time for a dance before dinner.
Will you excuse us, Mr. Maugham?
Of course, run along.
Oh, hello, Uncle Elliot.
Isabel? Oh, I thought you were still cavorting at that horrible country club. What's the matter? And where's Larry?
He dropped me off and fled. Hello, Mr. Maugham.
Your uncle insisted on bringing me home for a brandy. He thinks...
Just a moment. Isabel, about Larry, did you have a talk with him?
Yes.
Well, may I venture to inquire the result?
Larry's decided to go to Paris for a while.
Why?
To loaf.
Don't be ridiculous.
Well, that's what he told me.
Really, if you had any spirit, you'd have broken the engagement.
What can I do? I love him. Mr. Maugham, I'm sorry to have inflicted this on you, but you know Uncle Elliot. Well, I'll say good night.
Good night, Isabel.
You think I'm upset, don't you, Maugham?
You've made it fairly obvious.
Well, I'm not upset at all. In Europe, Darrell will be out of the way. And I don't see why Isabel shouldn't marry Gray Maturin before the year is out.
You've lived in France too long, Elliot. You've forgotten that in this country, a girl doesn't marry a man because her mother or even her rich and worldly uncle wants her to.
You know, I don't mind admitting I have a sneaking sympathy for this Darrell fellow. I'll keep my eye on him in Paris. I'll look for an apartment at a really smart quarter. Oh, I'll do him proud. I'll lend him the rose and my chauffeur now and then. Yes, Maugham, I may even make Darrell my protégé.
poor Elliot all the wonderful things he was going to do for Larry in Paris. Unfortunately, Larry would have none of it. And Elliot flicked him off like a speck of lint in his impeccable lapel. Larry spent his year in France. Then, quite suddenly, Isabel and her mother arrived.
Now, don't look so unpleasant, Uncle Elliot. Of course I'll see Larry. Darling, don't be hurt. But I didn't come to Paris just to see you.
He met you at the boat, I suppose.
Oh, and it was wonderful to see him again. Mother, doesn't Larry look marvelous?
I must admit, Isabel, he's thrived beautifully in your absence.
Indeed. Well, I haven't a very good account of that young man.
Oh?
When he first arrived in Paris, I invited him to a luncheon. I planned to introduce him to the Princess Novamale. He told me that he doesn't eat lunch.
Perhaps he doesn't.
And then when I asked him to dinner, he said he had no evening clothes.
Maybe he just didn't want to come.
That's the most incredible reason for refusing my invitation I've ever heard. Well, Louisa, how long are you and Isabel remaining?
Oh, I don't know.
We'll stay about a month, Uncle Elliot. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if Larry's with us on the boat back home.
You tired of walking, Isabel? There's a taxi.
Oh, no, Larry. It's delightful. All these wonderful little shops and everything. Larry, do you know I've been here nearly a month?
Impossible, darling.
I've seen you every day, and I still don't know a thing about what you've done all year.
Well, there's nothing to tell. Not really. I've traveled around the countryside, read a lot, gone to lectures. Well, that's about it.
Have you found that peace of mind you were looking for?
No.
How much longer do you think all this is going to take you?
I don't know, Isabel.
And after that, what are you going to do with all the wisdom you will have acquired?
Well, if I ever acquire wisdom, I suppose I'll be wise enough to know what to do with it.
You know what Uncle Elliot says?
Nothing to my credit, I'm sure.
He says you have a cozy little hideout somewhere.
Well, come and see for yourself. The cozy little hideout's only a step from here.
In this neighborhood? But, darling...
Oh, Isabel, it only looks dirty. Come on. I'd like you to see it.
A room 4 flights up. In a tenement. Oh, Larry, how can you bear to stay in this backwash when America is living through the most glorious adventure the world has ever known? You just can't go on loafing forever. How can you?
Well, it's possible.
But what's all this going to lead to?
Oh, I don't know, Isabel. Maybe nothing at all. But it may be that when I'm through, I'll found something to give that people will be glad to take. I mean, a way of life. Oh, I'm talking like a fool, and I know it. I'll probably fail. But if I do, I won't be any worse off than the fellow who's gone into business and hasn't made a go of it.
I see. And there's nothing more to be said.
Isabel, what are you doing?
Giving you my engagement ring, Larry.
You're all dressed up, Isabel. Where are you going?
Oh, where in particular, Uncle Elliot? Larry and I are going out on the town.
Larry? But you gave him up.
Yes, dear, I know, but we thought we'd like to spend my last night in Paris together.
If he had any sense of decency, he'd never ask you. I'm profoundly shocked.
But he didn't ask me. I asked him.
No doubt there were moments that night when Isabel and Larry forgot their engagement was ended. But most of their evening was sad and strained and filled with a yearning that neither music nor champagne could quite overcome. When Larry brought her back to Elliot's home...
5 hours, you'll be on the boat train. How does one say goodbye, Isabel?
Must we say goodbye now, Larry? Oh, stay for a moment. We could have one last drink together.
I'd like to. Isabel, I've never seen you so beautiful.
Oh, darling. Darling.
Oh, what will I do without you? I love you so much I can't even...
You better go. Larry, no, please, no. Don't kiss me again. Please, Larry, for heaven's sake, go.
Goodbye, Isabel.
Larry.
That was a brilliant performance, my dear.
Oh. Hello, Uncle Elliot.
I've been waiting in the next room. I left the door open just a little. Do you still want that drink? I expect you need it.
Oh, you think you're very clever, don't you?
Oh, come, child. I guessed you were up to something. Even your poor mother noticed the pains you went to make yourself particularly alluring tonight.
You're hateful.
Oh, but no fool, mon ange. Isabel, you're a beautiful woman. You had him trapped just now. You know you did.
Yes, I know. When I looked at him, and I saw he hadn't the slightest idea, I just couldn't play such a dirty trick. I couldn't help myself. I suppose it was my better nature.
Nonsense. It was your sound Midwestern horse sense. Isabel, in less than a year, you'll be Mrs. Gray Maturin with $20 million in the bank.
I'll forget Larry within a year.
I said less than a year. Trust your Uncle Elliot, my girl. He's a very wise old party.
I wonder.
They were married, and in less than a year, Isabel and Gray Maturin. I doubt if anyone was more pleased with this turn of events than Elliot Templeton.
I must say they make a most attractive couple, Maugham. All's well that ends well.
I hope they'll be happy. By the way, was that Sophie Nelson I saw a few minutes ago?
Oh, Isabel's country cousin, yes. She's married now to that lawyer fellow. Isabel insisted on inviting them to the wedding. Why, I don't know.
Did she invite Larry Darrell?
Are you trying to bait me? You know very well Darrell's in Europe.
Yes, I saw him last spring, Elliot. He mentioned something about going to Strasbourg and working in a coal mine.
Working in a... Most undesirable young man. Now, about your plans, dear fellow, did I hear you say something about India?
As a matter of fact, you did. I'll be in India by the 1st of the year.
Well, look me up when you're back, old man. Naturally, I shall be in Paris.
It was in Strasbourg, as I subsequently learned, that Larry Darrell came to a great decision. He had made a friend, a fellow coal miner named Costi.
You're late for our glass of beer, Monsieur Darrell.
Sorry, Costi. I've been over at the university. I've enrolled for a night course.
You're a fool. Why should a man who wants to develop his brain work in a coal mine?
I just wanted to, I suppose.
Hiding out, Larry? Police after you?
No.
A woman, maybe?
No, I just thought, well, a coal mine might do me good.
And when you've had enough of it, you go back to America, huh?
I suppose so.
And do what?
Sell stocks and bonds.
But what about the answers to all your profound questions? Peace of mind, happiness, how to live. Don't you know people have been asking those same questions for thousands of years?
They can't help asking them.
You know what you sound like, Larry? Like a very religious man who does not believe in God.
I'm not sure I believe in anything.
Look, have you ever thought of going to the East, India, for instance?
India?
I went there once. I met a very strange man, a saint. People from all over India go to him for guidance, for teaching.
Did he help you?
No. But that was not his fault. It was mine.
A few weeks later, Larry Darrell arrived at a sort of monastery at the foot of the Himalaya Mountains in northern India.
Why have you come here, my son?
I've come to learn. Ever since the war, I've been searching for something. Something that I'm not able to put into words. In France, I met a Polish coal miner. He told me that you might help me.
God is the only help.
I've traveled, I've studied. I've read everything I could get my hands on, but nothing seems to satisfy me.
And should you find what you are searching for?
It will be something good. Something to be shared with others, but how to find it? Where?
The whole world is like you, my son. Restless, confused. It will always be so as long as men set their hopes on false ideals. The road to true salvation is difficult to pass over. Difficult as the sharp edge of a razor. But this much we know. There is in every one of us a spark of the infinite goodness which created us. And when we leave this earth, we are reunited with it, as a raindrop falling from heaven is at last reunited with the sea. which gave it birth.
May I stay here? Will you help me?
Of course you may stay. Our life is very simple here. There are books. We will talk together. You can work in the fields if you wish.
Thank you.
Come, my son.
I don't know if Larry Darrell ever thought of Isabel in the years that passed. For there in India, he was as one lost to the rest of the world. One day, he returned to the monastery from a solitary pilgrimage in the mountains. Eagerly, he sought out his venerable teacher.
Well, my son?
Do you remember what it was you told me the day I left here?
I told you that sometimes, alone in that mountain, strange things may happen.
Well, something very strange did happen to me. One morning, I suddenly awoke and walked out of the little hut. I just stood there on the mountaintop. And gradually, the light began to filter through the darkness like some mysterious figure stealing through the trees. And then the first rays of the sun came up, the mountains. The mist caught in the treetops. I never felt or saw anything like it.
I know.
I felt that I'd been released from my body. And all the things that had been confused before suddenly became clear to me. I had a sense of knowledge more than human. I felt that I'd broken away and was free. I felt that if it lasted another moment, I'd die. And yet I was willing to die if I could just hold on to it. Because for that short time, I had the feeling that...
That you and God were one.
Yes. I'm going back there. I'm going back.
No, my son. Your place now is with your own people. It's been given you to see the infinite beauty of the world, which is only the reflection of the beauty of God. That vision of beauty will remain with you, fresh and vivid, to the end of your days. Go now, my son. Go back to your world.
Much had happened by the time Larry Darrell was once again in Paris. Our meeting in a little Italian cafe was entirely accidental, but I had considerable to tell him.
And what about Elliot Templeton, Mr. Maugham? Have you seen him lately?
Oh, yes. He's given up his Paris home. He's taken a villa on the Riviera. All the better people are on the Riviera now.
I don't suppose you've had any news from home. That is, my home, Chicago?
Some, Larry. For one thing, there's been a great stock market crash. Gray Maturin lost everything. But wise old Uncle Elliot sold short. He made a fortune.
And what about Isabel? And Sophie and her beau? They were married, of course.
Yes, they were married. They had a little girl. The husband and child were killed last year in an automobile accident.
And Sophie?
Elliot didn't know too much about it, other than that Sophie just about lost her mind. I understand she disappeared. No one knows where she is.
Sophie. And now what about Isabel?
It may surprise you to know that Isabel and Gray and their 2 children are living not 5 miles from here.
Here? In Paris? Isabel?
After the crash, Gray had a nervous breakdown. He hasn't been well enough to work. Elliot's been very generous. He insisted they take over his home here.
Oh, poor Gray. I should look them up.
Now suppose you let me ask some questions. What did you do in India, Larry?
Well, I learned something about myself. I was very happy there. About Gray and Isabel, if you could give me their address,
Better yet, I'll meet you there this afternoon. Here's the address.
Mr. Maugham, how nice of you to drop in.
Hello, Isabel. How's Gray?
Oh, another one of his horrible headaches. He's lying down.
Oh, what a pity. I was hoping you and Gray would dine with us tonight.
I'd love to, but I don't see how we can. Did you say us?
Yes. Larry Darrell is back in Paris.
Larry Darrell?
He lunched with me today. He'll be dropping in any minute.